If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description. Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200 plus audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.
Chapter 176, Tasking Course. January 15, 1994, Hogwarts. Harry sat with the rest of his year mates, looking unconcerned as he waited for the first task in the school tournament. Funnily enough, it seemed like this task helped unite students from all four houses, than anything else. It was mostly out of fear and panic. This was literally the first time that the students would ever display their magical prowess, and they were all forced into it. If anything, Harry was impressed with the speed of the organization of the first task. The logistics must have been a nightmare on such short notice. Dumbledore announced the whole thing just a couple of months previously, and yet the stadium looked full when he briefly glimpsed it before he and his classmates were forced into a tent. Even the students with more pride than sense started to panic then. A couple of poor Hufflepuffs were hyperventilating. Poor Ernie Macmillan was being comforted by Susan Bones, who looked abnormally pale. Ravenclaws weren't any better, with most of them just muttering lists of spells, similar to how Hermione did just before her sorting. At the thought of the Gryffindor girl, Harry couldn't help but feel guilty for a fraction of a second before steeling himself. This was not the time to wallow in pity about what could have been. As for the rest of the students, Gryffindors looked just as pale, except for Neville, that is, who looked eerily calm. Harry attributed it to the constant dangers the boy had been in and being in the spotlight since he was a boy for defeating the Dark Lord. The members of Harry's house weren't any better. Not looked calm, but he could tell that the boy was panicking but was barely controlling his expressions to not appear cowardly. His new followers seemed to admire him but didn't share his facial control. Draco Malfoy even looked paler than he usually was. Members of the House of Snakes had a lot more at stake since it was an unspoken rule that the court would pick the most impressive showings in the school tournament. The only ones not panicking were Harry's friends, and that was because he had trained them to the point of absurdity. They probably think that the task would be a relief since they wouldn't have to go through the frankly over-the-top obstacle courses that he made in the Room of Requirements. Harry knew that no one was going to be disappointed with their performance, no matter what they met. After all, he did stay in the castle for Christmas and encouraged them to do the same, for the sake of training. Well, it was mostly a justification, a reason to stay and not go back home, back to Arcturus. He had promised himself that he was going to tell the Black Patriarch about Sirius' fate, the moment he saw him. The information was too sensitive for an owl, he justified to himself. No, he just wanted to tell him in person to stop him from doing anything rash. And the tournament did provide another excuse to not meet him, since staying in Hogwarts for Christmas would have been a good opportunity to train for it. It was all lies and excuses. He was delaying the inevitable. Harry didn't know how Arcturus would react. In the end, Harry was afraid and cursed softly to himself, coward. And he was a coward for telling him. Perhaps it was for the best that the Black Patriarch would not know about Sirius' fate. No, Arcturus had to know. It was his right to know what happened to his grandson, even if it would break his heart. Harry resigned himself to tell him after the first task. The Black Patriarch did send a letter telling him that he was looking forward to his performance. He would ask Arcturus to speak in private and tell him about Hogsmeade, about what truly happened. He owed the man that much. Daphne seemed to have heard his curse. "Are you all right?" Harry forced a smile to his face. "Yes, it's nothing." "What are those two up to?" He was, of course, talking about Tracy and Blaise, who seemed to be pointing their wands at a mirror for some reason. He could have probably figured it out with his arcane hearing, but he wanted to change the subject. It worked since the blonde gave him a sly grin. "It's something they've been working on since they announced that the upper years were going first. Do you remember the omnioculars that you modified to show what was happening on a mirror for Hogsmeade?" Harry nodded and Daphne continued, "Well, Blaise and Tracy have been working on charming them to be controlled from far away. They asked Flitwick for help and everything." The last Potter couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this. "That's some very advanced charm work. Why didn't they just ask me?" They thought that they could do it on their own. And from the looks of it, they did it. "Here, let's go see what they're doing." The two young Slytherins slowly walked up to their friends and Harry was able to take a look at what Tracy and Blaise were doing. The idea was simple. They have anchored an omniocular to the mirror in a way that every charm cast on the mirror would be affected by the omniocular from afar. Of course, it wasn't exactly efficient since the omniocular would use a limited amount of magic that was added when the anchoring charm was cast. Luckily for them, Harry had used some jewel craft to add a small power source to all omnioculars when he modified them, so it could hold up. Harry had also isolated the artifacts to stop ambient magic from modifying them, something that stopped the mirror from exploding from the constant spells that they were adding to them. Still, for 30 years, it was very impressive. Blaze hooped slightly when they approached them, and Harry couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm. You know that a lot of people would call what you're doing to be cheating. If you're not cheating, you're not trying. You taught us that. Tracy replied. Harry snorted in return, my own friends, using my own words against me, what has the world come to? Blaze chortled, it's not technically cheating. The rules were very clear. We can only enter the arena with our wands and our tourney clothes, and we can't leave this tent until it's our turn. They said nothing about doing some reconnaissance before the task even starts. I suppose that's true. We wouldn't really be Slytherins without trying to find loopholes. Daphne said. Exactly. Blaze and Tracy replied at once. Harry didn't really think about doing that. He already had a plan, and it should work no matter what was in the first task. Suddenly, Tracy shushed them, stop talking. It looks like the 5th years are starting. Who is the idiot in the Quidditch robes? Blaze asked. I know him. My father has complained about him a lot, Daphne responded, his name is Ludo Bagman. He used to be some big shot Quidditch player years ago, and he's now the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. A complete buffoon, according to Dad, and he has a gambling problem, but he is charismatic enough to make enough friends to keep his position. Tracy snorted, well, he's certainly let himself go. She was right. Perhaps, years ago, the man was an athlete, but it must have been a long time ago, considering how out of shape the man looked. He was really on his way to becoming truly obese, and his old Quidditch robes did emphasize his gained weight. The man looked to be speaking, and from the crowd's reactions, they seemed to like what he was saying. And just like that, the students took places at the starting line, and a few were in a running stance, a stupid idea especially considering that the finishing line was on the other side of the Black Lake, which looked partially frozen over. There were a few floating wooden platforms near the starting line, where the lake wasn't frozen yet. A couple of brave students, or was it stupidity, decided to run forward and leap towards the wooden platforms. Most of them slipped or just didn't land their jump and fell into the cold water. They tried to get up to the platform. A few succeeded, and a few just gave up and released some red sparks into the air, forfeiting the task. The truly unlucky ones were attacked by Grindylows, small green water demons, that like to overwhelm trespassers with their numbers. A few savvy ones used a revulsion jinx to break their grips and ascending charm to get out of the water. Furthermore, the Weasley twins, who were still at the start, had the obvious idea of summoning the platforms towards them at first and simply used a wind charm to propel themselves away. Of course, the rest followed their lead without even thinking twice. The idiots did not expect to be bombarded with pranking spells the moment they left the shore. Of course, they weren't able to reach the other side of the lake as a gigantic tentacle rose from the lake and attacked their makeshift raft. The twins were able to evade it with 2 well-placed banishing charms, which made the tentacle move away, but the impact was more than enough to make their platform flip over. Is that the giant squid? Harry shook his head, maybe, but I think it's some kind of construct. The squid isn't really tamed, and they can't train him to be part of a school competition, especially with Dumbledore saying that it would be harmless. Not that I know a lot about giant squids. Tracy shushed them again, shut up. Let's just focus on the task. Harry's theory made more sense, especially with the giant whales that appeared out of nowhere to attack the other students as well by blowing water underneath their platforms. These were probably conjured creatures or something similar. It would be very unconventional to train whales to do that. Thankfully, the Weasley twins were somehow able to tangle 2 tentacles together and get up onto another platform, while shivering in cold. They were the first to arrive at the second part of the task, where the lake had frozen over. After a quick heating charm, they tried to walk towards the ice, which happened to be very slippery. Alas, the 2 boys seemed ingenious as they transfigured their wooden platform into 2 pairs of skates and moved towards the finishing line. Of course, it wasn't that simple. There seemed to be some kind of curse on the ice, as their skates seemed stuck, for the lack of a better word. The twins were able to right themselves and stop tripping, only for a giant storm to appear out of nowhere, with wind powerful enough to send them flying back. The 2 Gryffindors countered with a shield charm, which came dangerously close to breaking as it was peppered with small shards of ice at high speeds. It took almost 10 minutes for the two of them to finally go through this obstacle, only to find themselves in some kind of freak fog. The omniocular couldn't see inside, and from the looks of it, the Weasley twins shared the same issue. Tracy turned to Harry. "Didn't you enchant the omnioculars to see through the Peruvian darkness powder?" "Yes, but it can't see through things. Like it or not, the fog is something material. It's not dark, just obscured. We'll have to wait for them to get out." It took 5 minutes, but the twins seemed to have figured it out by creating a vortex of wind to suck up the fog slightly. Harry noticed that they looked more bruised than they came in but didn't really say anything. Finally, after almost half an hour, they finished the obstacle course and came in first place, at least for their year, that is. Daphne looked pensive. "This wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. We've been brainwashed by Harry's insane training. It will be hard for the rest, trust me," Blaise remarked with a dry tone, even if he looked slightly less tense than before. Alas, the boy had a point. Harry did train his friends a bit too much, but this task was not designed for third years. A lot of the spells and transfiguration that would be useful were taught at the end of this year or the next one. He couldn't see a way for his classmates to not embarrass themselves during the task. Daphne seemed to have a similar train of thought and asked hesitantly, "Do you think we should tell the rest?" Before Tracy and Blaise could protest, she continued, "You said it yourself. It's very unlikely that we would lose thanks to Harry's training. We won't lose much by helping them, will we? Just look at them." The duo looked at their shivering and pale classmates and released a sigh. "Fine, but we're not telling them about the omnioculars. At least we might make some connections with this." Harry suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Sometimes, Tracy and Blaise took all that Court of Slytherin nonsense way too seriously. When Professor McGonagall came to get them around 30 minutes later, the room was far more relaxed than it was just an hour previously. The idea that the worst they could get was a few bruises and fall into the freezing lake was more than enough to calm the students, who thought that they were going to fight a dragon or something as ridiculous. Who would make 13-year-old wizards and witches fight dragons of all things? If anything, from the grateful looks that their classmates gave them, the four of them made a lot of friends then, or at least, gained a lot of favors they could cash out later. "And, I wanted to know what you thought about the format of the first task. I wanted it to be challenging but still harmless enough. Let me know what you think, or if you have any suggestions." Chapter 177, Race Against Destiny. January 15, 1994, Hogwarts. Neville Longbottom stood in the freezing weather doing his best not to appear nervous. The warming charm he had applied to his tournament clothes was barely able to stop him from shivering constantly. The boy who lived really wanted to punch Dumbledore in the face for sending them out on the Black Lake in the middle of winter. He didn't know what Dumbledore expected by making the first task at this time of year. The weather and the rest of the climatic conditions were typical of the Scottish winters at Hogwarts, which meant that the sky was grey with no sun. The wind was very strong, with a horrible bite that sometimes even overcame Neville's warming charm. Just like Zabinai and Davis stated, only the second half of the lake looked frozen, while the first one was still liquid with various wooden platforms there to stand on. It was surprising that the Slytherins told them what they knew about the task. Apparently, they were able to communicate with someone from the outside or something. Neville didn't really believe it, they were too descriptive about the task. However, while he was curious, Harry's friends were going out of their way to be helpful, and that was enough. Students in his year didn't understand just how unfair this was for them. They were going through the same trials as students 4 years older than them, and with far more magical experience. No matter how much they would like to deny it, the spectators would be making comparisons. At least, that was the reason that Zabinai stated when he told them about the task. And the information was surprisingly helpful. They would not be taken by surprise, even if the course would still be more than challenging enough for most of his classmates. But this was still an opportunity. An opportunity for the world to see how good he has become. To forget about the shame of his breakdown last year and focus on his magical prowess. For Harry to see how much he improved, that Neville would not hold him down. To be perfectly honest, Harry was one of the main reasons Neville didn't have another breakdown in the previous semester. Their rune sessions with Susan Bones were the highlight of his weeks. He was just so alone all the time and his mind tended to wander towards dangerous places. They have ever since he unlocked his magical crest. Ever since that day, he had been outwardly calmer, but he knew that inside, he was constantly raging. There was this voice in the back of his head, constantly telling him to destroy everything, to kill everyone who ever insulted him. Even now, he was suppressing the urge to burn every single classmate of his, who abandoned him when he needed them, for the whispers of madness they utter behind his back. He shook his head and suppressed his rage once more. He had to focus on the task at hand, focus on winning. At the announcement seat, Neville recognized Ludo Bagman sitting in his ridiculously undersized Quidditch robes. He had looked up to the man, once. A Quidditch player that rose high in the ministry, at least until his grandmother told him that the man was a buffoon that was friendly and corrupt enough to rise in the ministry in a frankly useless department that barely did anything but manage the British Quidditch League. The former beater's voice was loud and grating, "Good. Good. The third-year students are all in attendance, meaning that we can begin our last race before the finals. And wasn't that a joyful ride? We have seen wonderful feats of magic, of athleticism, of ingenuity and trickery. We have seen wonders that would make Merlin himself sit up and take notice. And now, it's the turn of the third years, the youngest of our competitors, but no less skilled for their youth. Among them, is Neville Longbottom, the boy who lived, a name that needs no introduction. Remember, everything is allowed except dark magic, and it's all about the speed. The first three who make it across the icy depths of the Black Lake, navigating through the slippery obstacles and chilling waters, will earn their spot in the final showdown." The crowd roared in approval, and for the first time, Neville looked at the spectators. There were hundreds if not thousands of faces just looking down at them from the stands at the edge of the lake. He stifled his nervousness and looked towards Harry, scared. "Potter." The young Slytherin simply shrugged, "Not really. Outside of getting cold or wet, public embarrassment is the worst that could happen. Their expectations are probably low after the fourth years. They aren't really the brightest students in Hogwarts, and that's me being respectful." McLaggen alone lowers the intelligence of anyone around him by his mere presence. Neville suppressed a snort. "Thanks, for telling us about the task. Believe it or not, it was all Tracy and Blaze. They're the ones who figured it out by themselves, and they were the ones to tell you. We've all been saddled in this together. I'm sorry about that, by the way." Harry gave him a questioning look. "Why are you sorry exactly?" "Well, they probably included our year because of me. The publicity about the boy who lived competing would have increased ticket sales by a very large margin. There were even demands that our Quidditch matches be available for the public, but Dumbledore said that it would be an unsafe environment for the students." Harry chuckled. "Unsafe environment? Is he seriously talking about the same school that had a Cerberus, an army of Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest, a troll attack, a possessed professor, and a series of serial petrifications? I suppose it does sound ridiculous. But don't feel guilty about it. All you did was survive an attack when you were a baby, no one could blame you for that. So, just try to do your best. See you on the other side, Potter," he responded. "Who knows, I might even beat you to the finish line." The last Potter gave him a sly grin. "In your dreams, Longbottom," before returning to a conversation with Greengrass. And a few seconds later, he was ambushed by his housemates, specifically Ron Weasley, his former friend. "What were you talking to Potter about?" "Just said thank you for the help before the task." The redhead grumbled. "I still don't trust them. They could be lying to get ahead." "Ahead of what?" "They said that it was an obstacle course in the Black Lake and that the first half was water and the second one in ice. Potter even taught us the ice walking spell." "It could be a fake spell to slow us down," he protested. "You know what? I'm tired of this. Do what you like, Ron, but I have better things to worry about than your paranoia about anything to do with Slytherins." He did not have time to hear the redhead's retort because the cannon fired, signaling the start of the task. Neville ran forward and saw one of the wooden platforms at the end of the lake. He pointed his wand at one of them and bellowed, "Oxio." The summoning charm was a fourth-year spell, but his grandmother had drilled him with useful spells ever since he returned for the winter holidays. Apparently, she wanted to make sure that he wouldn't embarrass the Longbottom name or something. She taught him common spells that could be useful for obstacle courses, like the push and pull spell, the slowing charm, the ascending charm, and a lot more. Neville's skill in magic did progress very well since he awakened his family crest. It was weird, and not something he ever heard about. Every new spell felt more like he was relearning a new skill than anything else. It was even the same with runes. Neville did learn hieroglyphs far quicker than he thought it would, and he had to visibly restrain himself, lest the project end quickly, and Harry would stop spending time with him. Perhaps it was something that everyone with a crest shared. As far as he knew, most people unlocked their crests around their 11th birthday. They rarely do have a magical education that they could compare their progress to, but if that was the standard, then perhaps Harry's proficiency in magic did make sense. And that was even outside the spells in his magical crest. Back to the task, Neville quickly jumped towards the fast-moving platform and muttered a temporary sticking charm to not fall over. Just as quickly, he pointed his wand on the still-moving platform and rotated it in an anti-clockwise direction while muttering, "Reverso momentum." The platform stopped midway for a fraction of a second, before reversing in the opposite direction. It was a nice dueling spell that he learned in the library, a variation of the slowing and the freezing charms, but still very useful. Neville suppressed a snort when he saw Ron trying to jump on his platform, only to miss it and fall into the freezing water. He saw a spell coming at him from the corner of his eye, from Not of all people, which he barely dodged, and retaliated with a banishing charm, which sent him and a lot of his friends flying away, probably into the water. From a glance, the Longbottom Scion saw that Zabani, Davis, and Greengrass were casting wind charms from their platforms to move around, a good idea that he emulated very quickly. They were ahead of him, but it was still very close. He was still in the race. He gaped when he saw giant tentacles attack the Slytherins, but it did provide an opportunity. They were probably going to be fine anyway. Neville increased his speed, only for his platform to hit something and almost topple over. He was barely able to grip the wooden platform in time. He tried to cast another wind charm, but he still did not move. He definitely didn't have time to react to the giant push of water that sent him flying up into the air. He knew that landing would hurt, and he was probably going to be out of the race. That was unacceptable. In a desperate attempt, he pointed his wand and cast Ascendio. The Ascension charm was a very useful spell that could only be used if you were touching some kind of surface. Just like that, Neville was propelled even further in the air, and he pointed his wand at the surface of the ice while yelling, "Carpe retractum." The seize and pull charm could be often used to pull the caster towards a stationary target. Neville was flying down towards the surface of the ice, and yelled, "Arresto momentum," just before reaching the ground. He stopped just a foot above the frozen portion of the lake and fell down with a thud. Everything hurt, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been. Neville slowly got up, limping slightly. He looked down and saw a small shard of wood sticking from his leg. It wasn't severe in any way, and he ripped it out quickly, but it still stung. He quickly used Harry's charm to not slip on the ice and ran forward. He was going to win this fucking race. He was halfway through the ice when the storm appeared, practically out of nowhere. The icy wind was making walking very difficult, enough for Neville to need the use of a shield charm. Of course, that was when the icicles started to petter his shield. Honestly, if he was a lesser person, he would have given up then and there. However, for all his faults, Neville was stubborn to a fault. He had something to prove, and he would not stop at any time. Every time his shield broke, he cast another one. Every time, an icicle managed to break through, and he started bleeding, he simply walked even quicker. And just like that, the storm disappeared, leaving only a trail of fog between him and the finish line, just like Zabani said it would be. He pointed his wand towards the end goal and marked the direction with his wand. He then muttered, "Point me." He would not get lost in the fog with the wand acting as his guide. Sometimes, he would get pushed around, something would hit it, and he would try to curse it, but, in the end, he still carried on, one step at a time towards the vaunted finishing line. He didn't know how long it took for him to get there, but he finally did it. He ran towards the finishing line, and as expected, the spectators roared in approval. He had won. Finally, he had shown the world what he could do, that he was more than just a title than a lucky child that survived a curse, that he wasn't insane. Of course, that was what he thought before he saw Potter, standing unconcerned with a broom on his shoulders. Where Neville was bruised, Potter looked like he just had a lovely stroll around. And from the brooms, he realized just what he had done. The bastard flew over the fucking obstacles, somehow. Neville thought they weren't allowed anything other than their wands. And to put more salt into the injury, Zabani, Davis, and Greengrass were also there, although far more bruised, and exhausted. He had come fifth. Fucking fifth. Harry Potter gave him a cheeky grin. "Well, it seems I won our little race. Don't be sad, though, fifth place isn't bad." It was very hard to silence the voice in the back of his head that wanted to see the world burn. At least he passed out before he could do anything rash. Chapter 178, The Frozen Side. January 15, 1994, Hogwarts. Harry raised an eyebrow as Neville Longbottom passed out in front of him, before being rushed by Hogwarts resident Mediwitch, Madame Pomfrey. It was concerning just how chaotic the boy's emotions became the moment he saw him and his friends. The pure rage that he was feeling just for losing a race was just too wild, too extreme of an emotion to be natural. It honestly sounded like drums of war to his arcane hearing. Harry thought that Neville was getting better, that he was moving on from what happened the previous year, but this made him doubt that even more. What could have possibly made the boy so angry that he was one step from attacking them in broad daylight? Maybe it was just because of how hurt he was. It wasn't anything serious. Neville looked to have a few bruises, a couple of broken ribs, cracked bones, and a few cuts, although the one in his thigh was pretty serious, all things considered. All in all, it would take Madame Pomfrey less than 10 minutes to heal him fully. The last Potter shook his head. He would need to help the boy address his issues later. His friends seemingly thought that he was shaking his head in disappointment, and Blaise gave him a frown. He's done a lot better than I thought he would, to be perfectly honest. And he was right. He had been pleasantly surprised by the boy who lived's performance. He came barely a couple of minutes after Daphne, who came fourth. She was never the athletic type, and neither was Harry, who preferred to stay indoors with a good book than to start running like some kind of jock. There was a reason why he never really tried to join the Quidditch team, despite his skill on a broom. Even if he disliked the sport, it would have been a good backup plan after graduating. Alas, the mere thought of running every morning at dawn at Flint's behest made him shudder. Yet, no athleticism for him. Even during dueling, Harry never really tried to physically tire himself, choosing to use counters to incoming spells and relying on his arcane hearing to barely dodge any spells. Tracy, on the other hand, came second, her endurance training for her ambition to become a famous duelist, helping her barely defeat Blaise, who didn't seem that broken up about it. He was probably glad to be part of the finals, which would be proof enough of his prowess to the court of Slytherin. But Neville Longbottom pleasantly surprised him with his prowess. If Harry hadn't trained his friends with a different biome obstacle course every week, the boy would have been second. Unfortunately for Neville, Harry's friends did their best to find spells to counter his obstacle course after every failure. They learned spells to keep warm, spells to move quickly in water, spells to alter their movements in the air, spells to glide on the ice, wind spells to remove fog in a certain area, and so much more. Harry may have gone a little overboard with his training, but his friends scored better than most sixth years, and even then, they lost because they were simply smaller and could not run as fast as they did. Their execution was very close to perfection, and from the impressed looks on the professors' faces, they seemed to share that sentiment. And yet, Neville Longbottom's performance was nothing to scoff at. He had completed the course quicker than most fifth-year students, which was an achievement in itself. The boy had been improving rapidly in the previous school year, which truly impressed Harry. The young Slytherin gave his friend a shrug. He did well. I am simply worried about his temperament. Daphne scoffed. He did more than well. If you hadn't trained us, he could have beaten us. He probably would have, yes. But the past is written and the ink is dry. I did train you, and he did not beat you. Revel in that victory. Tracy snorted. Our house must be happy. We dominated our year's race. Do you have any idea about what the final is going to be? Not a single one. Just remember what I taught you and do your best. No one will be able to say anything against you. You already proved to everyone about what you could do. She gave him a warm smile and went back to speak with Blaise, leaving Harry to watch his remaining classmates trying to finish the obstacle course, on the illusionary screen in front of him. Padma Patil was at the helm, doing very well. She was coming towards the fog with what he recognized to be a physical resistance shield charm helping her stand up to the barrage of icicles. The girl was doing very well while relying on charms for most of the race. She used a bit of transfiguration on her wooden platform to make a small turbine and an animation charm to make it spin, allowing her to breeze past the lake portion, except when she was taken by surprise by the giant squid. Funnily enough, Susan Bones was a close second using runes of all things. Harry did teach her a lot during their project sessions, and she was doing a good job at least according to the excited form of Professor Babbling. On the stands, she did. Harry barely taught her how to power rune matrices, choosing not to do anything advanced like partial activations or intent-driven modifications mid-activation. That limited her to a single slow speed on her wooden platform and carving the runes once more when she fell off the platform each time since she didn't have full control over her runes. She was doing quite well all things considered. The rest, sadly, were not. Most of the students had given up and raised red sparks into the air after being attacked by Grindylows. The rest just fell prey to the storm near the second part of the task. Only Faye Dunbar and Dean Thomas from Gryffindor even got to this part of the task, and Faye was the only one who was still in the race. From Slytherin, Draco Malfoy and Theodore Nott were the only ones standing, which they achieved by surprisingly working together. They just got past the storm with one using what seemed to be a weather-specific shield charm and another shielding against physical attacks. Hufflepuffs seemed to have the same line of thinking of working together, but they all tried to do it at once, and the mistakes they made cost them. Hannah Abbott was working with Susan at first but chose to give up immediately after falling into the freezing cold lake. Ravenclaws were a sad lot since they were attacked the moment they received a spell. So far, only Padma Patil and Terry Boot were still in the race, even if Boot was still in the first part of the task. All things considered, they were doing about what was expected from students their age. It showed that choosing the same task for Newt students and third-year students was just unfair for both. The scores were very clear on that. Seventh-year students finished the course in around 15 minutes, while the fourth years averaged around 45 minutes. Keeping all years separate was a good move on Dumbledore's part to give the illusion of competition, but at the end of the day, students with the most magical education did the best, while those who had been in Hogwarts the least did the worst. Speaking of the headmaster, he was walking at Harry with a visible frown on his face, which he hid in very quickly. He was quickly followed by McGonagall and Snape, as well as Ludo Bagman. Harry made sure not to react or look intimidated in any way. "How may I help you, lady and gentlemen?" Dumbledore gave him a small smile. "Well, it has to do with the manner finished your task, young Harry." "How so?" McGonagall's face turned red at his dismissing tone. "You brought your broom into the task and made a mockery of this school for an easy win." Harry simply shrugged. There was nothing in the rules against summoning something from outside the arena, only that we enter with only our wand. I followed the rules to the letter. The Transfiguration Mistress looked towards Bagman with a glare that made him flinch. "The lad is right, I'm afraid. It's not technically against the rules. Yet, they are against the competitive spirit of the task," Dumbledore protested. "Spirit is all well and good, but it doesn't change that I did win a nice bit of gold. Unless, of course, you wish to go back on your word, to change the rules after the competition." "Talk about making a mockery of the tournament," Harry responded while humming. "Oh, that must have stung the headmaster. You could still be penalized for messing with the enchantments around the arena which stopped anything from getting in or out of it." "I didn't know that there were any enchantments." "Are you sure you cast them correctly?" Harry knew fully well about the wards around the arena. They were pretty basic since the task wasn't all that dangerous, and Harry did modify his summoning charm on the fly to make sure that the broom would be considered part of the task. Of course, this meant that Dumbledore knew that Harry did circumvent the wards somehow but couldn't admit publicly that a 13-year-old student could get past his protections since it could be taken as evidence of his incompetence. The headmaster must have realized it too since he took a deep breath to calm himself down. "Congratulations, young Harry, for winning your race. Take heed that summoning something from outside the arena will be barred in the finals. I look forward to seeing you compete." The adults turned and left, although Harry could see an imperceptible gleam of pride on Snape's face and a fond exasperation on McGonagall's. Harry had no doubts that they were seeing his parents in him. The moment they left, Harry heard a howling laughter, one that he had never heard before. He turned and saw the amused face of his guardian, Arcturus Black, doing his best to control himself, only to howl into laughter before. Harry calmly took the Black Patriarch to a quiet corner and put on a few privacy wards. "Are you all right?" "All right? Lad, this is the most fun I've had in years. I haven't seen Dumbledore this pissed since that time your grandfather voted against him in a bill in the Wizengamot. It was literally the swinging vote. Oh, Charles and I had such a laugh that night." Harry wanted to say something, but his guardian continued, "Oh, your father would have loved this. Making a mockery of a school event like this and getting away with it. Sirius would have been so proud of you. Sometimes, I regret that the two of you never met. I'd like to think that you would have gone along." No, they really wouldn't. And just like that, Sirius name made Harry remember why he was avoiding this man for months. The Black Patriarch might be reminiscing about old times and looked much more relaxed than he ever did, but he had to know the truth. Harry felt cruel for telling him, for ruining the man's good mood, which he rarely saw, in contrast to the regret that suffocated him most of the time. Alas, it would have been crueler to not tell him. The man deserved to know, and Harry knew that if he pushed telling him now, he would keep pushing. He would keep finding excuses. No, he was going to do this. He turned towards Arcturus and spoke with a serious tone, "We need to talk." The man must have noticed the seriousness of Harry's tone because he steeled himself. "What about? Do you remember what happened last Samhain?" The Black Patriarch snorted, "Of course, I do. The Hogsmeade attack happened." His eyes widened slightly. "That was you?" Harry nodded, "Yes, but that's not what I wanted to talk about. During the attack, something happened. Something that I need to tell you about." Chapter 179, His Final Trick. January 15, 1994, Hogwarts. Susan Bones sat in the stands waiting for the finals for the first task of the tournament to begin, still shivering from her impromptu ice bath during her own task. The preliminaries were a lot more difficult than she thought they would be, but it wasn't really that bad. Susan had done her best to finish the task and ended up finishing 7th, one of the few rare ones who finished the race from her year, and the only one who finished from her house. She did her best to get through the task and never gave up, and it worked. She mainly relied on runes, and her knowledge of the subject was put to the test plenty of times. Honestly, if it wasn't for Harry's lessons during their group project sessions, she would have probably failed the task. She was slow, but she was able to carve runes on the wooden platform to move forward, another rune to make a basic protection against the weather, and a rune to not slip on the ice. She had barely gotten started with powering runes, but that and a few charms did the trick, and she finished her task with her head held high. Her Auntie Amelia swiped her up into the air, telling her how proud she was of Susan. Apparently, her performance was better than many of upper-year students, and that was more than enough to impress the spectators. Susan had no idea what they did and hoped that people had omnioculars that recorded the event for sale. Susan didn't come first, of course. That honor belonged to Harry, who apparently just summoned a broom and flew to the finish line in less than 2 minutes. She wished that she would have thought of that. It seemed obvious now that she thought about it. His friends and housemates, Tracy Davis, Blaise Zabinai, and Daphne Greengrass, had obviously also impressed everyone by literally breezing through the obstacles as if they weren't there. Harry did tell her that he had been helping them train ever since the task was announced, and it showed. Susan wished that she would have asked him the same, but even after an entire semester working together, they were still not close enough for her to ask him for something like that. Of course, she lamented that fact, but she would not be deterred. Speaking of Harry, she saw him, and the rest of the contestants stand in a circle around some raised platform. Each contestant looked like they had a designated platform. It took a couple of minutes for everyone to take their place and for Ludo Bagman to start speaking. "Ladies and gentlemen, what an evening this was. We saw wonders of magic, feats of skill and athleticism that awed every single one of us. Yes, me included. And it all leads to this, the grand finale of this task. Who will be crowned as the champion of the school? Will it be a Gryffindor, a Slytherin, or perhaps even a Raven or a Badger might win? Will it be a Newt student, or perhaps even an underdog? I don't know, but I'm eager to find out. We only have 15 contestants remaining, 3 for each school year, ready to prove themselves as the best of this prestigious school." The entire stadium roared in approval, and Susan was swept up by the excitement as well. It was far better to see it from above than anything else. The head of the Department of Magical Mages and Sports continued, "I'm glad to see that you are all just as eager to see what will happen next, and the final task will not disappoint you. You see, the rules are simple. The first students to open a chest in the middle of the platform and grab the artifact inside will be crowned as the victor of the first task. The contestants are only allowed to have their wands on them and cannot summon anything from outside the arena." The crowd burst into laughter, probably remembering Harry's trick in the preliminary task. The boy himself looked bored out of his mind and wasn't even looking up at the announcer. Susan suppressed the urge to giggle. This was typical Harry. Her aunt seemed to have noticed where her eyes wandered and chuckled, "So, the Potter boy, hey." She blushed, "What are you talking about, Auntie? I'm not judging, his father was a good catch back in the day. If he was a bit older, I might have tried him out a bit." The redhead's blush intensified, "I don't want to know about that. Let's just focus on the task." "Whatever you say, Susie." "Oh, you're growing up so fast." The young Hufflepuff did her best to ignore her aunt's teasing and focused on Bagman's voice once more, who had begun to explain the task. Seems easy, doesn't it? Alas, if things were easy, then our champion wouldn't really feel deserving of the title. And after such an impressive showing on the obstacle course. So, of course, there must be obstacles in front of our dear contestants. They will first need to retrieve the key to open the chest, which will be in the possession of one of the obstacles. And just like that, almost 100 gigantic ice statues were conjured out of nowhere, each holding a giant weapon. They were over 2 stories tall, probably around the size of a giant, and wearing gladiator armor. Their presence was definitely intimidating. The crowd roared in excitement, but Susan couldn't help but feel fear towards her year mates. They really weren't equipped to deal with things like that. Each statue will have a medallion. It can either be empty, or it can hold the key to the chest, the key to victory. Find the key, open the chest, and you will win. There will be no prizes from second place, only the winner, and you are allowed to duel your opponent, as long as no dark magic is used. Of course, there will be other obstacles in your way. But you didn't come here to listen to me talk, let's just get this task started. And just like before, a cannon fired, and the contestants ran towards the giant ice soldiers. Cedric Diggory, a 6th year, immediately stunned Zabani and Davis, who happened to be near the older Hufflepuff. He looked for Harry for a fraction of a second before running towards an ice statue. The older boy probably thought that he was being kind since other students wouldn't have been as nice as him about eliminating them. Losing to a 3rd year would have been very shameful. A few upper year Gryffindors or even Slytherins would have just blasted them away or maybe even cursed them. Percy Weasley, a 7th year, defeated the first statue, by sending some kind of enchanted fire at their legs, melting through the charms and keeping the statues together. Alas, the whole thing seemed to tire him immensely since he was heaving, and he barely reacted when Gemma Farley stunned him from the back, only to frown when she noticed that the statue didn't have a key. The Slytherin girl dodged a curse from the redhead's girlfriend, Penelope Clearwater from Ravenclaw, who seemed angry at the attack. Farley was able to quickly counter the attack and said some cheeky reply that seemed to incense the Ravenclaw even further. The duel that followed was obviously in the Slytherin's favor. Clearwater was not that experienced in wizarding fights, at least not like Farley was. Perhaps the rumors were true, Slytherin did have an underground dueling ring for just the members of their house. Everyone was watching the duel with fascination, but were distracted once more by Bagman's booming voice, Merlin's beard. Potter's got it. Potter's got the key. Susan could feel that everyone's neck turned at the exact same time to see Harry, who had used the remains of a downed statue to trip another one and steal the necklace. He was holding a glowing gold key in his hand, while gliding through the ice, with the grace of a figure skater. On the other side, Farley used the distraction to knock out the Ravenclaw head girl before quickly running towards the gliding 3rd year. Harry was smiling unconcerned and dodged 2 hexes with an acrobatic move in the middle of the air, landing like a gymnast. The Weasley twins were the first to reach him and sent some of their infamous prank spells at the Potter scion. Harry, though, just ducked, while still gliding, and turned sharply to the left. The twins lost their balance slightly and did not see Cho Chang, a very pretty 4th year, just behind them. The girl was able to quickly take out the twins, meaning that every Weasley was officially out of the race. The Asian girl ran towards Harry, who had an infuriating smile on his face as he dodged every single attack. Susan heard her Aunt Amelia snickering slightly and murmur, "Impressive. I didn't know he could dodge spells like that." The head of the DMLE shook her head, "That's not it. I won't spoil the surprise after all." Susan suppressed the urge to pout and turned back to the competition, only to see Harry turn sharply, leading the Chong girl into the path of a still intact ice statue, which was swinging a mace at Harry. The Ravenclaw took the damage head-on and flew away, knocked out, probably with a trip to the hospital wing. Still, the girl was a Quidditch player, she must have been used to getting injured. Harry bowed to the audience, only to be attacked in the back by Cedric Diggory, who sent him flying back. The crowd booed and cheered. Cedric was the pride of Hufflepuff House. He was by far one of the most talented students in the school, definitely the most popular with the ladies. He was very helpful whenever anyone asked anything of him. He liked to tutor first ties in his free time and was adored by everyone in the House of Badgers. Yet, at this moment, Susan was furious at him. Still, while Harry was good, he was probably not powerful enough to handle a Newt student in a straight fight. It was not logical to think that her crush had a chance at winning. The 6th year said something to the downed Harry before stunning him and taking the key. The Hufflepuffs in the stands roared in approval. He was immediately attacked by Gemma Farley, who had just eliminated the remaining 6th years with ease. There were just 2 students standing, Gemma Farley and Cedric Diggory, who were by far the students who showed the most talent during the whole competition. The duel that followed was fierce. Cedric seemed to favor transfiguration, conjuring animals to attack his opponent. Farley favored charms and curses. The duel took a lot longer than anyone expected it would, both students were evenly matched. It ended with Cedric gaining the upper hand when a very strong gust of air sent both of them flying away. Farley was unlucky enough to land near one of the animated statues and used a shield charm by reflex, which Cedric took advantage of and stunned her in the back. A limping Cedric Diggory dispelled the storm with a wave of his wand and transfigured some snow into a sleigh which he charmed to move forward. It was then that 8 gigantic ice tentacles spawned from the ground and tried to attack him. The Hufflepuff dodged the first one and made some very quick work of the tentacles by conjuring chains that started to bind the tentacles together. In the end, an exhausted Cedric Diggory limped victoriously to the middle platform which held a giant chest. He raised the glowing key up into the air, in a dramatic way, and tried to open the chest. The entire stadium was silent, waiting for the boy to finally reveal the prize within. Only to see the boy frowning as the key wasn't opening the chest. He had a confused expression on his face as the ice gave out from under him and he fell into the frozen lake. No one seemed to know what was happening. Ludo Bagman was speechless for the first time since the task began. Of course, that's when aboard Harry Potter revealed himself from underneath a pillar of snow, which hid his form. The body where the boy was supposed to be stunned was deformed, showing a rock in a humanoid shape, with a rune matrix glowing in the middle. It was an illusion all this time. No wonder Harry was able to make impossible dodges. The Slytherin must have been controlling it from afar and got caught on purpose, to make whoever won drop his guard. She turned towards her aunt who was visibly giggling, with an accusative tone, "You knew." "Of course, I knew. The shadow didn't match the illusion. You'd have needed to be looking for it to notice. More than a few criminals tried to pull this off in front of me, so I'm always looking for illusions. The boy must have transfigured a fake key and charmed it to glow as a distraction too. Very impressive." Susan looked flabbergasted as Harry Potter walked slowly towards the platform, holding the real key in his hand. He bowed to the audience once more, this time with his real body. He put the key in the chest and opened it, releasing a golden trophy from inside, which he raised up into the air. The crowd roared in approval and still confusion. What a way to end the task. Chapter 180, The Black Swan. January 15, 1994, Hogwarts. Harry returned to the third-year tent with a frown, sighing after finishing the first task. He won, of course, not that he ever doubted that he could. What he did doubt was the fact that Harry didn't want to reveal anything in his capabilities that might frighten the general public. The idea was simple enough. He simply transfigured some ice into a white blanket and hid outside, while animating an illusion that was anchored to a pile of rocks through runes. It was a simple enough thing that any fourth-year student who had taken the runes elective would have been able to perform. Harry was also able to immediately sense where the key was, using his arcane hearing. There was this extra noise near the ice statue that made him find it before the task even started. He used a discreet summoning charm that he designed to ignore the specific defenses around the key and just transfigured a new key that he used as a decoy, held by his illusion. The rest was essentially just showmanship. The gliding, the dodging, tricking the students with the illusion to take themselves out, until Diggory, probably the most competent student in school, was able to defeat Harry and grab the key. In the end, he just waited until Diggory finished the task, had his guard lowered, and just took out the boy. And just like that, with minimal effort, he had won the task, without using a single offensive spell or advanced magic. The glare that Dumbledore had during the entire ceremony made him have the urge to burst into giggles. Of course, Harry was able to restrain himself, and just go through the entire thing with a fake smile on his face. He really hated that stuff. Still, the Daily Prophet took a few photos and did a few interviews, where he explained what he had done. Harry had obviously made a mockery of Dumbledore's event, and the public loved it. Still, there was one thing that made the entire thing taste bitter in his mouth. His victory was shallow, and that was because of his conversation with Arcturus Black. He had steeled himself after the first portion of the task and told Arcturus the truth about the Hogsmeade attack. He tried not to look at the man as he retold the story and the fate of his grandson. All the while, the Black Patriarch just stayed silent with a neutral expression on his face. Even with Harry's arcane hearing, the man did not have any change in emotion at all. It was just weird. Everyone's emotions shifted slightly, even if they were just lying around. He didn't have the opportunity to see the man react to the story, since the announcers said that the finalists should make their way to their tents for the task to begin. Arcturus had calmly told him to just go and that they would continue their conversation later. When did he mean by later? Harry had no idea. He just grumbled and changed back to his normal clothes. Those tourney clothes were really itchy, and the enchantment woven into them to glow in case there was any tampering in them or any magic effect or item that was not a wand when exposed to a certain ward, was very uncomfortable. It was like having a small buzzer in his clothes that kept making noise to his arcane hearing. He hated it with a passion. He threw his little trophy without a care, it's not like it meant anything, anyway. The last Potter just grabbed his hair in frustration. Should he have kept his mouth shut? Should he have just let Arcturus stay ignorant? What a fucking shitshow, he grumbled. It is, isn't it? A familiar voice replied from behind him. It was Arcturus, his guardian. Harry grimaced as he turned to meet the man's gaze. Well, I don't have a better word for it. The older man chortled, yeah, you're right. Good job messing with Dumbledore, by the way. He looked like he sucked a real lemon instead of those sugar monstrosities he has in his office. Have you ever tried one out? Yeah, one of the sweetest things I've ever tasted. There was barely any lemon in them. I tasted one from the Muggle world, just out of curiosity, and they weren't as sweet. Harry suppressed the urge to snicker before steeling himself. So, you're here to finish our conversation? The Black Patriarch nodded grimly, yes. So, Sirius is really alive, hey? Harry's answer was only a grimace. He slowly reached into his pocket and took out a familiar knife. It was the exact same weapon that Sirius Black had used in an attempt to kill him during the Hogsmeade attack. Arcturus obviously recognized the knife since his expression fell even further. I know that knife. I gave it and its twin to Sirius and Regulus for their 13th birthday. It's a bit of a tradition to give a bladed weapon to a Black. Bellatrix used to love her own. She slept with it under her pillow and everything. His reminiscing look turned into a sad frown. I guess that my grandson is a serial killer now, hey? A monster that hunts wizards and witches in the comforts of their homes, to kill them where they are most vulnerable, a monster that can't even use magic anymore. I'm sorry, he simply said. It's not your fault, lad. Your mother might have had something to do with it, but I can't really blame a baby for what happened that day in Godric's Hollow. Melania would probably have come back to life just to kick my sorry arse if I ever did that. My life always loved children. You should have seen how much she doted on Sirius when he was younger. Of course, that bitch Walburga didn't let her meet the boy too many times, something about not coddling him. We never should have agreed to her wishes. Seems foolish, now that I think about it. The laughter that followed that admission was bitter. Oh, Melania would be so heartbroken. I'm glad that she's not here to see this. And look at that, my legacy. Of my 3 granddaughters, one was mad and died, one is a widow that's a pale imitation of the brilliant young woman she used to be, and one is married to a Muggle-born and wants nothing to do with her family, something that she passed on to her daughter. Of my 2 grandsons, one died in the service of a madman, and the other is an insane serial killer who's more monster than man and had lost his ability to use magic in any way. You'd think I would be relieved to see that one of my descendants would be still alive. Alas, the world is cruel, isn't it? The world rarely cares for our wishes, Arcturus, Harry admitted, but that doesn't mean that we should give up. It would be too easy to do so, instead of fighting to gain our own small slice of the world. I guess you're right, lad, the older man admitted. I have a question, though. Why did you wait so long to tell me? Samhain was almost 3 months ago. Harry looked down. I was scared, I guess. It's hard to say. I didn't know how you were going to react. You've always sounded so proud of Sirius, for standing up to his mother, for fighting what he truly believed in, instead of being swept up by the bloodlust like Bellatrix. I didn't want to hurt you, but I knew that you deserved to know. I knew that the moment we'd be anywhere just the 2 of us, I'd cave and just tell you, so I avoided you. And now that your favored grandson is trying to kill your own ward, you thought that I would pick him over you. Arcturus continued with an incredulous tone. It wasn't logical, all right. I had just heard that my own mother killed my father in the back, just to power some kind of ritual. I heard that she was some manipulative bitch whose demise had probably made the world a better place. You're the first adult that's ever given a shit about me, Arcturus. The risk wasn't worth it, Even if I knew deep down that you would never pick that monster, that's more like an imitation of your grandson anyway. Harry was telling the truth in this. In both his lifetimes, not a single adult cared about his well-being. If they did, they would have noticed his utter lack of social skills, and how that would have impacted him. He had practically raised himself twice, and while he was better off in this life, he was still a far cry from a mentally healthy boy. Arcturus shook his head. When I made you my ward, I made a promise on my dead sister's grave, that I would take care of you. I will not abandon you for something like this. You are my charge, my ward, and I will never hurt you. I might have contacted you because of your ability, because of your intelligence, and potential for a child of yours to become the next Black Patriarch or Matriarch, but I have grown to care for you. You should have trusted me, Harry. Harry just looked down, and the man continued, as smart as you are, I guess I forgot that you are still a child at heart and I should have noticed your insecurities. This a failing on both my side and yours. I thought that you learned during your Wisengamot hearing that you should trust me, kid. The last Potter looked down. I'm sorry. Sorry implies that you are going to learn this lesson. You might be young, but you still betrayed the trust I gave you because of your maturity. What if Sirius came after me, hey? What if you died and the smiling killer's identity disappeared with you? What if I put wards that would protect against people of black blood, or used curses that can't target my bloodline? Your intentions were pure, in the attempt to spare me some pain, but haven't I proven to you again and again that you could trust me? Harry nodded, of course. The Black Patriarch interrupted him, let me finish. I went above and beyond for you, kid. I was there when you used me to stop Dumbledore from getting control over you outside the castle. I was there when Dumbledore tried to paint you as some kind of Dark Lord, ready to help you. I was there when I made sure that your firebolt business wasn't sunk into the ground by the Nimbus Corporation, not that you know about it. I was there when I greased a few palms to make sure that the new laws targeting your company aren't created, even using some of my blackmail material to make sure you succeed and rebuild the Potter treasury. Hell, I even helped you get some goblin silver for that colt of yours, and I haven't asked you about how you knew about Regulus Locket. I did all of this, not because I wanted to curry some favor from you, or even use you in any way, but because you're my sister's blood, and I can see that you could change the world. Believe it or not, I am your biggest supporter, your greatest ally, and all I'm asking is for you to trust me enough, to respect me enough, to return some of the trust and respect that I have for you. Is that too much to ask? Harry stood there, frozen by the man's rant. Did he really dismiss Arcturus this much? He hadn't known that the Black Patriarch was helping him from the shadows. The words were familiar. Hadn't he uttered those same words to Tracy and Blaze when they complained right after the Hogsmeade attack? Were his actions similar to theirs? Did they look petty as Tracy and Blaze's teenage rebellion? He really should have told Arcturus from the start, I'm genuinely sorry, Arcturus. I'll do my best to include you in anything serious from now on. Good, the man simply answered, I will hold you to that. Now, with that out of the way, how have you been? You know, besides Sirius trying to kill you and everything, we didn't have time to talk since the summer. Harry's posture gradually relaxed as he spent more time with his guardian. By the end of it, they were both laughing merrily, with Sirius Black's survival, not quite forgotten, but in the background. Chapter 181, The Lemon Tree. January 26, 1994, Hogwarts. Neville Longbottom sat alone for breakfast while clenching his goblet full of juice tightly, remembering the events of the first task of the school tournament. Things hadn't gone to plan at all. It had been almost 2 weeks since he had completed the task, and yet he was still the pariah of Gryffindor House. He had trained very hard for this, to make his performance as memorable as possible. He had learned spells that were far above his year, run every day like his old Quidditch days before he got banned to build up his stamina, and damn it, he had delivered. He was so far above most of his year, hell even above a few the fourth years, in terms of competence, that people should have noticed that he was different. Hermione would have been so proud of him. No, don't think about Hermione. Don't think about Hermione. He repeated this sentence in his head. It was something that he did almost every day, as he thought about his bushy-haired friend and remembered her fate. It was always there, in the background. He would think of a lesson and imagine Hermione studying it. He would see the Weasley twins playing pranks and imagine Hermione's face, a mix of exasperated fondness and disapproval at their behavior. Because Hermione would have stayed by his side. She would have supported him and helped him become the best wizard possible. She would have been proud of him. It just wasn't fair. The Bones girl was celebrated in Hufflepuff for her ingenious thinking and usage of rune. Even Babbling was giving her preferential treatment during class. Hell, even Padma Patil received impressed looks from her house, and he hated it. He hated it. He hated it. He hated it. For a fraction of a second, a small voice in the back of his head was urging him to burn everything, to make them recognize his greatness or suffer. He suppressed it as much as he did. That small voice has been getting more persistent after the task. So much so that he asked his grandmother to give him a couple of meditation exercises to prevent himself from ever succumbing to it as he did right after the task. After a couple of deep breaths, Neville was calm once more and his mind was clear. As far as his grandmother was concerned, he was just starting out learning a few exercises for occlumency, which she would start to teach him during the following summer. He hadn't had the heart to tell her about the voice. Would she think that he was unworthy of his family crest, that it was the crest trying to remove a user that he deemed insufficient, unworthy? Would she think that he was actually just as unstable and insane as those articles made him up to be? Would she renounce him as her grandson? No, he didn't want to continue this line of thinking. He was in control of himself now, and nothing was ever going to change that. He was just sad and angry about the task and was just projecting that into another problem that he had. Why didn't the Gryffindors just celebrate his courage? He was smart when he summoned the platforms to him. He was fearless when he was sent into the air by that whale and righted himself in the air. He had braved himself and walked through the ice platform, attacked by a storm, and was smart enough to bypass the fog. He was the only Gryffindor to finish the damn obstacle course. Why didn't they care? An owl ducked down and sent today's issue of the Daily Prophet down on him. At the sight of the article, he suppressed the urge to snarl in anger. The Hogwarts School Tournament, a farce or an exhibition of magical skill. By Rita Skeeter. It's the talk of the magical community, the Hogwarts School Tournament of 1993, a competition that promised to showcase the brightest young minds in magic from the 3rd to the 7th year of their magical education. However, the events that have unfolded beg the question, is it a true test of magical prowess, or merely a farce wrapped in the glamour of competition? The tournament, exclusive to Hogwarts students, commenced with a riveting start. The first task was a two-part challenge, a preliminary task and a perilous obstacle course across the half-frozen Black Lake. The second part involved the best 3 performers from each year retrieving a key from animated ice statue warriors to unlock a chest containing their victory. But controversy erupted when Harry Potter, a Slytherin 3rd year, emerged victorious in both tasks. Potter, demonstrating a cunning approach, summoned his broom and breezed over the obstacle course, completely sidestepping the physical challenges. In the second task, he resorted to trickery, transfiguring a fake key and creating an illusion of defeat to catch his competitor, Cedric Diggory, off guard. Opinions within Hogwarts are sharply divided. Some claim Potter has made a mockery of the event, employing dirty tricks rather than showcasing his magical skills. Another faction, however, argues that Potter's cleverness is a skill in its own right. They point out the inherent imbalance in pitting students with varying levels of magical education against one another, suggesting that such disparities inevitably lead to unconventional strategies. The next task, a dueling tournament set for mid-February, promises to offer a stark contrast. Here, raw magical skill and quick reflexes will reign supreme over cunning and guile. This upcoming event may well be the crucible that determines the true nature of this competition. As the dust settles on the previous tasks, one question lingers: who is Harry Potter? Is he the nascent Dark Lord, as some in hushed tones suggest, echoing the concerns of Albus Dumbledore? Or is he simply a resourceful student, compelled to rely on his wits in a tournament seemingly stacked against him? In the end, the verdict stands: Harry Potter has won the task. But the true measure of his character, and the essence of this tournament, will undoubtedly be revealed in the upcoming dueling challenge. One thing is certain: the wizarding world watches with bated breath. For more information about the Hogwarts tournament, view pages 2. For more information about Harry Potter and Dumbledore's accusations of him, view page 3. Neville couldn't help but wonder why they were still talking about the damn tournament. It was old news, and similar articles were published the previous week. Was there really no other news in magical Britain, that they have to rely on old news to create controversy? And the worst thing was the fact that Neville wasn't even mentioned once in any of the articles. One of the main selling points of the tournament was people getting to see him perform. The articles from the previous year might have affected his popularity, but he was still the boy who lived. He was still politically important, and people did care when they heard his name. And yet, it wasn't the case now. The truth was everyone was now obsessed with Harry, and the school was essentially pulling on his unorthodox solving the first task to sell more tickets for the dueling tournament. He knew that it wasn't Harry's fault, that if he had the idea, Neville would have done the exact same thing. But it just wasn't fair. He couldn't help but feel bitter, like Harry was somehow replacing him, and his position in the wizarding world. And his housemates really weren't helping. Gryffindor got trounced by the competition. Aside from the Weasley twins and Percy Weasley, not a single Gryffindor made it to the finals, and those three were eliminated rather quickly. He was the only Gryffindor third year to finish the preliminary task. Out of the fourth years, Katie Bell was the only one to finish, even if she didn't do particularly well. Cormac McLaggen had finally shut his trap and stopped bragging like he did before the task. This task was made with bravery in mind. As long as you didn't give up, you should have, at least, finished the race given time. It was tailor-made for Gryffindor House, the House of the Brave. You didn't need to know any advanced magic or any difficult theorems. And yet they had lost. Yeah, that was a blow to their Gryffindor pride. And they blamed Neville of all people for it. It didn't make any sense. Most of them didn't even finish the race, and they had the gall to say that he should have beaten Harry since they were both third years, when he outsmarted them all during the finals. He started to see why Harry always looked at him with disdain during their first 2 years in Hogwarts. Was he like them back then? Before he was an outcast, did he judge people without any thought? Was he as foolish as they were? He didn't like the idea. He must have been better, right? Perhaps, he wasn't. But now he was better. He was blind and now he could see, and he would show the world what he was capable of. Neville clenched his goblet tighter, the juice sloshing dangerously close to the rim. This was his chance to prove himself, to demonstrate his growth, his skill, and his worth. The dueling tournament was his opportunity to show everyone, to silence the whispers and the doubts. He would no longer be the Neville Longbottom they thought they knew. He would no longer be a boy who rode on the fame of a magical accident when he was a baby. He would show them about who they kept dismissing. He would train harder than ever, refine his spells, and hone his reflexes. Dueling required a blend of strategy, skill, and agility. It was a platform where he could excel, where he could outshine his peers and reclaim his place in the wizarding world. He had already learned the basics thanks to his grandmother, and he could easily go from there. Unfortunately, he hadn't joined the dueling club. Instead, he had chosen to focus on Quidditch, which turned out to be a mistake considering the fact that he was banned from the sport the previous year, and the rumors of his mental instability stopped Oliver Wood from offering him the position once more, his skills as a seeker not being enough to face the uproar that would come with him rejoining the team. At least Wood was honest about it. He respected his former captain even more with that move. He really should have joined another club instead of hoping the Wood would ask him to join back. It would have been a good opportunity to fine-tune his dueling skills. The dueling club was led by Professor Flitwick. The half-goblin was a well-known dueling champion a few decades back before retiring. His insight would have been invaluable. Alas, with the task publicly announced to be a dueling tournament, the charms professor was faced with innumerable requests to join the club. He refused them all, saying that you could only join the club at the beginning of the year. The voices of his housemates, the taunts and the jeers, faded into the background. What mattered now was the future, the upcoming duel, and the opportunity to redefine himself. As he stood up, leaving the Great Hall with a newfound resolve, Neville knew one thing for certain: he would show them all in the dueling tournament. No one would underestimate him again. No one would ignore him again. They would all come to respect him. He would no longer be overshadowed by legends and expectations. He would be his own legend, a wizard of formidable skill and undeniable power. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. In that moment of solitude, he made a silent vow to himself. He would rise above them all, no matter the cost. People will never dismiss him ever again. And for a fleeting instant, as he opened his eyes and continued on his path, there was a subtle, almost imperceptible change. In the depths of his eyes, a faint red glow flickered and vanished as quickly as it appeared. Neville didn't notice it, and neither did his housemates. And just like that, the Longbottom Scion got up and left for the library to research more dueling spells. He had a lot of work to do after all. Chapter 182, The Serpent Awakens. January 30, 1994, Hogwarts. Sometimes, Draco Malfoy was jealous of Harry Potter. It had started in his first year when he was able to befriend Greengrass, Davis, and Zabinai without any effort. Those were the only Slytherin students in his year whose families weren't under his father's sphere of influence. Draco had planned on gaining their trust and ruling over Slytherin House as its king, as his father did before him. Of course, that was when Potter decided to ruin everything without even trying. He had dismissed the green-eyed boy when he was sorted in his house, on the basis of his blood status. He was just some half-blood orphan whose name was synonymous with one of the greatest disasters in recent history, his legacy tainted by the magical blood that was spilt that day on Godric's Hollow, of which he was the only survivor. It was a pressure point like his father taught him, that would make people sing to his tunes. He really should have listened to his father more when he was younger. He would have said that the boy was obviously different, and in many ways, unnatural. He was just too good at magic, too calm, too mature for it to be normal. But people ate it all up, and he hated it. And so, he kept challenging him, in the hopes that he would shrivel when his pressure point was pressed. He didn't. And Draco paid the price. He lost his status in the house, he was looked down on by everyone. Draco tried, he really did. Even in potions, which his godfather had tutored him for years, he ended up getting beaten handily by the half-blood. He was such an idiot, he focused on Potter not being under his influence, of the half-blood having friends and making connections, that he didn't think of confirming the ones that he did possess. Not obviously didn't like him, but did so on the orders of his father, whom even Draco's own father thought to be a distasteful and sadistic man. And the young Malfoy paid the price for it. Lucius Malfoy had perished, and with him, most of the house's influence. Oh, they were still very rich and had contacts, but the leadership of the traditionalist faction was immediately swept away and taken over by the Knott family. The Knott patriarch did a good job of getting rid of any remnants of the Malfoy influence, and Draco's mother wasn't interested in fighting him, doing her best not to end up under someone's thumb in the chaos. Knott had even managed to get a new law voted in, saying that minors would not gain access to their parents' full vaults if the vault had more than 1 million galleons in them, destroying any hope Draco's mother had to return to politics. She only had her personal vault for their expenses, but she never really cared about them, meaning that whatever was inside, wouldn't be enough to support them and their lifestyle for 5 years. Thankfully, Narcissa was able to contact her paternal grandfather, Arcturus Black, who agreed to give her a sizable stipend until Draco's majority, which would give him access to the entirety of the Malfoy fortune. The previous summer was filled with boring events, people coming up to Draco and his mother with a fake expression of mourning, trying to take advantage of them. Of course, all of this stopped when Knott passed the bill, and there was no family fortune to steal anymore. He had thought that school would have been a good reprieve from the somber atmosphere that was at home. His mother had taken her husband's passing very badly, not that Draco was any better. Damn that smiling killer to hell. Alas, he came back to the castle, eager for a distraction, any kind really. He would even take Longbottom pranking him or anything, just so he would stop thinking about his father again. He missed having childish spats with other students, maybe even dueling them in the corridor. Hell, he even missed playing Quidditch. However, it was all for naught. No one cared about him anymore. Crabbe and Goyle left him like they hadn't been friends for years, just to follow Knott. Pansy barely paid him any attention. Even Millicent stopped trying to get his attention. The realization hit Draco Malfoy like a bludgeon to the chest. His name, once whispered in both fear and respect, now seemed to hold as much weight as a feather. The corridors of Hogwarts, which once parted like the Red Sea at his approach, now closed in on him, indifferent and cold. His isolation was not just social but emotional as well. He longed for the days when his biggest worry was outshining Potter in potions or getting one over Longbottom. Now, his concerns were far graver, the preservation of his family's legacy, the survival of their dwindling influence, and the crushing weight of his father's absence. The Slytherin common room, once his sanctuary, had become a lion's den. Whispers followed him as he walked past his housemates, their eyes filled with a curious mix of pity and disdain. The Slytherin throne, which he once occupied with such ease, now belonged to Theodore Knott, who lounged in his seat looking just as miserable as Draco felt. It was then that Draco realized that the only special thing about him was his father, and without him in the background making people terrified of his reprisal, he would have been all alone. No, he was all alone. He sat in the common room, in the corner where no one would bother him, and pondered about what his life meant, what his ancestors' legacy meant. He was playing chess against a very old, animated chessboard, one that learned from the magic of dozens of Malfoys before him. He almost lost every time, but not without leaving with a lesson. The blonde boy barely noticed when someone else sat in front of him, right as he lost his 5th game in the afternoon. "Might if I join you for a game?" Draco looked up and saw the impassive face of Theodore not looking down at him. "Suit yourself." And just like that the chessboard started to rearrange itself once more and he asked, "Not black or white?" "I always prefer to play in black," the other boy responded. "I guess I'll go first, then." "Pawn to e4," the blonde stated. The game continued, no one saying anything but their moves, but Draco could tell that he was winning. It was a shame, he thought that Not would at least be challenging to play against. Perhaps, it was the fault of his magical crest. Ah, yes, during the stress of summer and the realization during school that he was all alone, Draco's crest finally activated, and with it, the spells that his ancestors had perfected over the course of centuries. Most of the spells were the mental variety. It wasn't exactly the mind arts hidden by the mind healers who were constrained with so many oaths that it was a wonder they could function at all. No, they were centered around thought acceleration, memory partition, and emotional control. It was a very underrated skill set, especially during dueling. He was planning on taking advantage of it during the upcoming dueling championship. Alas, the thought partitioning made chess games a little boring since he could see so many steps ahead of his opponents that he might as well be bullying them. Of course, the Malfoy chess set was designed to make it as challenging as possible and train this skill, but poor Not did not have this luxury. It didn't take long for Draco to wipe the floor with Not, who had an odd gleam in his eyes when they were done. "You're very good at this." "Everyone ought to be good at something," the blonde simply replied. "Yeah, I can see that. You're different than you used to be." "Less of a brat, you mean," Draco replied with a scoff. "It comes with the whole dead father thing. No wonder Potter always acted so high and mighty. Everyone thought that you were a spoiled brat, Malfoy, even the people who pretended to be your friend to curry a favor with the next Malfoy patriarch. You don't have to twist the knife, Not. You win." "Win what, exactly? Do you think I like having people with fake smiles pretend to laugh at stuff that I didn't even mean as jokes? I barely have any time to myself anymore. No, believe me, I didn't come here to gloat. I came here with an offer, one that would benefit the both of us." "Like what?" joined the rest of the house and Brown Nose. Not interrupted him. "For fuck's sake, why are you making things so hard? I want us to be friends." "Is that so hard?" Draco was taken aback slightly, but Not continued before he could say anything. "Do you remember the first task? We're the only ones other than Potter's gang in Slytherin to finish the obstacle course and we did it because we worked together. We made a great team, didn't we?" Draco thought back and couldn't help but smile slightly. "I guess we did." It was the most alive he had felt since his father's passing. He was able to use his thought partitioning to make a plan and followed through with it alongside Not. He doesn't even remember how they came to join each other, only that they refused to fail the task. They braved the unknown together and did far better than anyone expected. Draco's strategies and Not's skill and charms worked so well together, enough for him to forget, for a few precious minutes, about his father, about his mother's grieving, about the state of his house, about his own loneliness. Not then insisted, "Come on. Don't you need a partner to train for the dueling tournament? It's less than a month away, remember?" Draco hesitated, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. He had not expected this, an offer of friendship from Theodore Not, the very person who had usurped his place in Slytherin. But a memory of the task, of how free he felt on that day, lingered in the back of his head. "All right, Not," Draco found himself saying, the words almost foreign in his mouth. "Let's start this as just training for the tournament, and we'll see where it goes." The boy's hopeful expression bloomed into the first true smile that he had never seen on Not's face. Was every smile before a fake? Now that Draco thought about it, he never really smiled, just a polite upward twist of his lips or a smug smirk, never really anything else. Did he feel as he did, alone in a world of strangers? Would it be so bad to have a true friend for once, someone who wouldn't want him for his family fortune, or political influence, someone Draco could rely on to have his back in this pit of vipers? Intellectually, he knew that it was probably a mistake. Their friendship would be taken as a sign of the Malfoy family finally submitting to the Not's supremacy. But he didn't care. For once in his life, Draco decided to make a decision for himself and took a leap of faith. He raised his hand, which Not met without hesitation. "Partners. Partners." And just like that, Draco felt a weight being dropped from his shoulders. He stared at Nott, who looked just as relieved as he felt. The moment was broken as 2 envelopes with the familiar green seal of House Slytherin floated towards them. From Nott's widened eyes, he too understood what those letters meant. The court of Slytherin summoned them, and at this time of year, it could mean one thing: they had started to recruit people to join their ranks. He didn't care that Potter and all of his friends also received similar invitations, nor did he feel any jealousy against Nott, who was staring at his own envelope without even opening it. Draco's heart raced as he took the envelope, the weight of its significance heavy in his hands. This was more than an invitation, it was proof that the Malfoy name still meant something, that not all was lost. Beside him, Nott's expression mirrored his own, a mixture of surprise and determination. This was the chance he had waited for, the chance to forge a new legacy, independent of the shadows of the past, independent of his father. Chapter 183, A Trace of Mischief. January 30, 1994, Hogwarts. Sometimes, Tracy was jealous of her friends. Oh, it had nothing to do with their magical abilities. Sure, they had some bullshit family crests that pretty much allowed them to cheat through the education of one or multiple fields of magic. Like honestly, Daphne's plant control was bullshit, Blaze's light magic was so overpowered it didn't feel right in the hand of a 13-year-old, but it was Harry who honestly drove her mad. Whatever the magical circle thing he had going on was just bullshit. Being able to use them to cast wandlessly just took the cake. No, what made Harry truly bullshit was his weird ability to just get magic. He could just see a spell once and replicate it. Hell, he could even modify it on the fly to suit his needs, something that arithmancers needed weeks to do for each spell. It really wasn't fair that they all had to spend hours learning complicated spells, only for him to just get them without even bothering with incantations or wand movement, then replicate it using his bullshit magic circles. Yeah, she said bullshit a lot. But it was the most apt description of what Harry is capable of. This made her wonder if this was what Dumbledore's housemates felt when they looked at him, because Tracy couldn't imagine anyone being like Harry. And yet Tracy wasn't jealous of him for that. Well, maybe just a little. Who wouldn't really? She once asked him how he could do the things he did. The answer still confused her today: you're treating magic like a tool, and while it can work, I see it differently. Magic is like music, and school teaches us how to be musicians. Each spell is a song, a symphony of some sort, one that we learn through repetition and muscle memory. Arithmancers are composers, trying to use old arrangements to create new ones. But constraining music into a list of songs is just not right. You have to learn how it works, when a note is incorrect, instinctively. You need to listen, and once you understand, once the magic is more than a list of notes but more akin to a language to speak, then you'll be able to do what I do. She hadn't really understood what the boy meant by that. She did look into the library and couldn't find anything about it. After a few months, she just gave up and continued as she did. And yet, the words just wouldn't leave her head. Harry could be infuriatingly cryptic sometimes. Now, back to her friends, her jealousy mostly came with the fact that they knew exactly what they wanted in life. Harry always moved with purpose, and he excelled in anything he wanted with the barest effort. Guilds will probably be fighting over him before he graduates. Daphne obviously wanted to be a healer, as a reflex for her sister's condition. Blaze was just as lost as her, but had far more options, with the connection his mother had as well as the fortune she accumulated over the years. Tracy was the daughter of a pure-blood mother and a Muggleborn. And even then, her mother was a recent pure-blood, meaning that she didn't have a fancy crest or magical secrets. She was a literal nobody who worked in the Ministry of Magic, who fell in love with a Muggleborn in school and had her. The only good thing she had was when her maternal grandfather saved Daphne's maternal grandfather during Grindelwald's War. To pay back the debt, he had taken them under his protection, raised Tracy's mother as his ward alongside his daughter, and they have been friends ever since. It was because of Daphne's grandfather that Tracy's mother even got the position. But that was it. This was the most they would rise. Tracy just couldn't accept that. She wanted to be more than a mindless ministry drone. She wanted to stand out. There was a reason why she was sorted in Slytherin, after all. Unfortunately, she wasn't like Daphne, who could manipulate most situations to her advantage except when they came to Harry. The girl was hopeless when it came to him, and it wasn't like the boy was any better. Harry spent a year wearing this ridiculous fedora hat that Daphne had given him, which he enchanted with an expansion charm. The enchantment was pretty cool, all things considered, but he looked like a miniature gangster from the movies her father made her watch when she was younger. She didn't have Blaze's charisma. She didn't have Harry's bullshit magic and weird ability to make a fucking fortune on a whim. Seriously, how the fuck did he make so much gold in a year? He literally took a non-entity and made it one of the most demanded brooms in the market. She loved her friends, but they just didn't understand. Even Blaze pretended to understand for her sake. She liked him, and he obviously liked her too. For some reason, the dark-skinned boy just wouldn't work up the courage to ask her out. She would probably ask him out after the second task if he didn't say anything by then. Alas, her friends just didn't understand how hard it was to start at the bottom of the ladder, to work very hard for the opportunity to just rise a single step. She needed to stand out. The tournament was a good start and people finally started to take notice. They finally started to realize that she was more than the local gossip queen. Tracy had used the equipment from the Hogsmeade attack to observe the most interesting places in the castle, which gave her more than enough information to act as some kind of broker. Even Blaze started to smuggle stuff into the castle, especially ones that weren't allowed in. Hell, one of her most recurring customers was Pansy Parkinson, who wanted blackmail material on anyone who disagreed with her about anything. Alas, Tracy knew that she had reached the best she could achieve on her own. She had risen as much as she could, being Harry and Daphne's friend, and the local information broker. She needed something more to get higher up on the ladder. She needed to court of Slytherin. It was more than a school club, Harry always liked to say. It was a guaranteed path to a good job in the ministry, and maybe even more. You gained connections there, as well as information that only members had access to. It would be the ticket to Tracy's ambition. It angered her just how much Harry just dismissed the court. For him, it might be something childish, or even nonsensical, but for her, it was the only opportunity she had. When she said that she wanted to present his modified omnioculars to the court in an effort to be recruited, he had just laughed at her face. He called it a silly idea to waste such a precious resource on a club of pompous teenagers who pretended to be adults. Sometimes, he could really be patronizing sometimes, and that angered her. She probably shouldn't have acted like a brat during the Hogsmeade attack, but she just wanted to undermine him. She should have trusted him when he said that he dreamt of Hogsmeade being attacked. She should have followed his lead and not act like a bitch the next day. She was just afraid. Tracy had never been in any sort of mortal danger before. She had heard of Harry's adventures and believed them. But it was always so abstract. Being in true danger just freaked her out and she lashed out, with Blaze following her lead. She regretted that. It had cost her Harry's trust, even if she was relieved that he obviously was never going to involve her in his antics again. It was her fault. She should have never taken that stupid bean. However, that didn't matter anymore. According to the letter in her hand, her performance in the first task was enough to get an invitation to their rank alongside Harry, Blaze, and Daphne. She was worried that she didn't have as much on the table as the others since she didn't come from an old family, but her worries were laid to rest the moment the letter arrived. After curfew, they entered a secret corridor with a giant stone door with moving serpents. Inside, was a room that looked more like an amphitheater, filled with people wearing green wooden masks of various magical snakes. This was it, the court of Slytherin. The man sitting at the helm nodded at them in approval and Tracy looked around for the first time. There were 6 candidates. She and her friends, as well as Nott and Malfoy. Nott was expected, all things considered, his father was in charge of a third of the Wisengamot, after all. But Malfoy wasn't. After his father's death, his house's influence had waned considerably. He would bring nothing of interest to the table until his majority, so that was an odd choice. Tracy looked around and saw 3 empty seats. Wait a minute, only 3? Oh, she started to suspect what was going to happen. The man in the helm slammed a gavel and spoke up first, "The court is now in session." The entire hall fell quiet, and the king of the court held everyone's attention. "Today, we celebrate the final candidates to join our prestigious ranks. For centuries, this organization has watched over Slytherin House, enforcing the unwritten rules of the house, and protecting the younger members from those who seek to hurt them. Countless influential people have been members of the club, and I challenge you to find any noteworthy Slytherin graduate who wasn't a member at some point. The 6 of you have a chance to join a legacy, to be immortalized amongst the legends of our house, and to wield influence far above that of any other student in this school. Alas, as you have probably noticed, we only have 3 available slots and there are 6 of you." The 6 third years turned around looking at one another, seeing where this was going. Well, Harry looked infuriatingly bored out of his mind. And wasn't that just typical Harry? The man continued, normally, as per our traditions, the 6 of you would duel and the victors would join our ranks. Thankfully, we won't have to do any of this, since there will be a dueling tournament in a few weeks. So, this ruling council decided on a far simpler solution. The best performances in the tournament will join our ranks, and the rest will spend the rest of their years in Hogwarts knowing that they were one small step away from joining us, from becoming more, and yet fell short, in the end. Look to your left and your right. Half of you will never see this room again. Half of you will never be members of this prestigious organization. So, make sure you do your best. Good luck and may the odds be ever in your favor. Thank you. Was that it? Tracy saw the other candidates just look around in confusion before slowly going back the way they felt. Did they really have to be dramatic about it? They could have just put that in the letter instead of summoning them at almost midnight just to tell them that. Was that what Harry was talking about when he dismissed the court so easily? It didn't matter, anyway. Even if it was just posturing, the court was her way into magical upper society. She would make invaluable connections there and maybe get a favor or two, which she would cash in after she graduated. And her chances were very good at getting in. Harry obviously wasn't interested and would reject the offer anyway. Daphne didn't really care about it but would probably accept if she won. Blaise would lose if she asked him to. He only wanted to join the court to support her, anyway. The only ones who truly cared were her, Draco and Not. If she played her cards right and did well enough in the dueling tournament, she could easily become a new member of the court. Determined and focused, Tracy stepped out into the cool night, her resolve solidifying with each step as she envisioned her future among the elite of Slytherin. She had some dueling training to do. I promise this will be the last third POV for a while. We will return to Harry after that. I just thought that it would have been boring to just use Harry during this section, and would have gathered focusing on Tracy more. Things will start to pick up again in Chapter 184, Rumbling Depths. February 14, 1994, Hogwarts. Harry sat in the spectators' lounge as a pathetic duel between Seamus Finnegan against Marietta Edgecombe occurred on the platform below him. Next to him, Daphne looked befuddled at the sight. I know we're the youngest competitors in the tournament, but is it really that bad? Harry shrugged, it's not really fair to compare them to you. They don't have a crest helping them, and they never really trained to duel before. This is probably their first time fighting an actual opponent. I have to admit that Edgecombe is particularly bad, all things considered. She's the one with more magical education and Finnegan isn't a strong opponent to bridge that gap. The last Potter repressed a wince as the Gryffindor just threw explosions around like a madman with a sick grin on his face. Come on. Even you have to say that Finnegan has a knack when it comes to explosives, Daphne commented with a smirk. I never said anything else. Although it's a very specific skill. His magic might be naturally inclined to explosions, which would be extremely rare for someone without a long family history in pyrotechnic magic. I'm not really familiar with Irish old families. Neither am I, to be honest. They're very secretive with their magic. Finnegan's mother might be one, for all I know. Or he could just enjoy watching things blow up. Harry snorted, he blew things up without even using proper spells. Remember our first year, where he literally caused explosions whenever he failed a charm or a transfiguration. You might have a point there. Oh, the match is over. Harry peered to the platform and suppressed the urge to cackle as the fifth-year Ravenclaw was groaning while lying back outside the platform, having been caught in one of Finnegan's explosions. I can't believe Finnegan of all people is going to the next round. The structure of the tournament was fairly standardized. There were 2 main brackets, one containing the 6th and 7th years, and one containing the 3rd, 4th, and 5th years. The lots were chosen randomly to have relatively fair duels. Or at least, that was what Dumbledore spouted to the media. Harry was sure that Dumbledore had something in mind for him, for his duel which should be in a couple of hours. The winner of each duel went to the next round, which should occur a couple of days later, and the loser was eliminated immediately. After 3 rounds for the younger bracket and 2 rounds for the older one, the remaining winners of each bracket faced against one another randomly, ignoring their age entirely. It was somewhat unfair to have wizards having attained their majority potentially fighting against third years, but the normal dueling tournaments weren't all that much better. The under-17 brackets were very much the same and people didn't really complain about it. Harry shrugged at her, at least they didn't start the task with this duel. You have to admit that the duel between Diggory and Clearwater was an exciting one. It's a shame that Clearwater was eliminated this quickly. She's one of the most talented Muggleborns to come out of this place in the past couple of years. She deserved her opportunity to shine. She shined plenty in the first task, and people will remember this duel. I think Dumbledore did her a favor since everyone was going to watch that first duel and she definitely impressed a lot of people. I guess, Harry admitted, before looking to his left, where Tracy and Blaise were in a deep conversation, discussing dueling tactics with one another. I've never seen them so focused on anything. They didn't even take the whole Hogsmeade thing as seriously as this. Daphne's answer was a pearly laughter, a sound that he had learned to enjoy over the years. You don't know Tracy like I do. Ever since my mother told her about the Court of Slytherin, and how much it helped her when she set up her import business by calling in a favor or two, she's been dreaming about it. Really? That long? Does she want to open a business too or something? The blonde shrugged, I have no idea. But Tracy is an ambitious girl. She's been like that for ages. She probably has her designs on a higher-up position in the ministry or something. Complete opposite of her mother, surprisingly. Really, she never spoke about her parents. What's to tell? Her mother is a recent pure-blood. Her grandfather helped mine during the war or something, and he raised her and my mother as if they were sisters. But Tracy's mother never really amounted to much. She just chose to have a cushy job in the ministry and fell in love with a Muggleborn when they were in Hogwarts. Her father was heartbroken when she told him about her engagement. Apparently, he wished for her to strive for more. Harry gave her a slight smile. Some people like the peace that comes with a simple life. Not everyone wants to rule the world. There's a certain purity to it, I suppose. And Blaise, what's his deal? Daphne's answer was just to give him a dry look, which he didn't get. Why are you looking at me like that? You're joking, right? The blonde said with an incredulous tone. What do you mean, I'm joking? I asked a simple question. Harry didn't really hear what she said in response. She muttered to herself something about morons and boys. Before he could ask her more about it, she looked at him with a deadpan expression. Blaise has a huge crush on Tracy. He has for years. Do you seriously think that he cares one bit about joining the Court of Slytherin? He's doing it for her, as well as all this dueling stuff. Not that Tracy is any better, swooning around in our dormitory like some love-struck maiden. I bet they'll be dating by the end of the year. Hey, that made a lot of sense. Blaise was always relatively apathetic to whatever happened around him. They were a lot closer in their first year, after which, they just kinda drifted apart slightly, with Harry being distracted with the riddle thing. He must have gotten closer to Tracy at the time. The last Potter released a deep sigh. I'm horrible at that kind of stuff. Yeah, I noticed. What's that supposed to mean? She shook her head. Nothing. Just ignore it. Hey, looks like your opponent was announced. Choosing not to press further, Harry let her change the conversation. He turned and saw a floating piece of parchment with his name on it. He turned it over and grumbled, no bias my arse. What is it? Daphne asked. My opponent is Lucienne Bowl. You know that 5th year from our house, the beater in the Quidditch team. The blonde grimaced, you mean the same one that Flitwick kicked out of the dueling club for being too brutal and joined the Quidditch team instead? Harry simply nodded. It was a well-known fact. Around a couple of years back, when Harry was still a first year, Bowl was a member of Flitwick's dueling club. He was a pretty promising student, if a little too brutal in his takedowns. That was until he ended up almost blowing up one of his opponents to pieces after he had disarmed him. Flitwick was apparently enraged and kicked him out, causing the boy to just go to Flint and ask him for a position in the Quidditch team. The boy still entered dueling tournaments during the summer and had apparently gotten a tutor to help him whenever he wasn't in the castle. He didn't perform particularly well in the tournaments, but it was more than enough to put him above most of the students in the castle, who probably never fought a real opponent in their lives. The green-eyed boy wasn't very concerned about it, yet. I guess Dumbledore decided to stop trying to be subtle. Daphne raised an eyebrow. You do realize that you're probably going to have to show off a lot more than you planned, right? Don't worry, I have a plan. He didn't elaborate on what that plan was, but he didn't really need to. Over the years, Daphne learned to start trusting his decisions. It was one of the things he appreciated the most about her. She rarely ever doubted him and knew when to ask questions, and when to just follow along when he had no time to explain. Because Harry loved explaining things. It was a bit of a flaw of his, maybe a way to show off his knowledge, or a remnant of his time in his first life as a teacher. This first life has been starting to fade away slightly. It didn't feel forced, but more like the natural way people forgot about stuff that happened 15 years before. He could still remember, when he looked specifically for it, and most of his skills weren't affected. He wasn't particularly bothered though. Harry's previous life was one filled with hopelessness and misery. He much preferred to think about his current one, his true one. But that was enough reminiscing of bad memories. He had a duel to win, after all. After watching a few disappointing duels, it was time for Harry to prepare for his own. He walked down to the competitor's room and put on the tournament uniform provided for him. He made sure, of course, that it wasn't sabotaged in any way using his arcane hearing. He patiently waited for his turn when Professor Flitwick came to get him. The half-goblin looked slightly hesitant when he spoke to him. "Are you worried, Potter?" "Not really." The charms professor didn't look appeased by his answer. He probably knew that Dumbledore was planning something. Alas, this was the headmaster's castle, his domain, and Flitwick was just an employee here. Don't underestimate, Bull. Before removing him from the club, I taught him myself. He was a very talented student and could easily take you off guard. With a shrug, Harry replied, "Thank you." The half-goblin looked like he wanted to say something, but simply replied by saying, "Good luck." When he stepped through the doorway, he found himself in the familiar dueling platform. It was far more crowded than it looked from the outside, and it was definitely a lot louder. From the other side, Lucienne was looking at him with a threatening smile, which Harry ignored entirely. They slowly walked to the middle of the platform. The scene must have been comical to the spectators. To the normal observer, Bull was intimidating. He was broad-shouldered, with a muscular build that spoke of rigorous training. His height, easily surpassing Harry's, allowed him to peer down with an air of superiority. His face, sharp and angular, was framed by slick, dark hair, neatly combed back to accentuate his steely grey eyes. The professional dueling robes he wore clung to his form, enhancing his athletic physique. Were they even allowed to wear anything but the tournament robes? None of the other contestants wore something else. Bull's robes, a deep emerald green embroidered with silver threads, shimmered under the bright lights of the arena, reflecting his house colors with pride. The older boy looked at Harry with a fake pitying expression. "Sorry about what happening, little Potter. I would have liked to see you progress, but you know, I don't want to lose. I'll try not to hurt you too much." Harry gave him a blank look before stiffening. "Did you say something?" The older boy's face reddened at the response. He obviously wanted to say something but was interrupted by the announcer. "Ludo Bagman, ladies and gentlemen. What a day we've had, and it's about to get even better. For our next match, we have Lucienne Bull, a fifth-year Slytherin, and a known competitor in the Under-17 National Dueling Tournament. He will go against his younger housemate, Harry Potter, a third-year, and the winner of the previous task of his tournament. Will Potter be able to use one of his tricks to win this tournament as well, or will Bull's experience prevail? We'll find that out now." Both duelers bowed to each other before turning back and raising their wands. Harry looked at his competitor's stance. Hey, unsurprisingly attacking, which made sense considering his reputation. He probably wanted to end the duel quickly. From the look of the stance, it was probably a bone-breaking curse, but that was a guess at best. Harry felt something change in the boy's magic using his arcane hearing. They were legal but pretty frowned upon. Oh, isn't that interesting? He's shaping his magic to prepare a spell, definitely a bone breaker, to be released without any wand movements. Harry was impressed. It was a pretty advanced dueling trick. From the wand's position, he was probably aiming at Harry's chest. Why this hex, though? Oh, it's part of a famous spell chain that stopped counterattacks by shielding right after with a protego. A good first bout, one that would take out most inexperienced opponents. Too bad for him, Harry wasn't inexperienced. As Bagman announced the start of a duel, Harry tilted to the left to dodge the impromptu bone breaker and retaliated immediately. Stupefy. To Bull, it probably looked like Harry was somewhat experienced, and he continued his chain to continue his shield charm. Of course, Harry's spell surprisingly broke the shield as if it weren't there, and the older boy found himself unconscious from a single spell. The crowd was silent in shock at the bout. Harry suppressed a smug grin and bowed to his unconscious opponent before leaving the room. No one really expected the variation of the stunning charm, specifically designed to bypass the shield charm. It wasn't even an illegal spell, only not used since it was designed to break a standard Protego and had a weaker effect overall. Harry ignored the loud cheers as he passed by the gobsmacked charmed professor and said, "I told you I wasn't worried." Chapter 185, Spectating Echoes. February 14, 1994, Hogwarts. After finishing the duel, Harry found himself sitting in his previous seat in the stands, ignoring the stares and whispers that surrounded him. He could somewhat understand the reasoning. None of the other duels were as quick or ended up in such an overwhelming victory. Harry had literally cast a single spell and had used it to defeat Bull, nothing more nothing less. It was the way Harry chose to respond to Dumbledore's little trap. Defeating an upperclassman without demonstrating a single sign of his abilities was the theme he had chosen to use for the duration of the tournament. After all, it had served him well in the first task. People probably had no idea what he had done. Perhaps, they thought that he overpowered Bull's shield, which would be ridiculous. To the trained eye, overpowering a shield and using a shield-breaking charm had completely different effects. The first literally disintegrated the shield, while the second broke it akin to a bullet hitting a glass window. It was more precise and more efficient. The biggest issue would have been its limited diversity. In higher-level duels, incantations and wand movements meant very little. In fact, people often used incorrect wand movements to throw off their opponents. Considering that shield breakers only worked for a single shield, and were completely useless in any other setting, they were considered to be interesting but relatively useless pieces of magic. Which was why no one saw them coming. People didn't have Harry's arcane hearing. They couldn't hear the magic, understand it as he does, and recognize their chosen shields before they're even cast. And they couldn't really ban it, at least, without causing some real controversy while looking like hypocrites. After all, modified versions of allowed spells are something that was commonly seen in dueling tournaments. One of the more standard dueling tactics was to use modified variants of spells that travel at different speeds, or sometimes even have different accelerations altogether. And this was just a single aspect. Banning spells modified to include shield breakers would mean that any variation of spells that didn't even include any dark magic would be possible. And with that, dueling would turn into two mages just flinging curses at each other without any tactics. Speaking of dark magic, more than a few spectators kept murmuring about it while looking at him. It was honestly hilarious. Oh, Harry knew more than a few dark spells, but he could only use the variants relying on the mysterious outside source of magic that made its effects more pronounced. But he never could muster the hatred or rage necessary to take those spells to new heights. He could probably simulate the magic with his arcane hearing, but it would be time-consuming. It also didn't feel right to do it this way, like it would be a very inefficient endeavor. Harry had learned that during his research on curses with Daphne. Oh, he was great when it came to dispelling curses, but not at casting them. He was just average. Honestly, it made Harry slightly wary of people who excelled in this type of magic. He could find two types of them from the top of his head. There were the insane mages who were so full of hate and anger that they would lash at the world at every second like Bellatrix Lestrange used to be before she died. And there were the calm mages with ironclad control over their emotions like Harry's guardian, Arcturus Black. While the first type was worrying, the second was far more terrifying to face. So, when people accused him of using dark magic behind his back, Harry couldn't help but find it amusing. They had literally chosen the field of magic that he excelled at the least, and they still tried to accuse him of using it because it sounded bad. His meager skills in alchemy could probably cause more damage than most curses anyway. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Ludo Bagman's loud but aggravating voice announcing the start of Daphne's duel. She was pitted against Eddie Carmichael, a somewhat intelligent Ravenclaw that was a year above them. He didn't know much about the boy, only that he was the one challenging Cho Chang for the top spot in his year and that he was stunned immediately after the start of his first task and didn't get to continue. He turned towards his friend's location and saw her looking up to see him. She looked cool from the outside, but Harry could tell that it was a front and that she was nervous. He gave her a confident smile, and she relaxed slightly. Both competitors bowed in the center of the field, bowed and returned back to their side, with their stance positions. Carmichael obviously read a bit about dueling, but his stand was slightly off. Oh, he was an academic then. Harry could respect that. Some people just didn't enjoy fighting. Daphne must have noticed it as well since her expression turned into a smug grin that seemed to infuriate her opponent. And just like that, the duel started. The first thing Harry noticed was that Carmichael did not speak when casting a spell. Nonverbal casting, being a 6th-year skill, did make this achievement pretty impressive for a 4th year, and it would have made for a wonderful surprise. Unfortunately for him, Daphne was used to dueling Harry, who rarely ever voiced his spells. She went immediately into normal combat mode and shielded herself against the boy's stunning charm. The duel progressed easily enough, both duelers looking evenly matched from the outside. The spectators just didn't know how much Daphne was holding back, since she obviously didn't want to show her trump cards. It was a shame that they couldn't use any meaningful curses. Daphne was getting disturbingly good with them, and the gleam in her eyes when she used them sometimes scared the crap out of him. Still, Carmichael ended up falling for a basic trap Harry had taught the blonde. It was a rudimentary lesson on using her surroundings, where Harry cast a spell that seemingly had missed minutes before, and ended up changing the environment in some way, only to be caught in them after forgetting about it. Daphne cast a small transfiguration spell that didn't change the shape of an object, just its materials into some kind of very strong glue. Carmichael had probably forgotten about it because minutes later, his leg got stuck in it, and it cost him a couple of seconds of concentration that Daphne used to stun him. It was probably one of the more entertaining duels in the younger tournament bracket, and the audience just started to cheer and applaud them both. Daphne helped her competitor up and gave him a respectful nod, before looking up at Har's face. The approving smile he had given her made her visibly preen, not that most people would be able to tell. The blonde, then, proudly turned and left the dueling platform. And she was right to be proud. Her performance would get her a lot of points and recognition in their house. Unfortunately, Harry wouldn't get the same treatment, not that he really cared about it. It wasn't exactly a secret that Lucien Bowl was one of the court's rooks. His brutality is dealing with those who broke the unwritten rules of Slytherin, or against members of other houses that go too far, was very well known. Harry made himself very few friends by beating him in such a humiliating way. Unfortunately for the older boy, Harry would rather face his anger than fall into Dumbledore's trap. If Harry had even performed half as well as Daphne, the prophet would have been ranting and raving about Dumbledore being right about him all along. The following day, a few minutes later, Daphne walked gracefully to her former seat next to him, and whispered, "So, how did I do?" "Splendidly, Daph. You handled yourself very well. I'm proud of you." The blonde reddened slightly and hit him in the shoulder. "You didn't have to humiliate Bowl like this. I know that you don't want to show off, but you kinda did." "I got lucky." "Sure, you got lucky by casting a spell that was specifically designed against the shield he put up, a spell that you cast before he even put up the shield, remember?" Her tone was dry, but Harry could tell that it had a hint of amusement hidden in it. Harry simply shrugged. "Hey, I just took a gamble and won. The spell isn't that hard to learn." "Oh, shut up. When are Tracy and Blaze's duels, by the way? I barely had time to speak with them when they were preparing. They probably left just before you came back to the stands." The last Potter looked at the board and saw his friends' names. "I didn't see them on the way. Tracy's duel is in 10 minutes against Crabbe." "Well, she has that in the bag. Blaze is the one after her against Katie Bell, the chaser in the Gryffindor Quidditch team." "Yet. Don't know much about her dueling or even her spell work." "Harry, don't take this the wrong way," Daphne said with a chuckle, "but you're not a social creature. I wouldn't be surprised if you told me that you don't know the names of our year mates." The young man gave her a smug grin that made his friend hit him in the shoulder again. "Violent woman." "Just keeping you in line, dear," the blonde joked back. Her voice then turned reminiscent slightly. "I wish they didn't do the task on Valentine's Day." "I have to agree with that. It's very rare that we have good weather in February." "A trip in Hogsmeade would have been nice," he replied. Daphne turned to him with her eyes widened. "You want to go to Hogsmeade?" "I've been meaning the visit. We haven't really been there since the attack. And with the Ministry investing more into the area as well as well-wishers joining in, I heard that the place looks a lot different." Daphne's expression fell slightly, for a fraction of a second before going back to normal. "Yet, I heard that Bones insisted on awarding the bounties on Greyback and his pack to the village. They renovated a lot. There were even more stores that opened up. Do you want to sneak there after the dueling tournament? It would be fun." Before Harry could respond, he heard cheers from the entire crowd, as well as Ludo Bagman yelling out, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have had some spectacular duels today, and now it's time for one of the most anticipated matches. The boy who lived, Neville Longbottom, will face off against the formidable Slytherin, Cassius Warrington." While Warrington is 2 years his senior, Longbottom did raise a few eyebrows during his performance in the first task, even if he was not qualified. "So, who will win? Experience or bravery?" Now, enough talk, let's see the duel unfold. May the best wizard win. The excitement in the air, and the cheers that Bagman got after his introduction, were far higher than that of the other duels. Neville was right when he said that most people came here to see him. As both duellers took their stance, Harry couldn't help but feel a knot of apprehension tighten in his stomach. He had seen that look in Neville's eye before, right as he finished the first task. To his arcane hearing, the boy's magic was wild and chaotic, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice, craving for it, in fact. There was a desperation for recognition, for victory. There was anger, bubbling deep down, barely repressed. This could very easily just go wrong. As Neville and Warrington faced each other, wands drawn, the arena hushed in anticipation. Moments later, the duelists locked eyes and cast their first spells. Chapter 186, Circular Reasoning. February 14, 1994, Hogwarts. Cassius Warrington would admit without any shame that he wasn't the most talented student in Hogwarts. He wasn't even the most talented wizard in his year. But he was probably one of the most hard-working students in his house. He wouldn't really say it out loud, but he thought it hard enough. Most of the students in his house were spoiled rotten and barely had a bad day in their lives. It showed, really, when it came to how petty they could be at the sign of something they considered to be a slight. It was proof that people would always have something to complain about, no matter how comfortable their lives were. Cassius wasn't like them. He had to earn everything he ever got. After all, he was the son of a squib, who happened to be a descendant of some healer who received an order of Merlin a couple of centuries back. His mother, a French witch who had recognized the name, married his father, with dreams of wealth and prestige. She didn't find any. While they couldn't be considered to be poor in the broad definition of the term, the Warrington family wasn't drowning in gold, like she hoped. It took her years to find that out, keeping out hope that there was some hidden treasure that her husband didn't tell her about. There wasn't. When she finally lost hope, she divorced his father without a second's thought, taking most of the meager fortune that Cassius' grandfather left them, and didn't even look back as she moved to France once more. She didn't even leave enough for Cassius' own Hogwarts education. He was 10 at the time. His sister, Ivy, was 2 years old and hadn't really realized what had happened. The only thing they had left was their family home, something that they couldn't sell without the rest of magical Britain knowing about it, something that would ruin his and his sister's chances in their world. Status and heritage mattered a lot in their society, and selling a family home was one of the most shameful events that a magical family could suffer. It meant that they officially lost their status and Cassius would jeopardize his sister's future just for a couple of years of comfort. Cassius' father worked himself to the bone in the Muggle world to buy their clothes and groceries. They couldn't really exchange it to galleons and Cassius sometimes wished that he was a Muggle-born. Things would have been a lot easier if they could exchange pounds for wizarding currency. So, to buy his school supplies, Cassius volunteered in shops, which were upgraded to part-time positions during the summer. He did it under an alias, of course, and he was easily able to save enough gold to be self-reliant. Of course, when he realized that he was very good at potions, Cassius made even more gold by selling potions under the table to the students during his school year. It was enough for Ivy to grow with magic. He bought her magical toys, magic books, and even a small training broom. He even had enough gold left over to buy himself a broom. It wasn't a fancy one, but it was more than enough to try out getting into the Quidditch team, something that he achieved, until that brat Malfoy got his father to buy Flint 7 Nimbus 2001 brooms, and bought himself into the team, kicking Cassius out. He really hated the brat since then, although his anger lessened when his father was killed the previous summer. The long story was that these spoiled children didn't know how to do anything without someone holding their hands. They never worked a day in their lives. They never had to even make an effort to do anything. Cassius worked his ass off in school and his other activities. He rose so much that the court had personally invited him. It took him 2 years to progress from a pawn to a knight, and he had gained much from it. But he had also ended up with a lot of expectations on his shoulders. Expectations that he was coming to regret, now that he had started to face Longbottom. It was a no-win situation, much like how the Potter boy had to deal with in this tournament. Slytherins weren't blind. They knew that there was something between Dumbledore and Potter. It was one of the biggest reasons why no one tried to ally themselves with the boy, who obviously was one of the most talented students in school. No one wanted to get into the headmaster's bad side, especially while staying in his castle. Potter did hide himself pretty well, staying in the background as a talented student, nothing more, until Dumbledore just proclaimed that he could be the second coming of the Dark Lord without a single speck of evidence. It was obviously nonsense, but people started to pay attention to Harry Potter, and the boy did not disappoint. The entire tournament was a bad thing for Potter. He couldn't use anything too advanced, which would prove Dumbledore right, and he couldn't afford to lose, which would make him the mockery of magical Britain. Cassius needed to impress people for the opportunity to be invited into a guild, or for an apprenticeship. He could be offered internships, and maybe even actual jobs. Potter was the opposite. He needed to impress people, but not too much. And by Merlin's beard, did the boy find that fine line somehow. His performance in the first task was as amusing as it was impressive. The way he beat Lucien Bowl in just a few seconds, with a simple spell, was insane. He recognized the spell. A stunning charm specifically made to go through Protego shields. It could have ended so badly, yet it just worked somehow. He had to admit that Potter had style. Yet now, Cassius had his own dilemma. Neville Longbottom. The boy who lived. The Gryffindor might have had some hard times in the past year or so, with the whole breaking the statute of secrecy with a flying car, breaking into the common room with Polyjuice, being declared insane because he thought he fought a basilisk and slayed it with a sword, and that was the tip of the iceberg. He became a pariah in the Gryffindor common room, slowly losing his popularity as people realized that he was a relatively talented wizard, but definitely not the second coming of Merlin that Dumbledore alluded to. However, outside the castle, the boy was still a celebrity, and the future head of the Longbottom family. People still cheered for his name. Cassius knew that he could beat Longbottom easily. It wasn't anything personal, or an attack on the boy's intelligence or magical power, but at the end of the day, Cassius simply had 2 years of magical training over him. The issue was that he couldn't afford to humiliate him. He couldn't make it too quick, since most of the spectators bought their tickets to see him. He couldn't lose, of course, that would threaten his position in the court as well as remove many prospects in the future. His sister was even in the crowd cheering him on. He had bought her a ticket when he saw how enthusiastic she was about seeing her big brother compete. She loved the first task, and he didn't want her to see him lose to a boy 2 years his junior. Hence the pressure. He expected an easy fight that he would have to hold back immensely to make slightly entertaining. Those expectations were stiffed after the first spell Longbottom cast impacted his shield, and he felt like he was hit by the night bus. What the hell? Wasn't Longbottom supposed to be a third year? Thankfully, it looked like power was all there was to it. The boy did learn a bit of dueling, but not enough to bridge the gap between them. Other fifth years could have easily lost his position if they didn't attention. Of course, that's when Longbottom pointed his wand and bellowed, Reducto. It was an instinctive response, but Cassius wordlessly cast a shield charm moments before the spell impacted him. Gong. The sound was almost deafening. He could have been seriously hurt if he hadn't taught himself wordless casting. He was planning on keeping that a surprise in his OWL exams. He heard that examiners liked to bump up a grade if someone showed them a piece of magic that was above their presumed education. Cassius leapt to the side right away, reacting on instinct. Lucky he had, for several curses sailed through the space he had occupied a second or so earlier. A spell chain, now? Quite a good one, too. The wand movements had been perfect and the casting had been fast, very fast. Accurate, too. Was it just him, or was that precision missing at the start of the duel? Did Longbottom want to make him drop his guard with a false sense of security, or did he somehow get better during the fight? When his opponent's next volley was strategically placed to lead Cassius into yet another onslaught, his eyes narrowed. It didn't matter what Longbottom was playing at. He was done holding back. Instead of using a standard shield charm, he used a repelling shield and overcharged it. The spell coming his way was sent flying back towards Longbottom, whose eyes widened and ducked. The boy did not expect the overcharged shield to move outward and send him flying back. Cassius' lips curled upwards as he sent a stunner at the downed boy. This expression quickly turned slightly baffled when Longbottom somehow rolled away and retaliated with a wordless windcutter mid-roll. Cassius was able to shield against it, of course, but who did that? This was a school tournament, not a war zone. And yet the boy released a torrent of offensive spells that was just so far above what a third year should have been capable of. Still, Cassius easily kept up, and traded a few spells with the boy, before becoming fed up and deciding to try out Transfiguration instead. A couple of the debris around him were turned into small rats that ran towards the Longbottom scion, who simply pointed his wand at them and yelled out, Bombarda! Who the fuck used an exploding charm on rats? The rats were vaporized, but half of the dueling platform blew up as well. Cassius was able to redirect the debris with a Depulso Maxima. The dust settled to reveal a coughing Longbottom who had a bleeding cut on his cheek. The look in the boy's eyes was of burning hatred. The blood on his face made him look feral. Wasn't Longbottom's instability supposed to be a bunch of rumors? Cassius was so distracted by the look on Longbottom's face, that he almost missed him yelling out in anger, "Lacero! What the fuck was wrong with this kid?" Cassius dove to the side, knowing that this spell would tear through most of the shields he knew. This was straight-up dark magic. It wasn't technically a banned spell since it was technically a variation of the cutting charm and could be treated easily enough. His dodge put him right in the target of a blinding curse. Cassius hastily yelled out, "Protego horribly!" The shield barely held, but it thankfully did. He wanted to see what the crowd was thinking about the boy who lived casting fucking dark magic in public. Was Longbottom an idiot or something? This could easily destroy his reputation. He decided to focus on the duel in case Longbottom did something insane again. He would end it quickly. No longer holding back in the slightest, he conjured a dozen bolas that he banished towards Longbottom. Most of them didn't hit, but a couple hit his knees at very hard speeds. Cassius cast 3 punching charms in quick succession. Longbottom fell to the ground, and the older boy decided to end it with a disarming charm, followed by a stunner. The boy must have tried to send another spell his way since he didn't have the time to shield or dodge, but he couldn't with his wand missing from his hand. Before Longbottom realized what had happened, Cassius' spell hit him in the chest, finally knocking him out. That was a lot harder than he thought it would have been. He turned towards the spectators, only to hear screaming for some reason. Why were they screaming? Did something happen? Cassius attempted to take a deep breath, only to feel a burning sensation in his chest. Hey! He didn't remember being hit with a spell. He put his hands near where the pain was coming from. Why was there red paint on his hands? Was this blood? Confusion and shock overtook him as he tried to make sense of it all. The crowd faded into a distant echo as his vision blurred. Cassius struggled to stay upright, feeling a wave of dizziness. The only thing he thought about was concern for Ivy seeing him hurt. His legs gave way, and the last thing he saw before darkness engulfed him was the concerned face of Professor Flitwick rushing towards him. Then, everything went black. Chapter 187, Bleeding Heart. February 14, 1994, Hogwarts. Pandemonium would have been an apt way to describe Harry's surroundings. Everyone around him was either screaming or yelling at the horrifying scene on the stage. Harry could see a furious Dumbledore practically running towards Neville, who lay unconscious after his duel. What a shame! It had started so well for the Longbottom Scion. Seeing the boy who lived duel was one of the reasons many people actually bought tickets to what was essentially a glorified school tournament that students were forced to participate in. They were expecting a spectacle, and by the gods did Neville deliver. At the start, the duel was, by far, the most exciting one. Oh, it wasn't the most advanced in terms of magical ability, or who displayed the most power. No, it was the narrative, of the underdog, Neville, trying to defeat a more experienced opponent with sheer guts. Neville fought and showcased magic that Harry honestly didn't expect from the boy, with some dueling tactics mixed in. What had started as a sure thing for Warrington, ended up as a genuine competition. Harry could tell when the older boy started taking things seriously, and it was a short time after the duel began. The most surprising thing, he had to admit, was seeing Neville get better as the duel progressed. The Gryffindor wasn't an idiot in the academics department by any means. In fact, he seemed to thrive when it came to practical application and learned very quickly while doing, as opposed to Harry preferring to learn by studying and experimenting. But Neville was objectively not a genius, especially not one capable of refining stances and spell chains in the middle of a duel. It was unnatural. It felt more like a better wizard using polyjuice to impersonate him for some reason, yet Harry knew that it was fundamentally still Neville with his arcane hearing. Sure, he was more focused, and more emotional, especially when it came to anger, but he was still Neville in his core. This jump in ability just didn't make sense, especially in the span of seconds. There was only one thing that could do anything like that, was a family crest. Daphne and Blaze jumped in ability and learning speed since their crests were officially unlocked. Tracy did not have that advantage and did need to spend extra time to catch up with them. It would be logical that most ancient wizards wanted their families to become powerful mages and would give them some kind of advantage. Was it some bleed-through, like relearning a spell in a way? No, it was subtler than that in Blaze and Daphne's cases. Neville's crest had to be far more different than theirs. Crests were family things, and it was possible for someone to edit their crest so that they would be passed down differently. Harry could come up with hundreds of ways to achieve this result, but in the end, it was purely theoretical, not to mention that most of them presented a large chance of crippling, or even killing the inheritors of the crest. It didn't explain the temperament changes though. Neville has become increasingly short-tempered and prone to anger since the previous summer. Of course, that could be explained by Harry essentially gaslighting him, causing most of magical Britain to think that he was insane. However, all theories about Neville's progress in magic were halted by the fact that the boy started throwing around spells that would be frowned upon in a dueling setting. Seriously, using an explosion charm to get rid of rats of all things, was just unreasonable, especially considering that the platform he was dueling on was made of wood. Things were worrisome but not really critical until the boy used dark magic after Warrington cut his cheek. Of course, they were technically legal spells since they could be healed and countered easily enough, and the chances of even getting a scar afterwards would have been small at best, but it was a scandal in the making. Seriously, Neville Longbottom, the boy who lived, the boy who assaulted Slytherins in his first year for being dark, the boy who Dumbledore liked to portray as his successor and the embodiment of the light, started casting dark spells to win a school duel. The crowd was already murmuring at this point, and Warrington had a shocked expression on his face for the rest of the duel. Still, everything went relatively well, and the older boy did end up winning, except for the fact that Longbottom used a fucking wind-stabbing curse wandlessly moments before he passed out. This was already a very illegal spell in duels due to the simple fact that it was invisible and there was a very real possibility that whoever it was used on would end up dead since it didn't slash like a cutting charm but impaled the target with an invisible wind blade. And to make it worse, it was also hard to heal since the areas impacted by the spell are deeper in the body than just the skin that might come with a lacero. And worse, it was cast wandlessly. Dumbledore was probably going to claim it to be the result of accidental magic. He'd make it sound so reasonable, say that third-year students shouldn't really have the ability to do something as advanced as wandless casting and that it was probably just a moment of weakness mixed with accidental magic since the boy was obviously emotional and powerful. He would say that the dark magic was just remnants from the duel that mixed up with the wild and chaotic accidental magic. It would be so easy for the masses to believe him. After all, they all thought he could do no wrong. But that would be pure bullshit. Harry cast that spell before when he learned curse breaking with Daphne. This was an exact replica of the spell down to every arithmetic variable. Neville Longbottom cast a spell wandlessly, and it was a fucking curse of all things. People didn't really get wandless magic, or how it worked. Being able to do small things wandlessly was something that any wizard could learn. But it was completely restricted to fundamentally simple things, like moving small objects or summoning them. Anything complex was just beyond them. There was a reason why wands were so commonly used. Complicated magic required something to structure it, something like a wand, runes, or even Harry's magic circles. Except for a few spells. To cast a spell wandlessly, and an actual spell at that, not just pushing a little intent and hoping for the best, a person had to be extremely familiar to them. It was something that experts in their fields learned, and it was mostly by reflex. It wasn't impossible to see a healer casting a diagnostics charm, or a potion master taking out their kit, or using a specific spell to alter a potion in some way. It had to be a spell that they had used so much that it became mindless, something that was so ingrained in their daily life that they didn't even think about using it. It wasn't something that a crest could do. The spells inside a family crest still had to obey the rules of magic. Blaise and Daphne still needed wands to cast their family spells. Wandless magic wasn't something that could be stored in a crest. It was not something that someone could inherit. And yet, Neville Longbottom somehow cast a dark curse wandlessly, as if he had done so 1,000 times before, and Cassius Warrington paid the price for it. No one truly realized what had happened until the boy himself started to sway on his feet. A red stain grew on his chest, and people started to scream. The shields around the duel were shattered in the blink of an eye by Dumbledore and Flitwick, followed by a frantic Mediwitch that kept channeling one healing charm after another in very quick succession. At that moment, Harry's respect for Madame Pomfrey grew considerably. Listening to what she was doing with his arcane hearing was amazing. It took her less than a second to realize that Warrington was hit with a dark spell, 2 seconds to isolate the dark magic and stop it from spreading, and 5 seconds to tell what the spell was before countering it. She healed his internal organs, and the young Slytherin could hear Warrington's song start to stabilize slightly. It literally took her 10 seconds to take a dying boy and stabilize him enough that a potion regimen would likely heal him in a couple of days. She conjured a few bandages, probably designed to deal with dark magic, and levitated the unconscious boy outside the arena. Even Dumbledore hadn't even tried to get in her way. Not that he would care, since he was checking on his precious boy who lived, who was simply stunned, and maybe a little bruised. People did not mess with healers, and there was a good reason for that. The Healing Guild was, by far, the most ancient guild in the wizarding world. And while healers took vows before and after learning healing magic, no one could unearth their secrets. Yet should someone attack or even kill a healer, they were banned from any sort of magical healing in the world. Not a single healer would touch them. A simple curse could kill a mage if they couldn't counter it in time, and healing potions could only go so far. And considering how many people just happened to befall seemingly harmless accidents right after killing a healer, the guild probably arranged for them to happen as warnings. There was a reason why no one was insane enough to attack magical hospitals. Grindelwald hadn't done it, and even Voldemort didn't touch St. Mungo's during his civil war. People just stopped pressuring them to join sides since they were bound by their oaths to not take sides in conflicts, to simply heal the sick no matter which side they came from. And in turn, people respected their neutrality. "Is he going to be all right?" someone on his right muttered. It was Daphne, who looked pale and horrified by what she had witnessed. For all their adventure together, this was probably the first time she had seen someone with such a wound. With the basilisk, the whole thing was instant, and the Peruvian instant darkness fog did obscure most of the violence in Hogsmeade. Harry had the urge to reassure her, "Warrington will be fine. He wasn't hit anywhere really important, and Madame Pomfrey was able to handle things before it got too out of hand. He's lucky, though. If he was hit just an inch up, things would have ended a lot worse, and if Madame Pomfrey hadn't been there, he would have bled out before anyone could take him to the hospital wing." The blonde shook her head. "I recognized the curse. He was very lucky." Harry nodded in understanding, but before he could say anything, Dumbledore came back to the stands and spoke up with an enchanted voice that spread all around the room. "Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your concerns regarding the recent events in today's dueling tournament. Rest assured, both Mr. Warrington and Mr. Longbottom are receiving the best care and will make a full recovery. This incident, however, serves as a poignant reminder of the unpredictable nature of magic, especially when not fully controlled. The tournament shall proceed, but I implore everyone to exercise the utmost caution and restraint. Remember, the spirit of this event is in skill and sportsmanship, not in power alone." Well, he fucking called it, didn't he? Honestly, Dumbledore was getting predictable in his old age. The rest of the spectators didn't seem to see it. The crowd murmured in response, some still visibly shaken by the intensity of the duel. Dumbledore's words seemed to bring a sense of calm over the audience, who listened to him like sheep, and Bagman announced the following duel. Harry watched the rest of the duels with a lot of thoughts and theories in his head about Longbottom's behavior. When Tracy won against Dean Thomas, and Blaise defeated Carl Hopkins, a student a year above him in Gryffindor, he clapped and congratulated them absent-mindedly. He had purposefully ignored Neville's recent behavior out of guilt. Something was wrong with the boy, and Warrington had almost died because of it. This behavior was not normal. This temper definitely was not natural for a teenager to have. People didn't switch from irritation to murderous rage during the duel. He had seen it before during the first task, but Harry thought it would have been a one-time event. He had to talk to Neville as soon as possible. Yes, with his mindset, Harry decided to visit him in the infirmary once the duels were over. They had a lot to talk about. The confrontation with Neville should be in the next chapter. I tried to keep things interesting from Harry's perspective and Dumbledore's expected reaction to Neville's mess. As usual, please let me know what you think or if you have any suggestions. Chapter 188, The Crimson Light. February 14, 1994, Hogwarts. Neville woke up with a killer headache, and his ears ringing. What had happened? He was confused. He remembered being prepared to enter the duel, but it felt more like a fog than anything else. He was fighting this older Slytherin, Warrington. He wanted to win so much. He wanted to impress his grandmother, he wanted to show the world that he was more than a name, more than the product of his parents' sacrifice, he wanted to show Harry that he was worthy of his friendship. Did he lose? He must have, he was knocked out, from the looks of it. He didn't remember much at the end of the duel, only that he was overwhelmed and how angry he was. It was hard to think. Everything was just drowsy. The Longbottom scion tried to get up, but his body just wouldn't move. He couldn't even turn his neck. Instead, he heard voices. It took a lot of effort on his part to focus enough to hear them. "What am I going to do with you, Neville?" He recognized the voice. It was his grandmother. Why was she here? Shouldn't she have stayed in the stands with the rest of the spectators? She sounded so sad, so heartbroken. Neville had never seen her as anything but a strict and unyielding woman with nerves of steel. To see her like this, it hurt. He wanted to comfort her, to hold her hand. He wanted to tell her not to be so sad. That was until he heard her next sentence: Frank would be so disappointed. Alice would be horrified. Dark magic, Neville? Why did you think that using something like that would be worth it? Why would you tarnish our legacy like this? You were supposed to be the best of us, the best of all Longbottoms before you. Wait, what? What dark magic? Neville never learned any dark magic. He never so much as opened a book that had a dark spell inside. He knew a lot of dueling spells, and he had prepared himself ever since the first task was over, but he never touched dark magic. What you did was reprehensible. Was it my fault? Was I too indulgent? Maybe I was too hard on you? Sometimes I wonder if you are doing your best to push the edges of how much I love you. The way you behaved in school, the bullying, the pranking, breaking into another house's common room, using illegal potions. Frank was never like that. Maybe I should have agreed with Dumbledore's demands all those years ago to let him take care of you. But I loved you too much. You what remains of my son's legacy in this world, and the first moment I ever saw you, I knew then, that I would never have let you go, not for anything. Perhaps you would have grown differently, grown into a better man if Dumbledore had raised you. But the past is the past. I really don't know what to do with you. Before Neville could even think about what his grandmother revealed, sleep overtook him once more. The next time he woke up, his mind felt just as clouded as before. He heard another voice speaking. It wasn't his grandmother, it was a male voice, an old voice. It was Dumbledore's, but it felt a lot harsher than it used to be. The kindly old man wasn't there, just an impostor stealing his face, and an unkind one at that. "You stupid boy. What were you thinking, using dark magic publicly?" Wait a minute, was he talking about Neville? "If I hadn't been able to salvage things, you would have ruined 12 years of work and planning. I swear you aren't worth the trouble to keep you around. Sometimes I still wonder if you were worth the sacrifices." Frank and Alice were so promising. His voice was slightly muffled at the end but still sounded furious. What did he mean by 12 years of planning? And what about his parents? Was Dumbledore using him? Did Neville mean so little to him? This had to be a dream, some kind of nightmare, at least. His mind definitely felt foggy. Yeah, that sounded about right, a dream. Dumbledore's voice became less furious, and became more curious, even if there was an undertone of irritation in it. "Perhaps I'm not being fair to you. Perhaps it wasn't your fault at all. Perhaps this was always meant to be. I wonder if this is part of the prophecy, a way it is manifesting due to my influence. At least you're not as troublesome as that Potter boy, though. But you're coming very close to becoming a wasted asset, and there are very few things that I loathe as much as wasted assets. Time will tell. Time always does, after all." And with that last ominous message, Neville returned to the realm of Morpheus, hoping that it had all been in his head after all. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing a blurred world that slowly swam into focus. The ceiling above him was an unfamiliar tapestry of shadow and light, making him wonder for a fleeting, disoriented moment where he was. It didn't take long for him to realize where he was. He remembered that ceiling and the faint odor of healing potions and herbs. He was in the hospital wing. He lay there for a moment, his gaze wandering over the high, vaulted ceilings, where the moonlight streamed in through the tall, arched windows, painting silver patterns on the polished floor. Hey, so it was nighttime. He didn't know how long he stayed like that. It could have been a minute, and it also could have been an hour, but finally, Neville attempted to sit up. He felt a mild ache in his chest. Had he gotten hurt? That was when he finally remembered what happened. Oh, Merlin, the duel. What had he done? Memories of the duel came back slowly, as if he was remembering it for the first time. Warrington was good. He remembered being frustrated after their first bout. The older student was easily the better wizard, probably because he had twice as much experience with magic than Neville did, and it showed. He was more graceful, sure of himself. Neville's reductor curses were shielded against, his spell chains were dodged and countered, his tricks were unraveled in seconds, and it was just unnerving. The long-bottom scion remembered getting angrier, as Warrington was obviously not putting his whole into the duel, he wasn't even attacking. And when he was taken aback by the Slytherin's trick with the shield charm, he was almost about to lose. He saw the stunner coming in towards him, everything just turned hazy. The duel and the spectators were gone. There was only the enemy and he had to defeat him. The dark cutting curse was a bit overkill, even if it was frowned upon in official duels, it was legal. He had learnt this spell from his tutors in Christmas, in case he was attacked by Death Eater sympathizers. But that's when he used a few spells that he had literally never used in his life. He doesn't even remember where he had learned them. Yet now he could cast them perfectly. And that last wandless spell. Neville never even knew that you could cast curses wandlessly. He had only seen his grandmother wandlessly cast some basic charms around the manor. What is happening to me? He couldn't help but say to himself. That's exactly what I wanted to ask you. A voice responded in the dark. Neville stiffened and turned briskly, only relaxing at the sight of Harry's face. What are you doing here, Harry? You're joking, right? You almost killed someone in a fucking school duel. Almost being the key word, Neville joked back, trying to alleviate the situation. This is not the time for jokes. If Madame Pomfrey wasn't there at the scene, then you would have killed Warrington. And don't tell me he would deserve it. Warrington is probably one of the best students coming out of Slytherin in years. He's ambitious, but not immoral, and he's not some spoilt brat like the rest of our house. I admit that I never really interacted with him, but he's never so much as insulted a Muggleborn, let alone bullied anyone in school. What you did was wrong, and you need to admit that before you move forward with your life. Accidents happen in duels, Neville protested, it's normal for people to get hurt. And that's what Dumbledore said to the press a couple of hours ago, and that's probably what the Daily Prophet will be printing. He gave a long speech about the unpredictability of accidental magic, and that the curses you used were only dark in name, and not banned by the Ministry or dueling regulations in any way, since their effects are superficial and easily reversible. But who knows with that old man, he always has an agenda with every action he takes. Neville's dream about the evil Dumbledore came to the forefront of his mind. Had Dumbledore really sorted things out for him again? He owed a lot to the headmaster, but the harsh tone in the dream and the distasteful way he addressed him just made Harry's statement sting for some reason. It just felt so real, as did his grandmother's disappointment and heartbreak. But we both know differently. What you did was not accidental magic. You cast a dangerous curse wandlessly, a potentially lethal spell. So, how did you do it? The Slytherin finished. Neville remembered the red haze, the uncontrollable rage that overcame him in the middle of the duel. Everything was hazy yet clear. He knew what he was supposed to do as if he had done it 1,000 times before. He didn't want to admit it to Harry, that's not any of your business. Harry didn't seem deterred in any way by his denial and gave him a piercing look. You don't remember, do you? You don't know what happened and you're not even trying to find out. Is something stopping you from trying to understand what happened? No, you're scared but you're supplementing it with anger. You don't feel guilty about Warrington, not really, you're mostly just scared that it would happen again. You really should have spoken to someone about it. You're out of line, Potter. Neville screamed back at the Slytherin. He didn't know why he was getting angrier, only that he did. Oh, I did notice that your temper was getting more unstable. I thought it was just your moody teenager phase, but what if it wasn't? In the duel, you got better the angrier you felt. You somehow learned new spells, new tactics, stuff that's too trivial to be put in a magical crest. So, it's something else, something more. Enough! Neville yelled and he waved his arm. He didn't have his wand on him. He didn't even know what this was supposed to do, but Harry immediately waved his wand and caught the spell on its end. The Slytherin gave the spell a curious look, a piercing curse. That could have killed anyone else. And you're even surprised that you know it and can cast it wandlessly. So, a defense mechanism since I know too much. But your eyes. Oh. What is it? Neville bit out. Harry seemed lost in his own world. I'm such an idiot. I'm so thick. How did I not see this coming? I thought it would have been inert after so much time. I should have realized. Stop being a cryptic bastard, Harry, and just fucking tell me. What's happening to me? When was the last time your scar was burning? What are you on about? The young Gryffindor asked, baffled by the question. Harry didn't seem inclined to answer, instead, he kept talking to himself. It was always there, in the back of your head, trying to extend its influence. All those years, burrowing in, but stopped by your parents' sacrifice, like a locked door. It was inert, contained for over a decade, until someone opened a window. The way it expressed itself, through rage and knowledge of spells in your subconscious. It was already attached, even without meaning to, it was how it survived. It would definitely explain the parcel tongue. What the fuck is going on? Neville yelled out. Just answer the fucking question, Neville. You're distracting yourself from answering the question. Just answer. Answer what? Harry sneered at him. Are you so stupid that you can't even remember a fucking question? It's such a simple thing. Maybe they're all right about you. Maybe you really are just a mad boy. Fuck you, Potter. I'm not fucking mad. Then answer the fucking question. When was the last time your scar burned? Neville didn't even try to process the question Harry asked. He just wanted to prove him wrong. For Harry to take back his words. The answer just came out of his mouth without even thought, when I unlocked my crest. Harry gave him a weird smile. Exactly. That was when the boy's expression turned sad and he gave Neville a pitying look. This is a bit out of my pay grade. I can't help you with this. What you need is to talk to your grandmother, and tell her that your scar got connected to your crest when it was unlocked. She'll probably know what to do. My scar did what? The green-eyed boy just gave him a pitying look. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. Your best bet will be a specialized healer or maybe even Dumbledore, but I'm not sure that would be a good idea. Explain, Potter. Someone is coming, he simply whispered. Neville turned towards the door, and then looked back at Harry, only to find the Slytherin having completely disappeared like a ghost. Chapter 189, of Desperate Vultures. February 17, 1994, Hogwarts. Harry sat on the ground, his back against the sturdy trunk of the ancient tree, its gnarled roots sprawled around them like protective arms. The tome he held was thick and covered in aged leather, its pages yellowed with time and filled with intricate runes that seemed to dance under his gaze. Beside him, Daphne lay comfortably on her stomach, her book propped up on a small mound of grass. Her blonde hair spilt over her shoulders, occasionally catching the weak sunlight that managed to filter through the leafless branches above. They had decided to spend the afternoon there since they were done with their duels for the day and their friends obviously wanted some privacy. The black lake stretched out before them, its surface a mix of melting ice and cold, dark water. It reflected the pale winter sky, broken only by the occasional ripple from a creature lurking beneath. The once icy shore was now a slushy mix of snow and mud, signaling the slow but sure arrival of spring. In the distance, the Hogwarts castle stood majestic and imposing, its many windows glinting in the light. Winter was slowly being turned into spring and the castle was especially beautiful during that time. Nevertheless, the cold's presence was still felt, the air still crisp and chilly. Despite the cold, the runic matrix Harry had crafted created a bubble of warmth around them. The fresh scent of pine and damp earth mingled with the magic, creating an atmosphere of comfort and tranquility. Unfortunately, Harry's mind did not share this tranquility. What was currently happening with Neville Longbottom was bothering him immensely. He didn't really like the Gryffindor boy, not really. He was clingy, still had an undercurrent of arrogance, an unearned pride. He was foolish, had a very narrow view of the world, and just didn't appreciate magic in the way Harry did. It wasn't anything personal, just a clash of two personalities. But no one deserved what the boy was experiencing. No one deserved to have the whispers of Voldemort's Horcrux in the back of their head. Why did they have to unlock his crest? No, the Longbottom family wasn't to blame, most of it lay on Dumbledore's head. He should have told them about the true nature of the scar, or at least alluded to it so that they wouldn't jeopardize Neville's mental state and risk him being possessed by unlocking their family crest. And considering the fact that Harry had come to a dead end when it came to his research in his multidimensional magic, he tried to be productive with his time by looking for a way to help Longbottom. For some reason, any academic work on multiple dimensions was only theoretical in nature or happened by studying standardized spells like Fiend Fire. Considering how dangerous those spells were and how little results they got from their research, Harry was very leery about casting them in a magically rich environment. He wasn't that desperate yet. And so, he busied himself trying to find more research on magical circuits. He still couldn't find anything concrete on crests, every single one behaved differently, but Harry knew that crests attached themselves to a person's magical circuits, sort of like a control node, ready to be activated and used to cast spells inside. He thought about theoretically finding the connection with the Horcrux and cutting off the circuits connected to it, essentially cutting it off entirely from Neville's magic in any way. Unfortunately, the risk of crippling Neville or magically neutering him would be too high. Harry didn't have access to the knowledge healers had regarding circuits, so they probably would know a lot more about how to treat Neville's condition. Still, the young Slytherin just couldn't help himself to see a solution by himself. And it grated him that he didn't find any. Harry growled in frustration, and Daphne tried to comfort him by patting his shoulder. You need to stop blaming yourself for what happened to Neville. You weren't involved at all. I know it's not my fault, but I should have seen it. I spent 2 hours a week with him for fuck's sake. The jump in ability, his unstable temper, they were all signs, and I should have realized what was happening. I should have been objective, but I felt too guilty about what happened last year and willfully closed my eyes to the truth, and Warrington almost died for that. Harry Potter. You are not responsible for Neville's actions. You made a mistake, maybe, but it's not your job to look after Neville. It should have been his family's or his head of house. Hell, it should have been Dumbledore coming forward. And look at what he's doing now. He's so caught up in his damage control that he didn't even care enough to make sure his successor was all right. You are not responsible for his negligence. Harry gritted his teeth. I know. But it's something logical, all right. The blonde wouldn't let it go, though. You need to relax. You've been driving yourself spare this year. Hell, you weren't this stressed last year and there was a basilisk roaming around in the school. You did the best you could. You told Neville to speak to his family, to see a healer, or even to go to Dumbledore. Let them handle the rest and focus on you. I guess you have a point there. It's hard to stop caring once you start. I know. Merlin knows I worry all the time about Astoria. And you were the one who told me to not burn myself out. Now, it's your need to take a break. Come on, let's go back to the castle. We skipped lunch, so we may as well go to the kitchens. Afterwards, we'll play a little chess, just the two of us. Harry gave her an exasperated yet fond smile. You're relentless, you know that, right? And proud of it. I had to be to get my sister to do anything, she returned with a cheeky smile. Harry stood up and pulled her up. With a wave of his wand, he packed all their things into his expanded bag, and they strolled towards the castle. You know, Daphne started, I was thinking about looking around the room of requirements to start my healing training, at least get a leg up before my owls. Harry raised an eyebrow. I thought you just said something about breaks. She punched him in the shoulder. Come on, just answer the damn question. Well, as far as I know, the beginner healing classes for newts aren't that extensive. The spells aren't that difficult and are basic at best. I guess you could learn them, but the books should be publicly found in the library. If you're talking about real healing tomes, then you're out of luck. The room of requirements, as amazing as it is far more limited than it appears to be. How so? She answered with raised eyebrows. I guess I never really explained the limits of the room to you, have I? The room would be more aptly named the Room of Illusions than anything else. Everything you see there is made with some kind of transfiguration, expansion charms, and illusions. The books that you can conjure inside are either doubled from the main school library, and that's only books without the added protections to prevent them from being doubled, or very rarely they're books physically left in the room, without any protections. For example, if it was in a bag, then it wouldn't really count. The chances of getting even a single healing tome, which is considered priceless and whose knowledge was enforced by a guild before Hogwarts was even made, would be immensely small. The blonde huffed. So, no healing tomes. Harry couldn't help but snort. No healing tomes. The rest of the conversation was interrupted by an unfamiliar voice speaking around them. Excuse me, young man. Can I have a word? Turning towards the source of the voice, Harry's eyes fell upon a figure approaching with an air of undeniable authority, that reminded him a bit of Professor McGonagall. She was tall and straight-backed, her posture exuding the kind of stern dignity that demanded respect. Her face, framed by tight curls of silver-grey hair, was lined with age but sharp with intelligence. She was wearing some very expensive robes, and a cane that radiated magic to his arcane hearing. On her head sat a vulture-topped hat, a distinctive and somewhat eccentric choice that Harry heard many complaints about during his runes lesson. Of course, it didn't take long for Harry to identify her. This was Augusta Longbottom, matriarch of House Longbottom, and Neville's grandmother. Recognizing the seriousness in her demeanor, Harry turned to Daphne and said, "I'll meet you in the castle, okay?" Daphne nodded, casting a curious glance towards Augusta before heading towards the castle alone. "Good evening, Madam Longbottom. Is there anything I can help you with?" The Longbottom matriarch gave Harry an appraising look, her sharp eyes seeming to analyze Harry, just as he did her. It was easy to deduce her personality. Stern, proud, yet constantly grieving. Her son's death must have hit her hard and she still mourned him. Her posture was rigid, but not unwelcoming. She obviously considered Harry an unknown but trusted him somewhat, probably because he told Neville to speak to her about his problem. Finally, after a few seconds of silence, she nodded to herself, a small murmur escaping her lips, too quiet for Harry to catch. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, hinting at a rare, unspoken approval. "I saw your performance in the tournament. Quite impressive, especially considering your age." Harry simply shrugged. Sometimes a few simple spells can do wonders. "I will admit that my last duel made me feel much to be desired." And he was right. His duel, this morning, was against Crabbe of all people. The boy somehow passed to the second round after defeating Goyle in the first round. Harry didn't even have to do anything but cast a normal stunner which knocked his yearmate unconscious. The older woman had an intelligent glint in her eyes. There's no need for false modesty. Most of the more competent people on the stands knew exactly what you were doing. I would advise against making a mockery of Dumbledore, but he didn't give you much of a choice in the matter. Yes, his interest in me is quite vexing, but it pales in comparison to his interest in your grandson. I would not want to be in his position." She stiffened at the mention of Neville for some reason. "Neville did tell me that you were good friends during the holidays. I'll be completely honest here. Neville and I were antagonistic towards one another in the first 2 years of our schooling. It was mostly on his side since he expected me to act in a certain way and was disappointed that I didn't. He apologized at the start of the term, but we are now on friendly terms at most, not actual friends. He doesn't trust me with his secrets, and I don't trust him with my own. The truth is that Neville has been having a hard time in school, nothing serious, but I think he was just lonely." The older woman pursed her lips. "Your parents, Frank and Alice, were good friends in school. I suppose it was foolish of me to hope." "There's nothing wrong with hope, Madam Longbottom. Hope is a beautiful thing. The world would stop spinning, and life would have very little meaning without hope. Stop trying to sound like an old man, young Potter. It doesn't suit you. But that's enough time for pleasantries. I don't care about what could have been. Hell, I don't even care about Dumbledore and his constant empty platitudes. For some ungodly reason, you seem to be the boy with the answers, so tell me, Potter, what is happening to Neville? What is happening to my grandson?" Chapter 190, Wisdom and Choices. February 17, 1994, Hogwarts. "Stop trying to sound like an old man, young Potter. It doesn't suit you. But that's enough time for pleasantries. I don't care about what could have been. Hell, I don't even care about Dumbledore and his constant empty platitudes. For some ungodly reason, you seem to be the boy with the answers, so tell me, Potter, what is happening to Neville? What is happening to my grandson?" Harry stiffened at the woman's tone and just replied, "It's complicated." The Longbottom matriarch raised an unimpressed eyebrow, then uncomplicated. "It's a very long story. And I have time," she briskly replied. "Can't you just take him to a healer? They should be a lot more qualified about this than me." The older woman snorted, "I'm taking Neville this afternoon to a private healer, but you know as much as I do that family crests can be unpredictable. I can't very well tell them that my grandson's scar is messing with his crest, and that's why he almost killed a boy in a school tournament. I need more information." Harry hesitated for a moment and the woman pounced further, "Let me make this absolutely clear. My grandson, my only remaining descendant, the last thing I have left of my son and my husband, is in danger and you have information that could help. There is nothing in heaven or on earth that will stop me from getting what I want. I don't care about Arcturus Black. I don't care about Dumbledore. I would burn this castle to the grounds with every single child inside, just for a chance to he would be better. So, young Potter, look me in the eyes. Do you think I am bluffing?" The young Slytherin looked at her in the eyes. He expected a legilimency probe or something similar, yet he only saw pure determination and steel in the woman's eyes. To his arcane hearing, Augusta Longbottom's song felt like war drums, slowly getting quicker and quicker, louder and louder, until Harry simply nodded, "You're not bluffing." He saw the woman visibly relax and he took a deep sigh. "What I'm about to tell you is not something you should share. This knowledge, if people knew you had it, would make you a target. Many people want these facts to be concealed, Dumbledore included. So, be very careful. I know more secrets than days you've been alive, young Potter," she answered with an amused smile on her face. "I think I can handle a few more. It's your funeral, but I warn you. Should anyone figure out that you got this knowledge from me, should I be endangered in any way because I chose to help your grandson, then don't expect your family name to last very long." The older woman froze, and her amused smile became barely more than a thin line. "Fine. Speak. What do you know about Tom Riddle?" The older woman furrowed her eyebrow and simply responded, "I know enough." "What does he have to do with Neville's condition?" "A lot. Tom's story is a tragic one, not enough to justify his actions, but enough to act as a cautionary tale. He was a brilliant boy, a magical genius, but he lived in a Muggle orphanage in London. Dumbledore saw his potential, and he didn't like it. Every action the boy took, every attempt he made to get help, was stopped by Dumbledore in the background. That kept happening until one summer, London was attacked and he almost perished. The concept terrified him, and he did his best to find a way to never die, a foolish endeavor. Yet, the boy was desperate as well as a genius, a very bad combination, all things considered. What I probably didn't tell you, was that Tom's mother was called Mara P. Gaunt." Surprisingly, Harry didn't see any sign of surprise on her. "I know. I did my own investigation on Voldemort's origins when I discovered his true name." Stifling his shock, the last Potter continued, "I'm surprised you know who he was. You're right, Lord Voldemort was born from the ashes of Tom Riddle. You probably also figured out that Tom had known about his legacy in his first year, you know, being a Parselmouth and all, but it took him some time to find the Chamber of Secrets. From there, he used the basilisk there to petrify students, hoping to repel Dumbledore from the castle since he was the castle's protector. Obviously, it didn't work, until by mistake, a girl happened to be near the entrance. She met the basilisk's gaze directly by accident, and she perished. Tom didn't know what to do, so, instead, hoping that the girl's death wouldn't be in vain, he did something stupid. He created a Horcrux." The older woman, completely engrossed with the story, asked, "What's a Horcrux?" "One of the vilest worst magics ever devised. It was created by Herpo the Foul as a doomed way to achieve immortality. It essentially consisted of ripping one's soul and putting a piece into an artifact, to act as an anchor should their body be destroyed. Tom Riddle was a genius, but as I said, he was desperate. He wasn't prepared for the ritual, which happened to be beyond him completely, and he ignored the risks involved. You see, one of the catalysts for the ritual is murder, and like it or not, he killed that poor girl. That's how he survived." Harry nodded, "Yes. But that's not important. What's important is the fact that the soul is not really quantifiable. Sure, he was ripping shreds of his very being apart to act like anchors, but what he was truly doing was sacrificing parts of himself, emotions, ambitions, and everything he felt he didn't need to create the Horcrux. The issue was that he put too much in the diary. He was still growing. His soul hadn't matured yet, and he was inexperienced when it came to rituals. And slowly, as Tom Riddle slowly started to wither away, Lord Voldemort was born. He did this again and again, until he was barely more than a killing machine, leaving only his hate, anger, and magic in his body. He was a very dangerous being, a good strategist, a remarkable duelist, but that was it. All that remained of Tom Riddle was a monster." "That's all very fascinating," the Longbottom matriarch answered, "and I can see why people would kill for this information. But what does this have to do with Neville?" "A lot. You see, on that fateful day, Voldemort killed your son and his wife in cold blood. I don't know the details, and I don't understand what happened, but from what I could theorize their deaths were used in some kind of sacrificial alchemical ritual anchored to Neville's blood. A life for a life. They would give their lives so that Neville would live. Voldemort cast a killing curse at Neville without hesitation. When an unstoppable force meets an immovable object, one of them loses its characteristics. Neville's protection won but at a price. The killing curse rebounded, but Voldemort's soul was so warped, so unstable, that it marked Neville in some way." "You're saying that Neville is a Horcrux?" Harry shook his head, "The truth is that I don't know. I don't know enough about soul magic to postulate that. What I do know is that the scar is deeply connected to Voldemort. It burns Neville when he's near or if he feels an intense emotion. My guess is that Neville's protection protected him for years from its influence, like a door locked away. Until we unlocked his family crest. But how? It's a documented case that possessed individuals can't access their crests. It's one of the fundamental protections put on them since their creation. You have to understand that what happened to Neville is completely unprecedented. As far as I know, no one other than Voldemort has ever made more than one Horcrux. A sacrificial ritual like the one that happened on Samhain hasn't been documented for thousands of years. Hell, no one has ever had an unstable soul like Voldemort. I don't even know for sure if Neville is a Horcrux. The main reason I have this theory is the fact that Neville somehow gained Voldemort's crest when that happened, and as you know, crests use some kind of soul magic. That's impossible. The conflict between two different activated crests connected to a single magical circuit network would make the connection unstable at best. At best, using any spells would have unpredictable consequences as both crests activate at the same time, and at worst, it might even kill the user. Harry gave her a slight grin. Only if they're connected at the same time. What if one of the other crests acted differently? What if one of the crests didn't have a physical manifestation, and didn't connect to the magical circuits but used something different to pass on the magic, perhaps even the soul or blood as the connection deepens? Then it would be possible to inherit two crests at the same time. But Salazar Slytherin didn't have a crest. It was one of the biggest perks the founders used to make Hogwarts a legitimate place of learning. Unless Salazar lied. I analyzed it myself. Parseltongue is a spell, one that can be cast by anyone. It is a crest, and your grandson inherited it. The Longbottom matriarch hummed. When we unlocked Neville's crest, it got into conflict with the already activated Slytherin one he got from Voldemort, a crest with unknown origins, probably with a deeper connection to souls. Frank and Alice's sacrifice would stop Neville from being possessed directly, but you allowed the Longbottom crest to act as a buffer between Neville and whatever is in his scar. A scar that probably contained a portion of Voldemort, his knowledge, his emotions. It would explain Neville's jump in talent, like some sort of bleed-through, while it slowly takes over the Longbottom crest. As I said to Neville, his parents' protection locked the door, but you opened a window. And do you have any idea about how to stop it? The older woman asked. No. If I had, I would have helped Neville without anyone being any wiser. You probably noticed that I don't like attention much. But you need to hurry. The more you leave things, the more Neville is affected. How long does he have? It depends on Neville. The bleed-through seems to be more present whenever he fights or feels tremendous anger. Pretty much, the more he acts like Voldemort, the angrier he gets, the greater foothold the scar gets. It's like a feedback loop. The angrier he gets, the crests amplify that, making him even angrier and so on. At the minimum, I would recommend occlumency lessons to at least slow down the spread, but anything more than that is just beyond me. At the end of the day, I'm a 13-year-old wizard and a student at that. When he looked at the Longbottom matriarch's face, he noticed that it was paler than it was before. Are you sure about that? I'm not. This is theoretical at best. I told you that Neville's case is unique, and I wasn't joking. It's why I suggested going to a healer or Dumbledore, although the headmaster's help is bound to have strings on them. And how does a third-year student know about all of this? You have to admit that your knowledge is a little out there. Perhaps, Harry hummed, but I think I have a right to have a little privacy. I agreed to help you for the sake of your grandson's health, and I think I told you more than enough to help. Honestly, if he didn't have a real risk of ending up possessed or dead, I probably wouldn't have said anything. I try not to involve myself in other people's affairs. I don't really have anything more to add about Neville's condition. The rest is fully in your hands. Your parents would have been proud of you, young Potter. Thank you for your help. House Longbottom owes you a debt. Harry suppressed a grimace at the thought of his mother approving of him. I suppose they would be proud. It would be a useless thing to ponder on what could have been and forget about the present. As for the debt, it's not required. I did owe Neville a favor. This is me repaying it. As far as I'm concerned, we're even now. And he meant it. After this, Harry would be completely free of the guilt for gaslighting Neville earlier. Activating the crest was probably something that Neville was going to do this summer either way. He would have been in this position regardless. Whatever happened to Neville after this would be completely out of Harry's hands. The Longbottom matriarch asked Harry one final question, out of curiosity: if we somehow disabled Neville's crest, would it help in any way? Harry furrowed his eyebrows. I'm not qualified to answer that. A healer would be more appropriate. You thought of something, I could tell. I did not get to grow this old by being foolish. I am going to verify every single claim you made, young man. Why not make one more? Resigned, the young Slytherin tried to think of the possibility. I will reiterate that I'm not an expert in the matter, but as far as I know, the connection between the scar and Neville's magic has already been made. Without a crest acting like a buffer, there shouldn't be any bleed-through, but the connection will still remain. For the scar to influence it, he'd have to consciously decide to use it. I don't know Neville as much as you do, but self-control was never his strong suit. Quite. Thank you for your time, young man. You have been very helpful. Before the older woman could leave, Harry asked one final question, out of curiosity. I've never heard about removing an activated family crest. It's not a common thing, and it's deactivating the crest, not fully removing. That would be impossible. It's a last resort, though. I'll take Neville to our private healer first, maybe look for a few specialists and curse breakers. But if nothing works, at least we have options. I didn't know that was possible, the young Slytherin commented. The older woman looked sad for some reason. It is. It's not commonly done, and it's often a last resort. But you can deactivate a crest permanently by disinheriting someone and casting them out of the family. I will have to choose between my grandson's life and being able to call him such, because if I do go through with this, he will not be a Longbottom anymore. Well, shit. Chapter 191, Centurion. February 18, 1994, Hogwarts. Blaise audibly groaned at the grating voice of Ludo Bagman resounding all over the arena. He had gotten sick very quickly of the man's voice during the past few days. He would consider it a mercy if never heard Bagman speak again in his life. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third and final round of the preliminary second tasks. By the end of the day, we will have 14 students qualifying from the lower bracket and 14 students qualifying from the upper bracket of the tournaments. Starting tomorrow, age will not matter. Every contestant would have proven themselves enough for age to not become a critical advantage. Blaise had to admit that if nothing else, the man knew how to captivate an audience. If it wasn't for his gambling problems, and the general uselessness of his position in the ministry, Bagman would have made a good career as a Quidditch commentator. However, the man didn't know shit about dueling. He didn't know tactics, spells, or even complex maneuvers. Blaise didn't know why Dumbledore didn't just get a professional dueling commentator for the event, but they now had to listen to Bagman talk about things he just didn't get, and sound like a first year describing a fight. Maybe it was because he spent too much time with Harry, but such incompetence irked him slightly. Speaking of Harry, the boy had been distracted for the last few days, specifically ever since Longbottom almost killed Warrington in their duel. Seriously, what the fuck was wrong with that guy? Not that Harry needed to focus on the duels or anything. He'd literally won his previous fights with a single spell. The crowd loved it, of course, but they had no idea just how bullshit Harry was at magic. Seriously, Blaise had seen him create spells out of thin air, and when he took things seriously with his space warping magic, he was unstoppable. He'd even recreated a basic version of Blaise's own light magic. Oh, it was a lot less powerful and less refined, but Harry had done it out of curiosity. Fucking curiosity. People have spent centuries trying to steal the Zabinai crest. It was why his father was killed. People just wanted to marry him off to their daughters and have a grandchild with the Zabinai crest firmly under their control. His mother had gone mad in grief. She literally slaughtered every single person responsible, and she had done it in a way that no one could ever prove it was her. Blaise still had no idea how she had done it, but she did. She must have gotten an appetite for it since she kept doing it again and again, amassing a veritable fortune, rivaling that of his father, which was still frozen until Blaise's majority by the decision of the Italian ministry. They had wanted Blaise's mother to submit to them, to beg for gold to return to their usual lifestyle. The least he could say would be that it did not work. Once, Blaise thought that he'd been an unwanted product of his mother's many dalliances, one that she had never gotten rid of. He thought that she resented him as something that held her back from her goals, that stopped her from rising too much. He knew that he was wrong. She had loved his father. Alas, something broke in her, when he died, and she never quite healed. It was a natural thing for a boy to have such doubts about an absentee mother who was obviously a serial killer, not that anyone could prove it. They weren't close, not in the same way a mother and son should be, but Blaze still loved his mother, and he knew that his mother loved him. Even if it was difficult to be known as the son of the infamous Black Widow. Still, it stung when she told him that she wouldn't come to see him compete in the tournament. Apparently, she was having a great time in Bulgaria with some man who was probably going to be her next victim. It didn't sting as much as it did when she didn't show up for 3 of his birthdays in a row. He had gotten used to the disappointment long ago and learned not to have any expectations of her. He loved her, she was his mother, but he did not like her. But that was enough thoughts about depressing things. He was there today to duel, and he should focus on that. Bagman seemed to agree with Blaze's thoughts as he exclaimed, "Now, you all didn't come here to hear me talk. You came here for the duels, so let's get started with the first duel of the day. And aren't we starting with a banger? We have 2 crowd favorites fighting each other. First, we have George Weasley, or maybe is it, Fred Weasley? It doesn't matter, both are still in the tournament, and we can't make up the difference anymore. Both Weasley twins have shown themselves to be very inventive and entertaining in their duels, relying on tricks and obscure pranking spells that somehow worked in their favor. Dueling experts are baffled by this tactic and how it seems to work, but I have to admit that their duels were very entertaining. On the other side, we have Harry Potter, the boy who won every single duel with a single spell. What a way to start the event, am I right? Harry and one of the Weasley twins, Blaze, couldn't really tell the difference got down from the competitor's side of the arena and towards the dueling platform. Blaze honestly felt bad for the redhead. People thought that Harry was good with a wand. They thought he was a prodigy. But they just didn't understand how much he was holding back. Blaze's friend had a blank expression on his face. It was a tactic that Blaze was familiar with. It was just disheartening to see an opponent fighting while looking bored, like they just didn't think you were worth the effort. He didn't think Harry got just how big his shadow was. He was fine with it. At first, it was a good way to hide from the reputation of being the Black Widow's son. Blaze was never an ambitious person. He wanted to be rid of his mother's reputation, to make his father's legacy proud. He was lost, and he wanted to find himself. And then he met Tracy. Where Harry was cold and awkward, Tracy was warm and bubbly. She wasn't a genius. Her family wasn't wealthy. She was just his friend, and things just grew from there. When Harry just forgot about him in his research or projects, Tracy tried to get to know him, really get to know him. Was it any wonder that he started to have a crush on her? The first girl to truly try to see who he was, try to understand him, to help him. Tracy grabbed his hand as if reading his thoughts. He stiffened before relaxing slightly as she whispered, "Do you think Weasley will last more than a single spell?" "I don't know. The twins' performance was pretty good in the last few duels." Tracy snorted, "They pranked their opponents to submission. That's not dueling." "It worked, didn't it?" "I refused to call that dueling after what I had to go through while training with Harry." Blaze suppressed the urge to shudder at the memories of Harry's training. Who would have thought that there were so many ways of winning a duel with a single spell? Well, he had to admit to being curious as to which method Harry would use for this duel. Blaze didn't have to wait long, as both duelers bowed and took their stances. The redhead's stance was obviously defensive, focused more on dodging. Someone probably told him that shielding against someone experienced with shield breakers would be a bad idea. Interesting, as most of Harry's tricks took advantage of people's over-reliance on shield charms. The young Slytherin didn't seem to be too hung up about it and raised his wand in a neutral position, and just as the gong sounded, he waved his wand. To the surprise of many, including Blaze, Harry cast 2 spells this time. Of course, it took him less than a second to recognize what Harry was doing. Tracy seemed to come to the same conclusion as he muttered, "He's really using that on Weasley." Blaze didn't answer, choosing to focus on the duel. If Harry pulled something like this off, well, people will talk about it for a very long time, especially in dueling circles. As expected, George Weasley ducked and was able to dodge both spells. He looked triumphant for a moment and gloated, "You missed." Harry just raised an eyebrow, and as if he had timed it to perfection, the spell ahead, which was bluish in color, turned into a small pane, specifically a reflective shield charm. It was a particular variation of a spell that allowed the user to cast shields away from him. It only looked like an attacking spell to prevent loss of energy during its flight. The red spell behind the shield, a stunner, reflected over the static shield and moved towards the Weasley's back, knocking him out. And just like that, Harry won. Most people simply didn't comprehend just how precise Harry had to time that. He had to ensure that the stunning charm would move slower than usual, and he had to make sure that the shield charm would only activate after he went past Weasley. All they saw was Harry finally using more than one spell for the first time. They roared in excitement and applause. Even Harry's opponent just got up and shook his hand. Somehow, Harry still won without showing a single thing about what he's capable of. The 2 spells Harry used can be cast by a normal 4th year after some study. He was making a mockery of Dumbledore's event, and people loved him for it for some ungodly reason. How the fuck was he pulling this off? Blaise tried to not be jealous. He really did. All he had to do was remember Hogsmeade and how terrified he felt as he held Tracy while that monster chased them down. Yet, Harry's life wasn't one he wished for, even if his talent in magic made Blaise want to tear out his own hair at the injustice. He'd been a sucky friend to Harry, and had essentially forced him to train him and Tracy, not that Harry wouldn't have done it if they had just asked. They were acting like brats during the Hogsmeade attack. Blaise didn't know if it was some kind of resentment born out of jealousy, the fear of the situation, or just a mix of the two, but he acted like a dick while their lives were in danger. Harry told them that he was treating them like adults now, and would stop holding their hands, but Blaise knew that he'd slowly cut them off from his projects. They lost whatever trust he had in them for their little tantrum, and they deserved it. Now, they had to live with the consequences. The dark-skinned boy ignored Bagman's prattling about bouncy spells or whatever inane explanation he came up with, and focused on Tracy. When he showed us this trick, I thought it would be impossible to pull off in a real duel. The precision necessary, and the danger of attacking yourself with your own spell. How do things just work out for him? Tracy shrugged, no clue. I stopped questioning how Harry did stuff a very long time ago. Quickly, Harry left the arena as the victor, and Blaise decided to just enjoy the rest of the duels. He might have to fight them someday as well. He didn't even know who he was fighting today. But he needed to show his best to the court of Slytherin. Malfoy and Nott were still in the duel. Nott was surprisingly quick and creative with a wand. Malfoy had obviously passed with the skin of his teeth against a mediocre opponent. He wanted to be in the court with Tracy. Friends pulled each other up, right? And Tracy was disturbingly obsessed with joining the court. Blaise didn't get it, but he didn't have to. All he needed to do was support her. Of course, that's when Ludo Bagman spoke up to ruin everything. Our next match is between Blaise Zabinai, he perked up, and Tracy Davis. Oh, a Slytherin duel, that's not something we've seen much of in this task. I wonder how they'll fare. Blaise's mind was blank at the announcement, and he saw Tracy looking pale and shocked as well. His mind kept whirring as he went down to the platform. They had dueled before while practicing, and he knew that he was better at it than her. Tracy looked at him with teary eyes. Were they really going to fight for this? For a position in the court? Would it be worth it? The answer was simple. Blaise tossed away his wand, a blasphemous action for a wizard to take, and raised his hands. I forfeit. Tracy looked honestly shocked at his actions, like she didn't expect him to do something like this. Did she think that he valued a position in a school club more than her? Leaving the crowd speechless, the young Slytherin picked up his wand and left the arena, feeling lighter than he had in a long time. I'll be honest here, I'm not really sure about this chapter. I wanted to add a Blaise POV to give some life to the character. So, please let me know what you think or if you have any suggestions. Chapter 192, Lengthy Desperation. February 18, 1994, Hogwarts. Harry sat in the arena after his duel, if one could even call it that. He felt bad for George Weasley, losing in such a way to someone 2 years younger than him. Thankfully, the redhead was a good sport, claiming that he was impressed by the prank or something. Sure, Harry was taking a piss at the whole event and messing with Dumbledore, but he didn't see how this duel was a prank, and let it go. The Weasley twins did seem in better shape since the first task, where they won 100 galleons by winning the preliminary for their year. He still remembered the sour look on Dumbledore's face as he gave Harry his prize gold and congratulated him. It was something he committed to memory. If he had a pensieve, he would have watched the memory again and again, whenever he felt frustrated. The mere thought brought a smile to his face. It was a shame that the artifact was very rare and extremely expensive. It just wasn't worth spending awarded manor's worth in gold just for a fancy artifact that he wouldn't use all that often. Dumbledore was lucky that there was a pensieve bound to the headmaster's office in the school. There was a legend that the 4 founders of the school discovered that particular pensieve half buried in the ground in the location where the school would be built. This was supposedly one of the reasons the school was located in such a remote location. Of course, the fact that it was under a nexus of ley lines made that little theory slightly suspect in Harry's opinion. As for his friends, they were doing well so far. Daphne was currently on the platform, playing with Malfoy, who was doing his best to survive for as long as possible. If Harry believed that the match selection was rigged before, now he was certain. In the lower year bracket, Slytherins dominated the other houses, probably because most of them had enough gold to get tutors over the years. First and second years were often advised to learn how to defend themselves, since after their third year, the court of Slytherin would stop actively offering them their protection for free, meaning that they had to pay for one of the enforcers to take action. Slytherin was a sink-or-swim environment, and so, most members had to learn to fight, if only to survive in the house. Most houses didn't have to deal with that, and it showed. Dumbledore probably wanted to curb this by arranging for Slytherin students to eliminate each other. Harry did have his doubts, since Longbottom was paired up with Cassius Warrington, a pretty competent 5th year, in his first fight. He couldn't understand Dumbledore's decision to risk his show pony in the first round. Neville would have been better off fighting Crabbe or Goyle. Maybe the headmaster had faith that Neville would win somehow. The boy had been getting a lot better since the start of the semester. Harry was proud of him at first, but now, knowing how that improvement came to be, it just left a bad taste in his mouth. The crowd gasped as Daphne sent icicles at Malfoy, who huddled behind a hasty shield. His performance was the most lackluster by far out of the 6 recruits to the court of Slytherin. Not that Daphne cared about that. She was showing off to Astoria, who was sitting next to him and had stars in her eyes. That's so cool. Did you see that? That's my sister. Yes, I saw that, Astoria. I was the one who taught her that move. You're going to want to see what comes next. It will be very impressive, I promise you. The younger Slytherin didn't have any signs of having heard him. Draco was in an exact position that taught Daphne how to finish. The blonde started with a reductor curse, that Malfoy's shield held against barely, and followed up with a particular charm that Harry didn't see duelers use much. It was a simple one that created a black cloud whenever it hit its target, which in this case was the shield. Seeing that her opponent was blinded temporarily, she cast a shield breaker, followed by a very strong gust of wind. Malfoy probably didn't even feel his shield break before being thrown away by a large gust of wind, that cleared the arena. Daphne then finished it with a stunning charm, ending the duel. There was the usual applause and cheers, of course, and Harry heard Astoria mutter, "This was so cool." The last Potter simply ruffled her hair, making her whine in annoyance. "Told you that your sister was awesome, right? Yeah. Everyone is impressed with you guys. Mum and Dad are so proud of Daph, and you should have seen how many women swooned when Blaise forfeited for Tracy. Oh, it was just so romantic." Harry gave her a small smile in return. He was pissed when Blaise and Tracy's duel were announced, thinking that it might strain their friendships as well. But it seemed to have ended well enough. Blaise was never really interested in being in the court of Slytherin. It was obvious that he was doing it solely for Tracy, and it was nice to see him show that to her by forfeiting. Tracy genuinely looked like she wanted to snog him when he was leaving, and since they haven't really been since then. The green-eyed boy couldn't help but smile faintly. Tracy and Blaise have been insufferable this year, but it was still nice to see their relationship flourish. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by someone poking him in the shoulder. "Harry, do you have a minute?" He turned and saw Neville looking at him with a blank look on his face. Damn it, as far as Harry was concerned, they were even. He had told his grandmother about his scar, and in exchange, his conscience was clear of any wrongdoing he did to the boy. Alas, they were in public, and Harry wasn't tactless enough to tell him to fuck off with spectators around. Plus, he wasn't going out of his way to help the boy anymore, but that didn't mean that they couldn't be cordial with each other. Harry turned to Astoria, who was looking curious as him. "Do you mind if I leave you for a minute? Your sister should come here anytime soon." "Sure," the blonde simply retorted. Harry nodded at her and followed Neville away from the crowd. The Longbottom Scion was taking him to the school grounds for some reason, which was weird since it was a bit chilly, and they didn't have their cloaks. Still, Harry cast a small warming charm on himself and walked with Neville towards the lake. They stood there, completely silent until Harry had enough. "So, what did you bring me here for?" "I wanted us to talk alone. I know you're not a malicious person. I know that you wouldn't really hurt me. You could have told me to get lost back in the train at the start of the year and I would have accepted that. So, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Harry tilted his head in confusion. About what exactly? What did you tell my grandmother? The young Slytherin froze at that. I told her what I found out about your condition. I gave her all the details and let her make her own decision. She said that she'd take you to specialists or something, and then she would make her decision. Well, I went to those specialists. They have no fucking clue what's wrong with me. I don't even know what's wrong with me and Gran wouldn't tell me anything. She's your guardian, Neville. It's completely her right to not tell you. Neville's face reddened, but it's all right for you to know. I figured it out and have a theory. I'm not a healer and I am certainly not an expert in obscure magic. Maybe someday, if I work hard enough, but not now. I'm a third-year student just like you. I deserve to know. And bullshit. You probably know more magic than some of the professors here. So just fucking tell me. Harry shook his head, not without your grandmother's permission. I promised her that I wouldn't say anything to anyone else, and that includes you. Well, thank you for your integrity, the Gryffindor replied with a snarl, because I'm probably going to be disinherited because of your little theory. She's really going to go through with this so quickly. Harry muttered, I thought that she'd take more time to see if there are any other options. You knew about this. She mentioned it but said that it was a last resort if the healers couldn't do anything. The boy who lived's face reddened in anger. Well, congratulations, the healers couldn't figure out a way to stop whatever is happening. Some experts, they are. You can't really blame them. Your condition is unique in the very sense of the word. Too many arcane magics interacting with each other in weird ways. I still don't know for sure what's going on. And you're getting my grandmother to disinherit me on a theory that you're not even sure about. Harry calmly responded, I'm not getting your grandmother to do anything. This was entirely her decision and it's likely to save your life. I lived with my scar for 12 years, Harry. It wasn't killing you. You didn't have your crest activated before. The child of the prophecy growled in response, is that what this is? You're jealous that I'm getting better, that I might surpass you, and you're trying to stop me. That's preposterous, Neville. It makes so much sense. You saw how much my crest was helping me improve and you wanted to stop that. That's enough, Neville. Harry yelled, frustrated by the boy in front of him. He took a deep breath. You're hurt. You're angry. You feel betrayed, like the entire world is conspiring against you. But the truth is that this scar is a danger to you and it's using the crest to warp your thoughts. You're not being yourself right now. You need help. I don't need help, Neville sneered, I was fine on my own, without you intervening. I didn't intervene. You did. You're the one who told your grandmother because you knew that something was wrong. You're the one who realized what you might lose to get better. I don't need to get better. I'm fine just the way I am. I just have to manage my temper, that is. Harry responded in a tone as dry as the desert, so, Warrington was what, an accident? Yes. And how many accidents do you need to have before you finally see that something is wrong? Are you going to wait until you maim someone, or worse, kill someone? This isn't you, Neville. The Longbottom Scion froze for a moment. No, this will never happen again. Are you really willing to gamble with other people's life? Your grandmother is not doing this out of hate or spite, and neither am I. It's why I told her the pure truth. I trusted you. Harry shrugged, if you thought I was lying you wouldn't have told her. Trusting me was the right move and let me tell you why. You're being influenced by a wizard so evil, so unnatural, that people wouldn't say his name a decade after his presumed death. Do you think you can win a contest of will between you and him? And if you defeat him, are you sure you'll still be yourself in the end? Aren't you ever going to wonder if every decision was yours or a compulsion from your scar? Do you even want to risk that? Neville still didn't look convinced, and Harry continued, do you know what could happen to you? You could slowly morph into Voldemort. You would get angry quickly, then you'll just curse anyone who annoys you. A piece of Neville Longbottom would be discarded away for more pieces of Voldemort to grow. Or even worse, the scar could hijack your crest entirely and pull you to the background. You will find your way to the back of your head, while the scar takes in the reign fully. You will be forever a prisoner in your own mind as your body kills everything you ever held dear. Your grandmother had a choice, this or disinheriting you. If you ask me, being disinherited is the kinder fate of the two. You have to make a choice, either be a Longbottom and a monster, or not be a Longbottom but still remain yourself. I wonder what your parents would have done if the choice was in their hands. And with that said, Harry turned and went back to the castle. He wouldn't waste more time on a stubborn boy who just wanted to rant, not knowing the danger that he was in. Chapter 193, The Second Face. February 18, 1994, Hogwarts. Neville walked outside the dueling arena, seething about the conversation that he had with Harry. What right did he have to interfere in family matters? What right did he have to uproot Neville's life so much? It wasn't any of his business anyway. Why did everything have to be against him? Why couldn't Neville just have a single year without something horrible happening? He remembered his first year when he was unknowingly being taught by the man who killed his parents. He had almost died, saved by some kind of weird magical interaction that made Quirrell burn whenever Neville touched him. He remembered his second year, where he was blamed for petrifying Muggle-born students, just because of being able to speak Parseltongue. He was then trapped in an illusion while destroying some diary. It sounded weird when he thought about it objectively, but that didn't matter. Neville was vilified as an unstable boy, desperate for attention. And this year, all he wanted was to have some friends again, bond with Harry even more so, and have some fun in school. The tournament did provide an opportunity to regain some of his reputation. Not qualifying in the preliminaries in the first task was unfortunate, but he had gotten over it. But the dueling tournament was supposed to be his greatest opportunity, and when he realized that he might have lost, he went too far. He didn't think, with anger clouding his mind, and Warrington had almost died for it. It was just a lapse of judgment, nothing more. Neville didn't mean to hurt him. There was nothing wrong with having a tempter, was there? Harry couldn't be right. He just couldn't. It just wouldn't be fair, he murmured to himself. If there's anything I've learned in the past year, it would be that life is just not fair, a mocking voice interrupted him. When he turned, Neville suppressed the urge to groan. Of course, he had to run into one of the most unpleasant people he had ever met, Draco Malfoy. I'm not in the mood, Malfoy. Funnily enough, neither am I. You're not the only one who has things to brood about, Longbottom. What, your diamond shoes are too tight or something? I'm just annoyed to see your ugly mug, the blonde retorted immediately, before smiling softly. So, why aren't you in the arena with the rest of the people? Just had some thinking to do. Yeah, I suppose you're having a hard time too, with the whole almost killing another student and whatnot. Not that I have anything to help the mood. I just lost my only opportunity at having any sort of security from my house in my time in Hogwarts. Neville furrowed his eyebrows. How? I lost my duel. It's Slytherin stuff and I'm not really allowed to talk about it, but let's just say that I had a lot riding on my duel. It's a shame that I got Potter's girlfriend. It's only logical that he trained her enough to defend herself. Really? Greengrass is Harry's girlfriend. The Malfoy scion shrugged. Don't know. Don't care. They might as well be considering just how inseparable they are. No one really tried asking him about it, but no one in the house had the guts to touch her or her sister. Potter is all nice and calm when you leave him alone, but he could be fucking terrifying when you get a rise out of him. No one wants to risk poking the dragon and all that. I always wondered what happened in that house of yours. So, how did losing a duel destroy any protection you might have? As far as I remember, you still have a nice fortune in the bank, more than enough to hire people to look the other way. Yeah, and I have access to a pittance of that fortune until my majority. Not made sure of that when he took over from my father. As far as they're concerned, I can barely do anything other than bark until I'm 17. And today, I just proved that I couldn't handle fighting a girl in my year, and that's not to mention the opportunity that I just lost. Losing to Potter wouldn't have been a shameful thing, losing to Greengrass, well. I'm in some very shitty few years. Neville frowned. You don't seem overly concerned. I guess I'm just desensitized. I've been doing nothing but losing fights since my father died. I expected this anyway. There's also the calming potion that I drank, I guess. Maybe it's even the fire whiskey I mixed with it. I don't know. That's a pretty dangerous conversation, the Gryffindor retorted. Maybe. But it's better than hyperventilating and crying out in despair. So, what about you? What are you running from? I'm not running from anything. Of course, you are, Malfoy replied with a scoff. I recognize that desperation from a mile away. Is it about you almost killing Warrington? It's a wonder you're still in school. Most people would have been expelled, maybe even arrested. I wonder how many times Dumbledore will have to bail you out. Just stop talking, Neville gritted out. Touched a nerve, did I? The blonde answered with a familiar cocky smile, I have to admit that you're a lot more different than before. I remember in our first year, you were so against dark magic. I wonder if your parents could see you now. Enough, Malfoy. I wonder if they'll be like the rest of the world, disgusted by your actions. I personally think that they'd be ashamed to see you as their son. That just came closer to home than he expected, especially with the possibility of him being disinherited, and just like that, Neville's control slipped, and he yelled out, that's enough. A burst of magic, born of rage and fear, sent Malfoy flying. Neville followed up with a wand in his hand, ready to send a piercing charm at his enemy, only to freeze in the middle of the action. What was he doing? Why did he even attack Malfoy? The reality of what he had nearly done, what he might have done, hit him with crushing force. In a moment of horrified clarity, he felt like he could have easily just gone through with it, he could have killed Malfoy. And just like that, Harry's words came crashing back. He was getting unstable. The scar was having a lot more influence on him than he realized. Oh Merlin, what was he doing? He looked at the disoriented Slytherin with pity and regret. I'm sorry, Malfoy, and he just ran. He ran as far as he could. Away from other people and their judgment, away from his problems. Neville didn't even know where he was going, but when he looked around a few minutes later, he found himself in the empty Quidditch pitch. It was a place that once represented his freedom and joy. It represented what he could have been before Dumbledore banned him for breaking into the Slytherin common room. It was a representation of his potential, but currently, it was just a good place to vent. He looked at it, with teary eyes and muttered, it's not fair. It's not fair. He repeated, this time, shouting with raw emotion this time. Another pulse of magic ripped the plants and roots from the ground around him. This time, he took out his wand and sent a blasting curse towards the stands, while yelling, why? Spell after spell burst from his wand, each a manifestation of his frustration and pain, tearing through the air until he was left drained, kneeling on the grass, his breath ragged sobs. Why do those things always happen to me? He muttered. Because it is your destiny, a weirdly familiar voice retorted. Neville turned in surprise but froze when he recognized the person standing next to him. He looked older, and his eyes were purely red, but he knew that face. He knew that arrogant smile. Tom Riddle, he snarled. I suppose, technically, I am. You're my scar, whatever is trying to take over my crest. The older man nodded. I suppose take over is a bit of an oversimplification. The correct term would be that I'm trying to merge with you. Merge? You've kept me angry all the time. I almost killed someone. That's not true. I never urged you to do anything, I just lent you my skills. My temper might have been included, but I did not urge you to do anything. You just never learned to control yours. I can teach you that if you want. Neville scoffed, you want me to work with you, with the man who killed my parents? Lord Voldemort killed your parents, I am not him. What are you then? Riddle shrugged, something new, something unique. I suppose I'm a fragment of a whole, a shard of something precious, an echo of your parents' murderer. And why should I trust you? You're the one who woke me when you unlocked your crest. You're the one who stopped my imprisonment. You gave me life and purpose. Why wouldn't I work in your best interest? The Longbottom Scion stiffened, and you want us to merge. You have great potential, one that you've barely scratched the surface. You just lack the knowledge necessary for you to rise, the knowledge necessary for you to grow. The knowledge that I have. I could help you surpass everyone. That Potter boy, Voldemort, even Dumbledore. Why do you think they're so well regarded, why they're so respected? They have power and you don't. But you could. You only have to give me a chance. Neville wanted to deny it outright, but the picture was an attractive one. To get Harry's skill in magic, the respect Dumbledore garnered with his presence. He shook his head slightly. What was he doing listening to Voldemort of all people? What if I don't want power? Neville simply responded. Then you'll die, Riddle answered with a shrug. You'll kill me. No, why would I do that? I don't have to kill you. I don't wish to kill you, my existence is tied to yours. But think about it. If you leave things as they are, we will slowly merge and there's nothing you can do about it. But if you deactivate your crest, you'll cripple your potential. You could be a good wizard, even a great one, but you will never approach Voldemort's level. He will be back eventually, and he will kill you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Dumbledore might save you, but you'll end up as nothing more than a pawn, used for publicity and as a symbol. No. Neville yelled. But yes. You know it and I know it too. But don't think about the negatives. Can you imagine what the two of us could accomplish together, to create a better world, to fix magical Britain? To make it like your old friend, Hermione wished it could be. Imagine that she wakes up one day and sees you create the world of her dreams. We could even try to heal her together. I have memories of the diary's creation. It was my invention, after all. We could fix her, together. Now wouldn't that be something? He had to admit that the idea was enticing, the prospect of helping Hermione. But the prospect of changing the world irked him. It reminded him of the illusion in the diary. Riddle had used that exact same line on him to help turn him against Harry. It could have been an illusion, but maybe there was something subconscious about it. Still, something bothered him, but how many people will have to be hurt? What if I kill someone this time? I almost killed Warrington over a duel. I almost attacked a drunk Malfoy. Tom Riddle's face hardened, as many as it is necessary for us to be joined. Great sacrifices are required to achieve greatness. It's a tragic thing, but it is necessary. No, the young Gryffindor simply answered. Please, Neville, listen to me. I said no. He yelled, I can't. My parents wouldn't have wanted this. If you knew Hermione, you would have balked at the mere idea of hurting people. You're trying to use me, turn me into you. Well, I won't let you. I refuse. I'd rather be a weaker wizard than turn into a monster. I'd rather lose my legacy than turn into you. I'll grow stronger on my own, to create my own legacy, than to inherit your tainted one. Neville ran towards the arena, ignoring Riddle's protests all the while. He ran until he saw her, sitting alone, in a corner, away from the excitement. He rushed towards her, with tears in his eyes. Neville could see her looking more relieved, then slowly turned to concern as she saw the desperation in his features. What's wrong? He looked at his grandmother, with pleading eyes, a testament to his desperation and determination. You were right. You were always right. I need help. I need you to stop this. What are you babbling about, Neville? I accept. You were right, Gran. Please deactivate my crest. Oh, Neville, the bittersweet smile on his grandmother's face broke his heart just a bit. But he would not be stopped. He would not turn into another Voldemort. He didn't need a crest to make his parents proud. He would climb the ladder all on his own, he would work his ass off and he will create a new legacy of his own. He knew that it wouldn't be easy and that the path ahead would be full of challenges, but it was a path he was determined to walk. He would heal and he would grow into a man his parents would be proud of. Chapter 194, Bright Futility. February 26, 1994, Hogwarts. Harry sat in the headmaster's office, looking blankly at Dumbledore, waiting for him to begin. He didn't really understand if it was some kind of power move or something, nor was he interested in knowing. The man had summoned him on the day of his first duel after the preliminaries were over. Having a week between the preliminaries and the actual tournament was probably a way for Dumbledore to get people to maximize his income from the tournament and retain media interest for as much as possible. Even after the excitement visibly dialed down, the Daily Prophet's articles were filled with speculation on the duels, and barely even mentioned Neville's disqualification or his behavior in his duel. The headmaster had probably sent them a substantial sum of gold to print his side of the story about everything being accidental magic or something. It was disgusting, and frankly, it left a bad taste in Harry's mouth, but he didn't expect Dumbledore to do anything else. Curiously, Harry was paired up with Cedric Diggory, one of the favourites to win the entire tournament. It was an expected match, like a rematch of Harry's trick during the first task. Honestly, if it wasn't a public event, Harry wouldn't have minded sparring with Diggory. He seemed like a nice guy, with a good head on his shoulders. It was a shame that he was paired up with Harry of all people. Still, Dumbledore summoning him out of a whim was surprising. Harry expected the old man to keep his distance after what happened in the summer. Speaking of the headmaster, he was still writing with his quill over some parchment. Harry did his best to ignore him and just opened his school bag, took out a book and started reading. It was a nice small autobiography of some curse breaker that was published a few years back. It was so exciting, that it might as well have been a fiction book. With magic, who could tell the difference anymore? Still, it was nice to pick the brain of someone clearly knowledgeable about curse breaking, and there were enough technical details there to help Harry plan out his next lessons with Daphne. After what felt like an eternity, Harry started whistling an old song whose name he forgot. It seemed that Dumbledore finally realized that Harry wouldn't mind doing it for hours, so he put on an obviously forced smile on his face and spoke up, "I apologize for the wait, young Harry. The dueling tournament has tripled my workload. I have barely had the time to eat." Harry simply shrugged, "All right." The older man didn't seem happy with Harry's nonchalant response. "I suppose you are wondering why I asked you to come here." The thought did cross my mind, yes. "And yet you didn't ask." The last Potter hummed, "It would be impolite to interrupt someone while working." "Quite. I see that Arcturus started teaching you some etiquette." "I always had manners, I just chose never to use them. It gives a certain amount of freedom when people don't expect much from you." "I suppose you've never had that problem. You're buried by expectations, from other people, from yourself." The elderly headmaster looked frustrated by Harry's answer. "There's nothing wrong with having ambition. I would think a Slytherin would have appreciated that. Ambitions and expectations are very different concepts. But it is not my place to judge the path you have chosen, because it would be meaningless to you, wouldn't it? Yet, I do not think you believe that idea. In the end, the only thing that matters is my own opinion. I am happy with the path my life has taken so far. Are you?" The headmaster froze for a moment and his smile was nowhere to be found. "That's a very inappropriate question, Mr. Potter." "I suppose you can blame it on the curiosity of youth," the young Slytherin replied with a cheeky tone. "Now, this little conversation is not why you summoned me here, is it? I haven't set foot in this place for almost a year now, and it's not why you made me wait in my seat for an empty conversation that will probably go around in circles. So, let's get on with it, because I have to pee, and I don't think you'll fancy me using your bathroom for it." The headmaster was gritting his teeth at the disrespect. "Fine, let's ignore the pleasantries and get right to the issue at hand. I do not like the attitude you are taking during the tournament, and I want you to stop. It's perfectly within the rules. I am allowed to find loopholes, aren't I? But you're ignoring the spirit of the competition. It might have been amusing the first time, but you're going too far." Harry gave him a dry look. "Just like you went too far when you forced all your students to participate. If you hadn't made me compete, I wouldn't have been doing my best to make a mockery of your tasks and your students. You're the one who forced my hand, just like you forced my hand during my guardianship hearing. You're overstating your importance. I never even considered your situation when I set up the tournament," the old man protested. "But you can't prove that, can you? At the end of the day, the position I'm in is because of you. Malicious intentions or not, this was your doing. If I win the tournament, every citizen in magical Britain will be terrified of me because of what you said in the summer. If I lose the tournament, I also lose any credibility I might have had. This was my only path forward, and you know that. You can't expect me to risk my future to make you look good when you're the one who jeopardized it in the first place." Dumbledore frowned. "You are a student in my castle. I can make your stay here just as comfortable as I could make it miserable. And I can now leave the castle. Arcturus would agree in a heartbeat if you're jeopardizing my education, which you are. And your friends?" Harry answered with a shrug. "They'll complain to their parents. They'll make sure that there are investigations, who knows what they'll find out. That's not mentioning what Augusta Longbottom would say if she heard what happened to me. She could even take out her son from Hogwarts just to keep him safe, especially if I send her this." Harry took out a small metallic artifact out of his pocket to the older man's confusion. "And what is this?" "Oh, it's just a small device I invented. It's very good at detecting vibrations in the air and storing them. Did you know that sound dissipates through changes in pressure in the air? And it even has a function to transmit the information to other devices using a variation of the protean charm. Took me quite some time to get it right. Wards can easily detect certain listening charms, but an artifact that literally worked the same way an ear does. Well, it wouldn't be able to tell it apart from any normal magical object." Harry's grin widened and he continued, "Now such a device wouldn't hold up in court, maybe it wouldn't be taken seriously by the media, but it can easily be used to convince a person. I wonder what will happen to your plans if the boy who lived moved abroad, far away from your influence. I hear Ilvermorny is such a good school. Are you blackmailing me? The elderly headmaster asked with a baffled expression on his face. Of course not. It's such an ugly word. Blackmail would be like threatening a student to do what you want, or you would make their life hell in the castle even if they didn't break any rules. Now, making a prediction of what would happen should something unsavory happen, well, it would be like telling someone that they would be imprisoned for committing a crime. There's a big difference between the two. Thankfully, no one is blackmailing anyone, right? That would be illegal. Quite, Dumbledore retorted while gritting his teeth. Thankfully, I'm a reasonable guy. I don't want to compete in this tournament any more than you want me to turn it into a mockery, but I have no choice in the matter. If you could find a way to get me to lose without losing my position, then, well, I'd be inclined to take it. With that said, Harry turned and left an angry headmaster behind. Harry really didn't see why the headmaster even attempted to threaten him. The man had to either be desperate or he just did not plan on threatening Harry. The young Slytherin didn't know either one it was, but he had to keep his eyes open in case something happened. Still, he walked back to the entrance towards the competitor's room, where he saw Daphne and Tracy waiting for him. Harry had drilled them every waking hour they had on their dueling. He didn't know if it would be enough to help them, though. Daphne was the luckier one of the two, having to fight Angelina Johnson, a chaser for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. While somewhat talented in dueling, it wasn't her strong suit. Tracy got Gemma Farley, a clear favorite to win the entire tournament, who definitely had some tutoring in dueling. Tracy was completely dejected by her luck during the previous week. Harry had pushed her as much as he could, but there was just something missing. Hey girls! Daphne looked up and asked, you sure took your time. What did Dumbledore want with you? Nothing really. He asked me very politely to stop taking a piss at the tournament. Tracy snorted, I can't believe the headmaster himself is asking you to stop making everyone look bad. I am curious, though, about how you're planning on winning against Diggory without trying. He's a lot better than your old duelers. Harry simply shrugged, maybe I'll have to duel him seriously. Really? They both exclaimed. Who knows? Harry responded with a shrug. Daphne hit him on the shoulder, you're mean. He just answered her with a cheeky grin before turning to Tracy, so, how are you doing? As good as I can be, I guess, the brunette responded. Harry tilted his head, you know, there's an upside to this. What? She bit out. Well, chances are that Farley is a member of the court. You don't have to win. You only have to impress her. Personally, I'll refuse any invitation to join, so you should have your spot guaranteed. I know you're more than good enough to join the court. All you have to do is show the rest of the world that you are here to stay. No one expects you to last more than a few seconds. So, prove them all wrong. You might even surprise Farley enough to snatch a win. Tracy's face brightened slightly, but before she could say anything, Flitwick entered the room, Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory. Follow me to the arena for your duel. The young Slytherin gave them a cheeky smile, I'll be back in a bit. They turned and walked towards the half-goblin, his upperclassmen towering over him. It must have been quite a comical sight from the outside. Diggory met Harry's gaze with a smile and offered his hand, Cedric Diggory. I'm a big fan of your performance in the tournament. Harry shook the older boy's hand, Harry Potter. I'm glad you like it. So, any secret plans for me? Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Who knows, I might even cast more than 2 spells. The Hufflepuff chuckled, I certainly hope you do. It would be a shame for me to come all this way only to lose. Harry nodded at him, then I wish you the best of luck. You too, I guess, the older boy replied, looking taken aback slightly. Trolling people with niceness is so worth it. Like they had done many times previously, both duelers bowed and took their stances, only Harry realized just as he was preparing his magic to cast an instantaneous spell, that he felt some kind of foreign magic activating on him. And just like that, the world froze as Harry's mind turned to overtime. So, that was Dumbledore's plan. It probably would have worked on anyone other than Harry. The man probably anchored some kind of time-delayed spell that would make Harry spasm. It was a dangerous thing, especially with offensive magic. A spell could easily backfire if the twitch was timed correctly. But how did it get past Harry's arcane hearing? Sure, there were plenty of distractions since there were just too many magical artifacts around, but he should have still picked it up. Was it some kind of weird technique to make magic untraceable? Riddle did manage it in his diary. Or perhaps it was something specific to the Elder Wand. Like making concealing spells overpowered when casting a spell? It didn't matter. He wouldn't let Dumbledore do anything like this. With a quick pulse of his inner magic, the spell was nullified with its exact opposite frequency. Harry wanted to see Dumbledore's reaction for a bit. Well, that gave him an idea. This was going to be fun. Right before the timer turned to 1, Harry's stance lowered, and he turned towards Dumbledore with a confused look on his face. Diggory seemed taken aback for a second and froze. What? Harry interrupted him. The headmaster is waving his hands like mad. Is something wrong? The poor Hufflepuff turned to look to the stands, as did practically everyone. Yet, they only saw Dumbledore with his eyes widened in confusion for a fraction of a second, before realizing what was happening. It was too late, of course, as Harry fired a stunner at his distracted opponent, knocking him out without anyone even seeing it. The young Potter turned fully towards the judges and Dumbledore and bowed. "Thank you, for your consideration." He walked away, his steps the only noise echoing in the arena. The moment he finally left, he could hear the pandemonium that followed, and he suppressed the urge to cackle in laughter. Chapter 195, Marooned. February 26, 1994, Hogwarts. Tracy watched Daphne walk away from the arena while feeling both envious and nervous. Daphne had won her duel, to the surprise of many. People just didn't expect the participants from the lower brackets to go through to the quarter-finals, and they would be right. The gap between OWL students and Newt students in terms of power and control was immense. Of course, Harry didn't count. She had to suppress bursting into laughter when she realized what he had done. Using something as childish and as obvious as pretending the headmaster was in trouble to distract Diggory was just hilarious. The fact that he got most of the audience with it just made it all so much better. But even if he wasn't messing around, Harry could easily win the tournament, he just didn't want to. Daphne's win was just suspect. Angelina Johnson wasn't the best dueler out there, but she was miles better than a third year had a right to be. Most of the duel was just Daphne and her being evenly matched until the Gryffindor chaser mistimed a reflection and got hit with a random curse. It was a very anticlimactic end to what was a very impressive duel. Daphne had been holding her own with some weird curses that just bridged the gap in raw power between her and the older girl. They weren't illegal curses or anything, just some curses of slowness, curses that messed with wand movements, and the like. Daphne liked to curse parts of the platform and discreetly trick her opponents into stepping on them. Slowly, Daphne neutralized her opponent's movement by slowly limiting the environment around her, forcing Johnson to shield more likely than not. She had literally held on until she brought down Johnson to a level that she could manage to fight. That's when the older girl blundered and mistimed a spell redirection, which ended the duel seconds later. It wasn't something Daphne had done. The look of shock on Daphne's face showed that she was as surprised as she was. Tracy had looked towards Harry afterwards, only to see him frowning in the same way he did when he tried to solve a mystery of some sort. It probably wasn't him either. There was a chance that Johnson just made a mistake, but it was just unlikely. Someone interfered in the duel to make sure Daphne would win, and that meant that someone was sabotaging the matches. Wasn't that a worrying thought? Still, either way, Daphne lucked out. And now, it was Tracy's turn to fight a girl far older and far more skilled than she was. Tracy didn't really get to show off in the preliminaries and Harry's words rang in her ears. She didn't have to win. She had to impress. Not lost in seconds just a few matches previously. He was unlucky enough to get Percy Weasley as an opponent, who just didn't play along and took him down as quickly as possible. Merlin, that guy had a stick up his bum the size of Mount Everest. So, far, 2 candidates got through. Tracy only had to do better than not to qualify. She had to do enough to make up for the fact that politically, not was as big as anyone was going to get. This was her time. This was her chance, the chance that Blaise had given her. Tracy blushed slightly at the thought of her boyfriend. If she wasn't training with Harry, she spent most of her waking time just snogging Blaise. It definitely made Harry and Daphne uncomfortable, but the brunette ignored them. She would pay them back when the two of them stopped dancing around one another and got together. But no, this was not the time to get distracted. She had to be focused. She had to be ready. She was fighting one of the best duelers in Slytherin, and she had to prove her worth. Why the hell was she unlucky enough to end up with Gemma Farley of all people as her opponent? It just wasn't fair. The only good point was the fact that she knew that Farley was reasonable enough to let her shine. To be fair, the organizers did their best to pair fighters of the same gender, and there were only 3 female competitors in the upper brackets. She was either going to end up with Gemma Farley, Angelina Johnson, or Penelope Clearwater. Daphne was lucky enough to get Johnson, but Tracy thanked every possible god in existence that she didn't end up with Clearwater. Losing in seconds was already bad, but losing to a Muggleborn would have been a death sentence to Tracy's dreams of joining the court. As much as people liked to say that Slytherin wasn't a house of bigotry anymore, there was still this unconscious thought of Muggleborns as lesser wizards and witches. Cho Chang had ended up against Clearwater and she was bound, gagged, disarmed and petrified in less than 20 seconds. It was just a merciless takedown that looked more like bullying than anything else. Tracy could only hope that Farley would be a little more merciful with her. Professor Flitwick's voice interrupted her musings. Tracy Davis and Gemma Farley, please make your way to the arena for your duel. The brunette stiffened slightly, finally realizing that her time was up. She stifled the nervousness in her gut and walked forward to the entrance. There she met her opponent, who smiled down somewhat kindly at her. So, are you ready? Tracy couldn't help but smile at the act. As ready as I'm going to be. I don't think I could have done much to bridge a 4-year gap of magical education. The older girl giggled. Maybe, but you've done well to get here. Most of the house is impressed, to say the least. You're the most promising year in a while. We didn't expect that half of the people who would qualify from your bracket would be 3rd-year students. Yet, but Harry doesn't count, she muttered to herself. Yet, Potter is a little impressive, isn't he? There will be some grumbling about how he beat Diggory, though. It's his way of protesting the whole forced participation thing. He didn't want to be involved at all. Farley snickered. Well, at least he's entertaining. Took us all by surprise in the first task, and now he's doing it again. At least he taught you enough to get by. He's an amazing teacher. Don't tell him I said that, but I'd take him over most of the defense professors we got saddled with. He has this way of explaining magic, of making you think that's just amazing. It's easy to take for granted until you try to learn on your own, without his input. Interesting. It's a shame that I didn't end up fighting him. Tracy snorted unconsciously before her eyes widened in panic. She hadn't meant to do that. The older girl raised an eyebrow. So, what's so funny then? Damn. How was she supposed to answer that without being disrespectful? Maybe honesty would work. Well, in a fight between the two of you, I have to say that I would bet on Harry. You would bet on a 3rd year over me in a duel? The older girl replied with an incredulous tone. You haven't seen Harry fight seriously. I don't think even I have. What Dumbledore said in the summer, about Harry being as good as the Dark Lord, wasn't an exaggeration. If anything, it was watered down. He's playing around, right now, mostly to just mess with the headmaster and because he doesn't want to deal with the hassle of being recognized as the next Dumbledore or Dark Lord. Interesting. But if someone would force him to fight seriously? Tracy didn't bother stifling her chuckle this time. I can't see that happen, but Harry can be unpredictable sometimes. I can see him respecting an opponent enough to put in an effort, out of curiosity more than anything else, but he's just as likely to just forfeit to avoid the headache. I suppose we'll probably fight in the next round. How do you know you're going to get past me? The older girl smiled. I like you, Davis. Make this fight interesting, will you? I'll do my best. And just like that, the two duelers arrived at the arena, bowed to each other, took their stances, and the duel began. Tracy couldn't really afford to be on the defensive against someone like Farley. Harry spent over a week drilling her on the way to counter the older girl, and he had quickly concluded that taking a defensive approach was just inviting disaster. She sent a few basic hexes and jinxes at her opponent, who just conjured a shield to redirect them. Tracy tried one of Harry's tactics of sending another volley of spells with a shield breaker hidden in between, but Farley saw through it easily and changed her shield charm, making the shield breaker entirely useless. The older girl raised an unimpressed eyebrow, making Tracy grit her teeth. She didn't have the time to show her anger as Farley sent a fairly common dueling combination, a stunner, a cutting charm, and a disarming charm. Tracy dodged 2 of them and redirected the stunner back at her opponent, who dodged it by just stepping aside effortlessly. They kept going back and forth with mostly small charms. Tracy remembered Harry's biggest piece of advice about the duel. Farley was, without a doubt, her superior in every way. Tracy didn't have Harry's frankly insane magical strength and immense repertoire of spells. She couldn't change spells on a whim either. She was fast for her age, but her spells lacked the potency that Daphne's had. The way Tracy had a chance at winning against someone so much older and more experienced as her, was through surprise. When she saw Farley up her game and visibly decide to stop playing around to end the duel, Tracy decided to implement one of the plans Harry taught her. She pretended she was being overwhelmed by a combination of spells, and she jumped back. Farley went for a finishing combination, but Tracy cast one of the most complicated spells that Harry taught her. It was called the doppelganger charm. What it did was create an unmoving illusion of her and make her invisible at the same time. There was a variation where she could control it, but it was beyond her. Maintaining both the illusion and the invisibility was already straining her control. Tracy walked forward, in an area where her opponent's volley of spells just wouldn't touch her. She did her best to maintain the illusion until the spells were about to hit the copy. She dispelled the illusion, revealing her true location, and didn't let her opponent realize that she was tricked, by sending a lightning piercer at her. It wasn't the most dangerous spell in her arsenal, but it was the fastest. And in this trick, speed mattered more than damage. Most students, even 7th years, would have fallen for that trick, but Farley showed her experience when she was barely able to conjure a shield to block the piercer, but she wasn't able to counter the full elemental aspect of the spell, electrocuting her as well. Tracy didn't let up and stopped holding back. Farley wouldn't keep underestimating her anymore. She sent a wind-enhanced cutting charm, followed by 2 stunners. Unfortunately, her opponent was able to create a repelling shield to send her spells back. The young Slytherin didn't let up her assault, and used a small trick Harry taught her. Apparently, an overpowered disarming charm could redirect spells mid-flight. And if anything, Tracy's advantages were both her speed and her accuracy. Just as she practiced 100 times with Harry, her disarming charm hit the stunning charm closing to the older girl and she could see her opponent's eyes widen as the stunning charm returned back at her. Tracy didn't have time to relish the look on her face since she had to transfigure parts of the platform as a small hill, to intercept the spells being reflected back at her. With a smaller charm, she made the wooden hill act like a wave and moved towards her opponent in an effort to throw her out of the platform, while she was dealing with her last trick. The younger girl's eyes widened when the wooden wave split into 2 as she neared her opponent. Farley looked ragged and more than a little pissed off. It was a shame. Tracy was sure that her trick could have worked. Now, the older girl wasn't going to underestimate her anymore. She was proven correctly, when, just like that, Farley's spells doubled in speed and tripled in power. Tracy was slowly getting overwhelmed just by defending. Damn it, this was exactly what she wanted to avoid. As a Hail Mary, Tracy cast a pulsing repelling shield, which already strained her magic channels. It was a very power-consuming spell that not only repelled spells but acted as an attack. Farley expertly cut through the force coming at her, but Tracy didn't plan on it working. She conjured a giant fireball towards her opponent and followed it with the strongest gust of wind she could manage. She was running dry. Raw power wasn't really her strong suit. She could only hope that this would work somehow, even if she didn't have her hopes up. Tracy's hopes were dashed when chains were conjured out of nowhere and bound her legs, and somehow, Tracy's wand flew out of her hand. The fire faded to reveal a slightly singed Gemma Farley holding her wand at her, with a small smile on her face. "You did well, kiddo. Very impressive. But that's the end of the line." Tracy let out a bitter chuckle. "I thought I had you with that. You almost did. You did far better than anyone could have hoped. Now, are we going to make me stun you, or are you going to take the dignifying way out?" Well, Harry did say that if Tracy didn't win, she had to impress them and show them what she could do. And it's not like she expected to defeat Farley anyway. Now, she could only hope that the court would be satisfied with her performance. Tracy raised her hands and spoke up the words that felt bitter in her mouth: "I forfeit." The crowd roared, but Tracy ignored them. Instead, she looked towards a specific section of the stands where Harry, Daphne, and Blaze were cheering for her. She turned towards where her parents and the green grasses were also smiling at her, looking extremely proud. Her mouth unconsciously turned up at that. Yes, she might not have won, but this was more than enough for her. Chapter 196, A Thankless Job. February 27, 1994, Hogwarts. Alastair Moody spent over 2 hours in the Slytherin third-year dormitories before deciding that it was a dead end. Dumbledore's frankly disturbing orders were concerning, but orders were orders. He had learned long ago that Albus always had something up his sleeve and had a reason behind every action he made. Still, ordering him to search some kid's bedroom, one whose parents fought by his side during the last war, was just in bad taste. He did find a few odd things, but nothing really concerning. It didn't take long to break the encryption of the protection charms on the boy's trunk, thanks to a small artifact he bought from a German wizard during his time as an Auror. Aside from some clothes, a disturbing number of books, fiction and educational in equal numbers, and a bit of gold, the only noteworthy item was a small notebook filled with notes and small ideas. It was mostly concentrated on curses and their counters, as well as the development of new ways of detecting them, and even some interesting research about a new general counterspell that was geared towards curses in general. It would have been some very impressive work for a newt student, hell, even someone working on a mastery in charms, and yet it was a third year that did it. For the first time, Alastor finally understood why Albus was so worried about Potter. The boy could easily end up as his successor, or the next Dark Lord, the latter being the most likely because of his close association with Arcturus Black. This kind of work was definitely not unique. The boy had likely stashed his other work elsewhere, probably more completed. Still, there was no sign of malicious dark magic, at least not something as dangerous as what the children in Slytherin practiced back when Voldemort was still kicking around. He had to admit that the work was fascinating though, and it wasn't long until he found himself engrossed for half an hour reading it, trying to understand its complexities. Magical theory was never his strong suit, but Alastor was more than experienced with handling dark magic and curses. Still, when he realized how long he spent reading a student's notebook, he decided that he spent more than enough time in a child's dormitory and that it was time to leave. Planting both gnarled hands onto the armrests, he pushed himself out of his cushy chair and made for the door. He could have gone to the antechamber that Albus arranged for him when he came, but to Moody, a period of inactivity was more tiring than work. It came with the job well, his former job, he was retired now, he reminded himself. Yet, despite his retirement, his feet itched to explore. His eyes sought to examine every nook and cranny of the building for any sign of the enemy. Perhaps this was why he practically leapt at the missions Dumbledore sent his way instead of retiring like most people his age. He could have more time to enjoy the limbs he had left. Students passing by leapt away from him as he entered the hall. He looked about at their shocked faces. It was still funny that people were still scared shitless by him. Those who were not aware of his reputation were still terrified of his scarred face and peg leg. As he made his way to the arena, Alastor's magical eye took everything in. He grew to love his eye over the years, it was almost worth losing his old one just for how much it enhanced his situational awareness. He peered into classrooms and offices, desks and bags. Magical items glowed slightly, and hidden doors stood out from the walls. When someone got too close, he even looked through their clothing for hidden weapons. It was an instinct that he honed for a very long time. Constant vigilance was necessary. Perhaps if he had practiced this all those years ago, he wouldn't have lost her. Perhaps, he wouldn't have been alone. He had been just an Auror back then, a very competent one, but he was dutiful. He followed orders, did his paperwork and went home to his lovely wife. Being an Auror was just a career, nothing more. Unfortunately, he ended up arresting someone that apparently Voldemort considered to be an asset. The following week, he was attacked by a Death Eater squad in his home, and in his surprise, he was barely prepared to fight back. His wife paid the price for his lack of vigilance. Alastor had lost everything on that night, left tortured, beaten, and scarred in a burning home, with the dark mark glowing above. Alastor might have been overzealous in his revenge, and definitely very reckless. He massacred more than a share of Death Eaters, the ones that attacked his home did not survive the month. His recklessness cost him more than a few scars, a leg and his eye, but Dumbledore patched him up, gave him purpose, and pointed him in the direction of Death Eaters. Alastor relished it because fighting was better than remembering, better than going to an empty home devoid of life or warmth. He agreed to join Dumbledore's movement, his order, out of hatred for Voldemort more than anything else. He had nothing else left in him anyway. Yet, here he was, relegated to spying on a child. An interesting child, yet a child, nonetheless. The former Auror walked up the stands to sit next to Albus, who wandlessly cast a privacy charm, something that Alastor couldn't dream of doing. It was small displays like this that showed just how far the gap was between titans like Dumbledore and the rest of them. Dumbledore turned at Moody's approach. He greeted him with a warm smile that the scarred man easily recognized as fake, and extended his hand. "Alastor, old friend. It's been a while." "Good evening, Professor. Enjoying the duels?" "Ah, yes. They had been quite entertaining. So far, Percival Weasley, Penelope Clearwater, and Gemma Farley have qualified for the semi-finals. Ludo just announced the last duel of the day. Daphne Greengrass against Harry Potter. The former Auror couldn't help but snort at the decision. You want Potter to fight his girlfriend. I will admit that my wanting to keep the duels balanced did impact the decision. The bunch of third years were very impressive in this task, and I wanted one of them to qualify. Having an underdog in the semi-finals would help sell tickets after young Neville was eliminated so quickly. Well, Potter definitely is no underdog, I can tell you that. I doubted your words during the boys' guardianship hearing, but you were right. He's far more capable than any third year I've ever seen. The older wizard stiffened. What did you uncover? Just a couple of notebooks of his, filled with theoretical work and arithmancy that I could barely make any heads and tails of it. He's analyzing formulas of known curses and whatnot. From the number of fiction books and biographies about curse breaking, I'm assuming he wants to be one. It's not too concerning, but he must have other notebooks that he hid somewhere. Dumbledore took a deep sigh. It is as I feared, then. What is? I believed that young Harry might have been responsible for Neville's behavior in his own duel. I didn't have the chance to examine him since Augusta requested that he recover in their family manor a couple of days later, but I believe that young Harry cast some kind of obscure curse to somehow get Neville to cast his last spell. It's the only explanation I had. He was the only person young Neville spent time around since the year started. There were holes in that theory. For one, a curse should have been detected by the dueling wards as some kind of cheating. But if the curse was somehow anchored to an already known cursed scar, it could technically slip by the detection. Still, Alastor had never heard of someone cursing someone to cast a spell they couldn't even do in the first place, especially not wandlessly. Memories of the frankly extremely advanced notebook about curses did come to mind. The boy could technically create it somehow. Still, there were too many unknowns and Alastor wasn't afraid to speak his mind. This is flimsy at best, Albus. You need better than that. I don't think any child would purposely almost kill another one for no reason. He has plenty of reasons. He wants to embarrass me in revenge for my actions the previous summer. By the way, what the hell were you thinking, Albus? The older wizard looked sheepish. I might have been rash in my decision to alienate him. I was just concerned about the influence Arcturus Black could have on a young boy, especially one as talented as Mr. Potter. Well, you fucked up. But if it's any consolation, I don't think Potter has it in him to almost kill another innocent student like that. He's embarrassing you plenty enough with the way he's outsmarting the tasks. Dumbledore's fists clenched. I am not willing to risk letting such a dangerous student remain unsupervised. I did with Riddle, and you know how much of a mess this was. I want you to keep observing him in the castle. I'll say that I hired you as a consultant for the third task. You're getting hyper-fixated on the boy, Albus. This is not like you. Perhaps, but it is a very small favor to ask you, Alastor. I'm asking you to trust me here. The scarred man let out a deep sigh. This is wrong, Albus, and I think you know that deep down. I could understand spying on Lupin, considering his time on the continent and his condition. He could be a real risk to the students, even if he hasn't infected anyone in his life. But Potter is 13. You're blowing this out of proportion. I'm not asking you to spy on the boy, just stay vigilant about his activities. That's another way of saying spying. But I do owe you more than enough favors. I'll do it, but I can feel that this won't end well, Albus. The headmaster smiled softly. Thank you for your trust, old friend. And I am not being too judgmental of the boy. I have just given him an opportunity to make amends by pairing him with Miss Greengrass. He could either forfeit without anyone judging him for refusing to fight his friend, or he could try to embarrass me again, with the cost of the Greengrass family ending up in the crossfire. Alastor knew that there had to be more to it, but before he could say anything, Ludo Bagman's grating enhanced voice started speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, sadly we find ourselves at the final duel of the day. Yet, it might be the one you have been waiting for the most. Two underdogs, who were never expected to come this far in the tournament, will battle it out so that the victor shall have the final spot in the semifinals. So, let us welcome Daphne Greengrass and Harry Potter to the stage. The two duelers were walking towards the dueling stage while speaking like old friends, unconcerned by the very idea that they were going to fight a few minutes later. When both students bowed and took on dueling stances. When it was time to fight, Potter just raised his hand and said with an enhanced yet bored voice, honestly, this entire thing was just a drag and boring. I wouldn't even be fighting if it wasn't for the fact that the headmaster forced us with vague threats of expulsion and so on. And I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one who just didn't feel like being forced to duel in front of thousands of people like some kind of magical gladiators, and I'm not really in the mood to pretend to care about any of it. So, let's just call it a day and save ourselves the trouble. I'd rather focus on something less bothersome. Life is too short for this. I forfeit. And just like that the boy left the arena, leaving behind a sea of bewildered but entertained spectators. Alastor had to repress the urge to burst into laughter at the boy's sass, even if the air around Dumbledore was getting heavier with his barely restrained magic. Yeah, the boy had got one over the headmaster again. Alastor had a bad feeling about this. This definitely wasn't going to end well. Chapter 197, Retrospection. February 27, 1994, Hogwarts. Harry left the arena, barely suppressing his vindictiveness from showing itself. He wanted to hurt Dumbledore in a way that would actually sting him, and he had succeeded. If only he hadn't gone overboard with it. He knew that the headmaster couldn't afford to have a third year winning the second task as well, without even showing any effort. It would have literally been proof that the entire tournament was meaningless and that it didn't test the competitors' magical skills in any meaningful way. And Harry could have won, easily. It would have taken a bit of planning and some creative thinking, but he could have won the dueling tournament by casting a few spells. That was something that the headmaster realized, which made him sabotage Daphne's opponent and arrange for Harry to fight Daphne in the quarterfinals. It was a dirty trick. If Harry won with his usual method, he would be humiliating his best friend and her family in public and would look heartless. If they duel and he won, then the whole narrative that Harry wanted to convey would have been lost. If Daphne had forfeited, then it would look like Harry had heartlessly intimidated her into letting him win without a fight. The whole thing gave him no choice. He needed to forfeit without fighting. It was the best option. Whatever Harry's decision would have been, Dumbledore would have won. His event would continue unimpeded, and Harry's duels would just be an amusing anecdote, a form of entertaining memory that people would have when they think of the tournament, but not the main event. Harry didn't really care about winning the tournament and neither did Daphne. They had nothing pushing them to win, but neither of them wanted to risk being harassed by the public. Daphne wouldn't have even minded losing after her first couple of duels. Healing and curse breaking were her passion, not dueling, even if she was getting very good at it. The young Slytherin found himself on the school grounds. He's been finding himself there very frequently, specifically whenever he had to sort through his emotions. The outside was just so calming, especially considering the chaos that often accompanied the tournament events. He liked helping Hagrid with his charms, visiting Fluffy every couple of weeks. Hell, sometimes Hedwig would just fly to him, and he would talk to her as he took a walk. It was one of the few places where he knew peace. Of course, all good things never lasted, since someone interrupted him while he was on a walk. It was a stupid thing, what you did. Harry suppressed the urge to groan when he recognized the voice. Go away, Lupin. I'm not leaving without a proper conversation. I thought I told you that I wanted you to stay away from me if you're not going to tell me what you're planning. If this conversation has nothing to do with it, then we have nothing to talk about. The older boy could hear the man's inner wolf growl in frustration and stifled the urge to chuckle in amusement at the man's temper. You're going to get yourself killed. It's still not your problem. Aside from your obsession with my mother, you don't really care about me, nor do I care about it. Of course, I care about you. This time, Harry let out a bitter laugh. You don't. Let's just make that clear. You might have lied to yourself to pretend like you're a good person, but you don't care about me. You want me to do something you're desperate for, something regarding my mother. My guess is that you're hoping I would replicate the ritual she did on you or might actually discover something she left behind. It doesn't really matter to me if I'm being perfectly honest. What matters is that means that you don't care about me, just about what I can do for you. Fine. Believe what you want. But you're the son of one of my greatest friends, and of a woman that could save my kind. It's my duty to protect you. Until I do what you want, and you'll throw me away. But it's interesting that you didn't react to my theories. So, you think you're safe? You want me for something else? What could it be, I wonder? What could possibly be better than saving your kind? The werewolf growled in anger. For fuck's sake, Harry, stop trying to analyze everything in front of you and listen to what I have to say. You shouldn't keep pushing Dumbledore like that. People who do that tend to suffer a large amount of bad luck. He's going to push back, and you'll only notice when it will be too late, and you will have lost more than you thought you could lose. I think he's more preoccupied with the boy who lived almost killing someone. Sure, he might be distracted right now, but that doesn't mean he'll forget. You're making too much noise for him to forget. You actually hurt Dumbledore, not once but twice. You are getting noticed, and not just by the headmaster. You could have just forfeited silently without a fight. It would have been an olive branch, a way to bury the hatchet and the animosity. It could even just have been the start of an unspoken truth between the two of you. But you just had to get the last word, didn't you? You're more like your mother than you want to admit. Harry glared at the defense professor. This wasn't an olive branch, it was just his backup plan in case his sabotage didn't work yesterday. What sabotage? He summoned me to my office and sneakily cast a spell at me to make my hands twitch, which would get me to miss my first spell. I was able to recognize it and counter it in time, but it was straight up sabotage. So far, we were playing by the rules, but he broke them. That fact disturbed Harry far more than the action itself. It wasn't the act that Dumbledore tried to curse him, it was that he succeeded, and Harry didn't even notice it. His arcane hearing was always on, especially when it came to things that he considered as threats. Sure, it gave him a headache when there were too many conflicting magical properties in an area, but when it came to magical effects on his person, he was always vigilant, always ready to dispel any spell anyone cast on him. With that skill came a sense of confidence, perhaps even arrogance, that nothing would ever touch him without him noticing it. This confidence was trampled on and torn to shreds by a single spell on Dumbledore's behalf. The illusion was broken. Someone was able to slip something by him, something that Harry just never saw coming. And that thought just scared the crap out of him. It was something that Lupin must have picked on as well because he smiled slightly. I get it now. For all your justifications for your actions, the whole thing was just a reflex. You weren't angry about Dumbledore's plan, you were angry that he almost succeeded, that he did something you didn't see coming. You just lashed out, and you're trying to rationalize to me, even to yourself, why you did that. And believe it or not, you did the same in your guardianship hearing. Dumbledore blindsided you with his accusations and you lashed out by getting back at him. I have to say that I'm relieved. Relieved? He answered with a confused tone. That you're still a normal boy underneath it all. Don't get me wrong, you're a terror with a wand and you can probably outthink most politicians, but you're still a teenager who's confused about his place in the world, and who lashes out whenever he thinks he's vulnerable. What? Harry replied with a raised eyebrow. You're surprised that I'm not some kind of clone of my monstrous mother. Your mother wasn't monstrous, Harry. Say that to her husband, Lupin. Oh right, she killed him. Let's just stop talking about Lily for a bit, Lupin replied with a sigh. You should be more focused on Dumbledore's answer to this. He won't let this go. You called him out in front of everyone, and he already has an easy target to hurt you with. Harry nodded. Daphne. Exactly, and he has a golden opportunity to do it during the semifinals. You have the weekend to prepare her against any trick she might have to face, to fight against a more powerful and more experienced opponent. I was already going to do that. Lupin gave him an approving smile. Good. One last piece of advice. You need to keep a lid on your temper. You can't just recklessly lash out every time you're surprised by something. I know firsthand just how irritating Dumbledore could be, but sometimes, you need to let things go. Yeah, whatever, Harry answered before returning back to the castle, the conversation heavy on his mind. He still didn't trust Lupin, not one bit. For all the man pretended to be friendly, Harry knew that the man was just trying to buy into his good graces. When nostalgia and knowledge about his parents failed, he tried to make himself approachable, like some fake mentorship figure. But at the end of the day, the whole conversation made him realize just how irrational his feud with Dumbledore really was. Oh, the man was a control freak who wanted to have influence everywhere and wished to turn the world into some kind of children's playground. But comparing it to how Harry handled Riddle the previous year, his approach when dealing with the headmaster was always straightforward and needlessly hostile. He didn't scheme, he didn't lay traps. He just kept responding to every single move by the old man, with one of his own. That approach just didn't work, yet he kept doing it again and again. Something had to change. Dumbledore had proved many times that he could hurt Harry and that he knew where to target. The older man tried to destroy Harry's future during his guardianship hearing. He inconveniently shined light onto Harry's actions, constraining how he had to act for the duration of his sham of a tournament. Was that why Harry always acted like this when it came to Dumbledore? He was calm when he fought Riddle. He didn't act rashly when Sirius tried to kill him during the Hogsmeade attack. Harry needed to figure out what he wanted out of his enmity with Dumbledore. Getting the man to leave him alone was unlikely, and now he needed to decide on a plan forward. He arrived in the common room. He was engulfed by a blonde bullet hugging him. "Where were you, Harry? I've been looking for you for almost an hour." "I was just on a walk, Daph. I needed to clear my head." "Finally realized how stupid you were when you did that stunt, hey?" The last Potter sheepishly ruffled the back of his own head. "Yet. It was a dumb idea, wasn't it?" "Oh, I don't know. You only mocked Dumbledore's event in front of every influential person in the country," she answered with a dry tone. "Fine, I get it. I should have just forfeited in silence. At least no one is going to think you're some kind of Dark Lord anymore." "Because what kind of Dark Lord says that he won't fight because it would be too troublesome, and too much of a drag? You did technically achieve what you wanted, but Dumbledore isn't going to take this lying down." "Don't worry about me, Daph," he comforted her, "I'll handle it. But right now, let's focus on you. Your match will be in a couple of days. Did they say who you're going to fight this time, or are they leaving it as some kind of surprise?" "I'm fighting Clearwater." "Hey, that's worrying. She's not one to hold back. I guess I'll have to up your training." The blonde looked at him, confused. "My training? Weren't we going to do that anyway?" "Well, win or lose, I want you to show the world how good you are. Your study in curses will be beneficial, but I think it's time I teach you something a bit more, how do I say this, dangerous. You proved to me that you're mature enough not to misuse this and that you would follow my advice. It will be pressing, and we'll have to work during every waking hour, but I think a couple of days would be enough to help you learn a few tricks that might really make a difference." "And what is this mysterious tricky subject?" Harry gave her a sneaky grin. "Daphne Greengrass, how do you feel about learning ice magic? And I'm not talking about the spells your parents taught you. I'm talking about real elemental magic." "And, I know that not a lot happened in this chapter, but I just wanted to have a little insight from Harry's head about the dueling tournament before shit starts hitting the fan. As usual, please let me know what you think or if you have any suggestions." Chapter 198, Crouching Tiger. February 28, 1994, Ministry of Magic, London. Bartmew's Crouch was aware that his recent habit of lingering in his ministry office was excessive, even by his own measures. Many of his co-workers would say he seldom rushed to return home, and they were entirely correct. After all, there was nothing at home that he looked forward to. He had lost his son to the Dark Lord, a shame that still followed him for years. The boy died in a foolish attempt to follow the orders of a dead man, and perished, just a name amongst thousands, in the disaster that was Godric's Hollow. His wife, the light of his life, died soon after, from a severe case of dragonpox. Bartmews knew that she could have fought it but had just given up. There was nothing left at home for him, just an empty house, a half-mad elf, and painful memories. Committing himself to his work fully was better than remembering his failures, both as a father, a husband, and as a wartime commander. But that didn't mean that he enjoyed the endless paperwork he had to deal with. It was just a chore, one that the last surviving member of the Crouch family definitely did not enjoy. However, it was known that the higher one rose in the ministry, the higher the pile of parchment grew over their desk. This day was particularly bad. Well, this entire quarter was bad, altogether, because Dumbledore decided to make a national event on a whim. And since the man lost his position as the supreme mugwump, the minister was very leery of giving the position to someone else, probably waiting for a substantial enough bribe to do so. But as the head of the Department of International Cooperation, Bartmews was saddled with the responsibilities of the position. The department's head shook his head in consternation. Cursing fudge had never felt so tempting. But no, this wasn't the end of it. For some ungodly reason, it was decided that the Quidditch World Cup, the European Magical Tournament, were happening in Britain in the same year. Both projects were proposed by Crouch to revitalize the economy and include Britain in the European political scene. It would have been a nice cap in his career, but he did it, mostly, because his wife loved history, and she adored the Triwizard Tournament and the challenges the champions wanted to make. The Quidditch World Cup was a no-brainer since it was a guarantee of income and would attract potential investors into the country, something that magical Britain sorely needed. The entire nation was not considered safe since the 70s, and the ICW had washed their hands of the British Isles completely. Both events would been good opportunities. However, he did not want to have them in the same year, especially just after a massive prison breakout. The entire thing was a logistical nightmare that the last Crouch could see Dumbledore's fingerprints all over. This had literally quadrupled his workload since he had to make sure that the Department of Magical Sports and Games didn't screw up again. Sometimes, he marveled at the decision to elect Ludo Bagman of all people as the head of a department. The fact that the man was a gambling addict and was drowning in debt was a badly kept secret that everyone from the lowest paper pushed to the minister himself knew about. Amelia Bones tried many times to arrest the man, or at least get him fired, especially when he was found to selling inside information, and making bets using news that he was only privy to because of his position. The man ended up paying a substantial fine to make the whole thing go away, and Fudge didn't want any talk of corruption in his administration, so he buried everything, put his hand in the sand, and pretended the whole thing never happened. Dumbledore's little forgive and forget policy that he kept preaching about for half a century had somehow made an entire generation see the world in rose-tinted glasses. At least it was coming to bite him in the ass with the whole Potter fiasco. What was the man thinking, trying to demonize a 13-year-old boy in front of the Wizengamot in an obvious attempt to remain as his guardian, hoping to scare the Wizengamot, or even the general public into getting what he wanted? It was a somewhat common tactic that Dumbledore used. It was always the same whenever he tried to pass or oppose a bill. He scared people with vague promises of disasters should he not get his way, and that it was all for the peace or prosperity of the nation. The traditionalist faction often opposed this through pure bribery or sometimes even blackmail, to counteract Dumbledore's plans. But to do it on a child, one that, no matter how magically powerful he was just distasteful. Bartmeus was in the Wizengamot watching the injustice until the unthinkable happened and the boy started doing the same to Dumbledore. It was a wonderful thing to see in person, especially since it was he who demonized Barty and revealed to the world his son's allegiance, just to kick him out of office. He never really liked Dumbledore. The man was too passive and secretive. He always liked to say that he tried to avoid positions of power since he turned away the position of minister, but he had the ears of half the ministry. When Barty refused to follow his suggestions during the war in his time as head of the DMLE, the man destroyed his career in exchange. Why the hell would anyone even suggest using non-lethal magics against terrorists who actively tried to kill law enforcement? The entire thing rubbed him the wrong way and would have probably crippled the Auror department even more than it currently was. It showed in the way he saw students fight in the dueling championship that Dumbledore arranged. Bartmeus was invited as part of Fudge's retinue for the event, a waste of time more than anything else, especially since he had to return to his office to finish his actual work, which ended up with him going home after midnight for over a week. The entire school tournament concept was obviously an easy way for Dumbledore to make up for the gold he lost while building his new prison. It was the reason why third-year students and Newt students were competing against each other. It was the reason why participation was mandatory. The parents' tickets alone would pile up into a fortune, and what parent wouldn't give up a couple of galleons to watch their children compete? No one ever called him out on his bullshit, and for good reason. Every person who publicly criticized Dumbledore tended to suffer a rather long unlucky streak until they disappeared into obscurity. Still, the Potter boy had to have balls of steel to embarrass Dumbledore so much. Winning the first task with a few simple spells and getting to the quarterfinals of the second task without even casting more than 2 spells in every duel, just made a mockery of the whole event, and with it, Dumbledore. But to forfeit because he thought that the whole event was a drag was just the cherry on top. Because what Dark Lord wouldn't fight because it was too troublesome. The entire fear-mongering campaign that Dumbledore started with the boy's guardianship hearing just fell apart with that little statement. Potter turned from a potential Dark Lord to a lazy intelligent boy who found loopholes because he wouldn't put in the effort to do it properly, especially when he's being forced to compete. Bartmeus had stifled the urge to cackle in laughter at the headmaster obviously trying to rein in his temper at the boy's statement. The memory alone put a rare smile on his face. It was then that he picked up a small folder, thinking that it was a usual boring report that he had to go through, but his eyes widened when he recognized the secrecy enchantments on it. These documents were from the Department of Mysteries. The last Crouch never really liked the department and he never attempted to even have a shard of influence there. It was just too secretive, and people, including the minister, never really knew what happened there, aside from a few sparse comments from the department head, Saul Croker. Augustus Rookwood's reveal as a Death Eater proved that their security measures could be bypassed anyway and soured any opinion he had of the department's competence. The whole thing was just too shady for Barty's tastes, and it was probably one of the biggest reasons there wasn't really any opposition or pushback when his son's treachery was discovered. Not that he cared. He would gladly burn his career to the ground for an extra day with his wife and son. Still, the file's title was already ominous. Project Medusa. By the time he had finished with the file, he was equal part fascinated as he was horrified. What in Merlin's name were those unspeakable doing? Barty knew that he had pushed the line of morality when he allowed Aurors to cast any spell without repercussions as long as they hit a confirmed Death Eater that had a kill order in the last war. More than a few innocent people lost their lives at the hands of his Aurors, but the results spoke for themselves. Death Eater attacks were down 50% and there was a very large drop in Death Eater recruitment. But if this file was right, if war was coming, Project Medusa would help. Damn his pragmatism. He would hate himself for it, but he had to approve the project. His hands were already stained with blood. What were a few more drops going to change? He had nothing left. He had no one to pass on his legacy and wouldn't betray his wife's memory enough to change that. He had no friends and no true political prospects. Would this cement his name in history? Or would he be painted as a monster for allowing this travesty to go through? What did Dumbledore like to say? Ah, yes. For the greater good. Crouch put his quill into the ink sac, ready to sign and file the proposal, only for a soft voice to speak up, I would really rather you didn't. After years of experience as an Auror, his reflexes flared again, and he sent a curse towards the voice. Somehow, the spell went through the intruder, and in his shock, he didn't realize that a hand made him smell a weird cloth. His eyes widened when he realized what it was, a paralyzing potion. Deciding to see his attacker, Barty clumsily turned towards him, only to pale when he saw a simple mask with a smiling face drawn in blood. The smiling killer. He was dead then. Ickle Barty. You've been a naughty boy, accepting this little proposal. It took a fraction of a second for the man to connect the dots. You're part of. I wasn't at first, but I have to admit that they were very convincing. So, don't worry, they weren't involved in my previous murders. That was all me. The project. The serial killer shrugged. The project will go through even without your approval. The Unspeakables are very proud of that one and will just go to another department to support them. Looks like I'm going to be busy in the near future. So, he rasped, you're afraid that it will succeed. If you think this was some trump card we can't counter, then you're very much mistaken. This is like a small pebble in a shoe, annoying but not really something dangerous. Don't blame the Unspeakables too much. You were going to die anyway. You were going to be troublesome in the future anyway. This proposal just accelerated things a bit. So, don't take it so personally. You'll lose. The laugh he got in response disturbed him greatly. Oh, honey. I don't want to win. I just want everyone else to lose. The monster in human skin slowly walked with a knife in his hands. He froze just a few centimeters from Barty's face. How peculiar. You're not afraid. Why would I be? I'll get to see my wife again soon. Whatever floats your boat, I guess. Then the voice turned sinister, and Crouch couldn't help but shiver despite the paralytic. So, Barty dear, why don't you give us a smile? Chapter 199, Verdant Snow. March 5, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. Daphne Greengrass fidgeted as she waited for her duel to begin. The past few days were filled with practically nothing but training from Harry, and while a part of her wanted it to be over with, another treacherous part relished the time they spent together practicing dueling maneuvers and spells that she had never heard of. To be perfectly honest, she hadn't really cared about the whole dueling tournament. She was only invested in making her family proud, or at least not making herself a mockery by losing in the preliminaries. She had qualified for the second part of the tournament and that was enough for her. And yet, here she was, in the semifinals of the tournament, ready to fight the head girl of all people. Penelope Clearwater was a Muggleborn with an axe to grind. She was especially vicious when she fought purebloods, which meant that she had to endure a lot of hardships, from being underestimated, or even dismissed entirely. Of course, actual bullying wasn't tolerated in the school. No matter what people liked to say about Dumbledore's tendency for forgiveness even the most heinous crimes, the headmaster was very strict when it came to violence. Well, the blonde didn't know about Dumbledore personally, but McGonagall was always there whenever a fight broke out, and the punishments tended to be severe. It wasn't perfect but it worked well enough. However, what Dumbledore definitely couldn't do was that ingrained subtle disdain and dismissal of Muggleborns. People never really realized they did it. The whole thing wasn't without a reason. Muggleborns, no matter how talented, were always going to be working-class citizens at best. In the ministry, they never got promoted. Daphne could count on one hand the number of heads of departments that were Muggle-born in the last 3 decades, so any political influence they might have had was stifled. Outside the ministry, they could work in shops, learn a trade or something, but they wouldn't make enough to really rise. The best they could hope for was saving enough to open a new shop themselves, and should they be good enough, they might even make enough gold for people to forget their origins. Florian Fortescue was one such instance. People forgot that he was a very old Muggle-born who opened an ice cream shop that became so successful that he was able to open 2 other branches all over the British Isles. Finally, the best way for Muggle-borns to rise above their station would be to gain a mastery. They can't do that without joining a guild, and that often came with a lot of strings. Guilds were very selective of their candidates, and unless someone proved to be extremely talented in a certain field, acceptance came through favors and donations. Clearwater was obviously angling to be accepted in a guild, and she certainly seemed talented enough to be accepted. Considering the older girl's use of complex charms during their duels, she was probably aiming to join the Charms Guild, and Daphne honestly wished her good luck. But the issue came with the fact that Daphne just couldn't afford to be humiliated. Her opponent was fairly vicious when it came to fighting purebloods. She obviously didn't care about age, considering the way she dismantled Chong, who was just a year older than Daphne herself. She couldn't really forfeit in the semifinals, since there were only 2 matches that day. People would be enraged at this happening and the blame would be on her head. The whole thing was making her nervous. Harry, who was sitting next to her, held her hand. "Daph, everything is going to be fine. She's a lot older than me, Harry, and a lot more experienced. I don't think that I can win." "Then don't," Harry simply said, surprising her. "This isn't about winning or losing, this is about proving your worth to everyone. I said the same to Tracy. No one is expecting you to win. No one expected Tracy to win either. But did you see anyone mocking her for losing?" "No," she muttered back. "That's because she showed them all that she could hold her own." "Oh, I'm sure Farley more than humored her during the duel, so you'll have a harder job, but I believe you can do it. I taught you more than a few tricks to take Clearwater off guard." And wasn't that a surprise? Daphne knew that Harry was powerful and that he always held back against them, but the ice magic that he taught her was proof that it was just the tip of the iceberg. It was something that he had created, something beautiful, something personal that he had shared with her, and it warmed her heart to see him giving something this special to her, even if it was technically out of guilt. Yes, Harry felt guilty. She could understand why he did, since it was his fault that she was in this position. She could also understand why he had to forfeit. He couldn't afford to fake a loss in a duel, but he also couldn't really afford to win without proving Dumbledore's rumors to be true. But for all the remnants of the resentment that Daphne had for the situation, the ice magic was more than enough to make up for it. "Fine. But stop fidgeting," Daphne returned, "you're making me even more nervous." "I'm just worried," he retorted, "Dumbledore might pull something. And the whole thing with Sirius killing Crouch. Something is happening, something that I can't see, and I don't like it." Oh, it was one of Harry's few flaws, he couldn't stand not knowing something. He could overthink stuff to an insane degree, but whenever he was stuck, he just became an average moody teenager. Barty Crouch's death was one of those. It was obviously Sirius Black's handiwork, and the Smiling Killer's resurgence during the weekend after months of silence was making a lot of people nervous, especially Harry, who was frankly becoming paranoid. The fact that Black didn't come after him after recovering meant that the man was plotting something, and Harry couldn't figure it out. And as usual, it ate at him. He warded their dormitory and made her and their friends basic protection amulets, and distress beacons. He felt more like a cornered animal, fighting off Dumbledore from the front, and Black from the back. His behavior was worrying, to say the least. Frankly, if it wasn't for Daphne stressing about her coming duel, she would have smacked him in the head. She probably would after this mess was done with. She didn't have time to voice her concerns since Bagman decided that this was the best time to announce her duel. "Daphne Greengrass and Penelope Clearwater, please make your way to the arena for your duel." Harry gave her a warm smile. "Come on, Daph. You're going to do great. I know that." She tried to smile back at her best friend, but it probably looked more like a grimace than anything else. She turned and slowly walked towards the arena, where Clearwater and Flitwick were waiting for her. The older girl gave her a disdainful look, that made the blonde nervous. Yet, Clearwater definitely wasn't planning on holding back on her. By the time they took their stances, the entire crowd faded away. Harry taught her to ignore everything outside the arena. It was just her and her opponent. And with a loud gong, the duel started. As she expected, the Ravenclaw began by sending a barrage of spells at her, probably hoping to overwhelm her. Daphne countered with a repelling shield. She learned a long time ago to not match an opponent with more raw power than her, spell for spell. It was doomed to fail anyway. Clearwater easily parried the spells redirected back at her and decided to conjure 2 lions that leapt at her. Daphne reacted by casting 2 freezing spells at the animals, which froze them into ice cubes, and dodged the wind cutter that the older girl snuck in between the spells. For the first time, the blonde decided to go into the attack and sent an ice spear at her opponent. It was a deceptively simple attack, because of the curses that she added to the ice, specifically a piercing curse and a variation of the banishing charm. As the blonde expected, her opponent tried to destroy the spear with a blasting charm, probably aiming at incorporating the ice shards into her next attack. What she did not expect was the telekinetic blast that occurred the moment her spell hit the spear. She was definitely taken off guard and tried to conjure a shield to protect her. It worked well against the telekinetic blast, however, it failed to account for the tip of the spear, spelt with a piercing curse slammed towards her and destroyed the shield entirely. She was able to move away, but there was a thin trail of blood on her chest. Daphne gave her opponent a small smile and went on the attack once more. She cast a blasting curse at the frozen conjured animals and banished the frozen remains towards her opponent, who cast a transfiguration shield. It was a curious spell that Harry showed her, that transfigured everything it touched into sand. Daphne tried to bring down the shield with a stunning charm. It was horribly ineffective against active spells, but in a surprising move, the older girl animated the countless grains of sand into a giant fist that came at the young Slytherin with a blinding speed. In her desperation, Daphne cast a dome ice shield. It was a standard spell but one that she enhanced using Harry's ice magic. She put a curse on it to make it even more resistant to magic and physical impact. She could feel her shield being battered one step at a time until she had enough and used one of the spells Harry taught her, the Ice Age. Daphne couldn't do it like Harry did. She just didn't have the raw power and control to suck out the heat of her environment for whole minutes and create a field of absolute zero, but what she could do was send a pulse of cold which would stop any incoming projectile. She followed the spell with a pulse of telekinesis, throwing everything away from her, causing the fog to rise, mixed with some dry ice. She followed with a charm to see specifically through dry ice. One of the first lessons Harry taught her about dueling was the power of misdirection. The blonde could see her confused opponent trying to send spells at her, and Daphne decided to conjure ropes of ice far away from her to make the illusion of her presence there and made them attack the older girl. Frustrated, Clearwater vanished the ice with a wave of her wand and conjured a giant gust of wind to remove the fog, which raised up into the air. Choosing to take advantage of this situation, Daphne used one of the strongest spells in her arsenal. The fog raised in the air started to darken, and the arena started to rain ice. Clearwater used her transfiguration shield once more. Daphne released her control over her spell, before trying to finish off her duel, only to be blasted away by some unseen force. Daphne was barely able to roll away from an incoming wave of spells coming her way and was able to conjure a reflective ice shield, to reorganize her thoughts. What had just happened? Her eyes widened when she saw that every magical effect in the arena was negated. Holy shit, did she just cast a wide area magic counterspell? From the way Clearwater looked tired, it seemed to be the case. Damn, that was just insane for a student to cast something like this. Before she could think of her next move, a strange sound caught her attention. She'd heard it before in one of her duels against Harry, that terrible noise that at once sounded like angry buzzing and the crackling of dry leaves in an open flame. Fire wasps. Whoever invented this spell was a sadist who somehow combined wasps and fire elemental magic. Harry used it as an example of elemental magic being combined with transfiguration. Surely enough, a giant cloud of the insect was coming down at her. Daphne did the only thing she could and cast another burst of her Ice Age spell, killing them, but they were obviously a distraction, and she automatically conjured another shield, just in time to block 3 stunning charms cast in succession. Desperate, the blonde tried one of her last tricks by conjuring giant vines of ice, that she cursed with repelling curses, and animated towards her enemy. Daphne couldn't use her crest directly during official duels, but she found out that using ice to mimic a few spells that she mastered from her crest was a lot easier. As far as anyone was concerned, this was just animated ice. The tentacles intercepted the spells coming at her, redirecting them towards their caster. Clearwater wasn't having it, though, and conjured a giant wave of fire, that melted her ice construct. Knowing that a shield charm, even an elemental one, wouldn't do much against this much fire, Daphne decided to double down and released a beam of pure cold. It was a form of elemental transfiguration. Apparently, opposing elements tended to prioritize defeating each other automatically. Clearwater's eyes widened when the wave of fire turned into a beam of heat that did its best to counter against the blonde's beam of pure cold. This became a battle of pure magic, something that Daphne just couldn't win against an older opponent. Both duelers moved closer and closer, and Daphne could feel her magic channels heat up from overuse. The younger girl decided to take a gamble. Stepping backwards, she pretended to lose her footing and dropped to one knee. Sensing her advantage, her opponent closed in to finish off, sending everything she could into her fire. Daphne simply cancelled her spell immediately, and moved away, sending a handful of melted snow at Clearwater's face. It wasn't even a spell. It was just her will made manifest. Clearwater was taken aback from the action, and tried to wipe it away. Daphne tremblingly tried to send a stunner at her blinded opponent. Alas, Clearwater, clearly distressed, sent a pulse of telekinesis sending herself and Daphne flying away. Both duelers slowly got up. Daphne was disoriented, and she could feel her magical channels burn. She barely had anything left in the tank. When she looked at her opponent, she saw that she wasn't looking any better. She was limping and had a large bruise on her head. Her tournament robes were cut in multiple places, including a rather large bleeding cut on her torso. As if they had both come to a consensus, both duelers released their wands and cast a spell. Daphne cast a banishing charm, and her eyes widened when she realized that this was the same spell that Clearwater cast as well. Both spells met in the middle, in what seemed to be some kind of weird struggle. Then Daphne found herself flying away from the platform. She turned to see what happened to Clearwater, and her eyes widened when she saw that she was barely in the arena. Damn it, she had lost by ring out. Daphne didn't know if it was because she was lighter than Clearwater, or just pushed less magic in it, but she couldn't help but feel angry at the way she had lost. At least that's how she felt before the world started to move, and she started to sway. The last thing she saw before everything turned to black was Harry's panicked face. So, that's the end of the dueling tournament, at least the relevant part. There's still going to be a final, but I won't dedicate a chapter for it. I could have probably dragged it out a bit, but I want to move on with the plot a bit more. As usual, please let me know what you think or if you have any suggestions. Chapter 200, Eye of the Storm. March 10, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. Harry laid down on a very comfortable couch, pondering about the end of the dueling tournament. Most of what he felt was relief at evading Dumbledore's ploy, unintended or not. He didn't know for sure if the headmaster had purposely put him in the position where he was forced to compete and do well without showing any sign of advanced magic, but the man sure as hell made things difficult for the young Slytherin. Nevertheless, he did well enough and embarrassed Dumbledore all the way. A vindictive part of him relished at the thought. Surprisingly, the match between Daphne and Penelope Clearwater was the highlight of the tournament. People praised the younger girl's inventiveness and tactics. She really took everyone by surprise with it, and there were whispers of offers of apprenticeship on her graduation. Harry was happy for her, immensely so. The blonde had probably gained more than enough opportunities to help her sister than all of her family's gold could ever buy. Tracy, Blaise, Daphne, and Harry threw a small celebration following the end of the tournament. The festivities weren't boisterous, but they were enjoyable, nonetheless. They snuck out of the castle to the Three Broomsticks and treated themselves to a nice outing. Astoria even joined in for a brief while, before her older sister ushered her back into the castle. Daphne, on the other hand, looked slightly less tense. This was the first time she made any inroads regarding her sister's condition, and Harry wished her all the best. Tracy had practically guaranteed an offer to the court of Slytherin alongside Nott and Daphne. Nott's invitation was an obvious decision because of his father's current position as the leader of the traditionalist faction. Malfoy would have probably been offered one if his father was alive. Hopefully, the court would take the hint about Harry stating multiple times in the common room that he didn't want to join their ranks. Their eavesdropping charms in the common room should do the rest. Harry didn't know if Daphne was going to accept a position in the court. She never really showed any interest in the idea, not like Tracy and Blaise did, but there was no guarantee that Blaise would have been picked over Malfoy either. So far, Daphne seemed committed to helping her sister, anything else would feel like a distraction. As for the tournament itself, after defeating Percy Weasley in the semi-finals, Gemma Farley was able to snatch a victory over Penelope Clearwater. The Muggleborn did put up a good fight, nonetheless, but Farley was just more experienced. There were rumors that the court of Slytherin liked to hold challenges and duels when it comes to getting promoted or whatnot, and since Farley was probably either the king or one of the queens of the court, she had to have trained her arse off to maintain her position. Daphne had proved to everyone that she could hold her own against more powerful opponents. The ice magic that he had taught her was very impressive. It did help that the blonde had an aptitude for it, and she was lucky that elemental magic was so close to transfiguration and charms that they weren't banned from dueling tournaments. It was a funny little anecdote. Since transfiguration and charms were so broad, officials just couldn't decide on a list of allowed spells as they do on offensive magics. So, they just put in that magic not cast directly on a person was allowed as long as any wounds didn't resist magical healing, and the whole thing didn't cause any form of instant or guaranteed death or maiming. The idea is that, in the worst case, healers would be able to put someone back together as long as they get to an injury quickly enough, and that they could cast their healing spells unimpeded. It made sense from a safety aspect, but it made dueling heavily in favor of people who have a knack for transfiguration or charms, instead of normal offensive battle magic. An Auror would be disqualified in less than 5 seconds in a dueling tournament, just because of their training. Still, that was 2 tasks out of 3. Only one remained, and Harry could finally relax. Thankfully, the 2 tasks were relatively tame so far. Harry expected Dumbledore to pull something during Daphne's match as Lupin predicted, but the headmaster seemed to have refrained from it. The man probably expected Clearwater to wipe the floor with Daphne, and arranging an accident could easily set back Dumbledore's policy of Muggleborn equality that he built his entire political powerhouse over. But there was always the 3rd task. The final task. And it worried him. The fact that the whole thing was a secret already freaked him out. Harry looked at the window, hoping to distract himself from panicking, and noticed that the sky had grown dark outside since he had taken his seat on the couch. The softly glowing, late-day sun had been replaced by bright, twinkling stars, standing out starkly against the vast canvas of night sky they rested upon. Harry was so lost in thought that he hardly even heard his door swing open. He glanced over his shoulder nonetheless, allowing his hand to twitch towards his wand, but it was only Daphne. "I was wondering where I might find you," she said. "Here or the library are both usually pretty safe guesses." The blonde snorted in disbelief. "It's funny. It's disturbing just how much you like it here, in this room of illusions, when you can just experience the real thing. You could easily build a study like this one outside the room of requirements, in one of the abandoned classrooms or something. I know that this place is useful and everything, but not as a place to hang out in." She had a point. Why did she have to sound so reasonable? Intellectually, he knew that everything in this room was just a bunch of charms, transfigurations, and illusions put together, but he always felt in control. Whenever he felt overwhelmed or scared, whenever he doubted himself, Harry liked to come to this room and feel in control once more. There was something calming and relaxing about it, even if it probably wasn't healthy. "You might have a point about building my own study or something. It still won't be as secure as this place though." Daphne's response was a snort. "Come on, Harry. All I had to say to enter the room was that I wanted to enter your study. Not much of a security system, is it? Fine. But you'll help with the decorations. I'm rubbish at this stuff. Trust me, I know. You might be brilliant at magic, but your tastes leave very much to be desired." Harry didn't know what the blonde expected him to say in response to that, so he just stayed silent. After a good minute, Daphne decided to speak up. "You've been off lately. I was worried." "Off how?" "Look, Harry, you have this horrible habit of keeping things to yourself and getting lost in your thoughts whenever you're nervous about something. I just wanted to check in on you. We haven't really spoken to each other, properly I mean, since the tournament ended." The last Potter gave her an amused smirk. "The tournament ended days ago. I know. But normally, you would have been with me, getting ready for your next challenge. You'd have something prepared, like a new type of magic or something, an impossible task you give to yourself that you somehow persevere. But so far, all I've seen you do is just lie down and get lost in your own head. That's the thing, Daphne. I don't know what to do next. The whole multidimensional magic is a dead end, and I can't experiment with something like this without some major risks. I don't know what the next task is going to be, so I can't prepare you for it." With Sirius returning and attacking Barty Crouch of all people, with the way things are shaping up to be. I just have a bad feeling, that's all. A bad feeling how? Daphne asked without any sign of mockery in her voice. You won so far. Dumbledore is being criticized for his actions. There's even talk about the Wizengamot choosing someone else as the next chief warlock. You did all that. After decades of people trying, you're the first person to actually hurt Dumbledore politically. You only have to go through another task and that would be it. You'd have won. Harry shook his head. It's not that simple. The elections are months away. People will forget quickly, and Dumbledore will either do something to get the public's opinion in his favor, or he'll force the Wizengamot's hand. He could easily just withhold his new prison and force the Ministry to build a new one. That's not mentioning probably made back a lot of gold during the tournament. Azkaban's destruction somehow ended up making Dumbledore untouchable, no matter what the public opinion of him will be. Fine. Maybe Dumbledore won't be hurt. But that doesn't mean that something bad is going to happen. It's hard to explain. It's like we're in the calm before the storm, the eye of the hurricane, like standing at the edge of a cliff. Barty Crouch getting killed, the Hogsmeade attack, Azkaban's destruction, it's all been building up to something big, something that I don't know. I hate not knowing. And I can't help but feel like the third task will be what triggers it all. Having the event on the day of Beltane, and it being a mystery task as well, it's not a coincidence. Something is coming and I just can't figure it out. And since I don't know what that is, I can't make any preparations against it. I just don't know what to do. Harry hadn't even realized how loud his voice became in the end as he finally voiced his frustrations for the first time in almost a week. Daphne looked at him, with her eyes slightly wider than usual, before steeling herself. Have you thought about not doing anything at all? That wasn't an answer he expected to hear, and that rendered him speechless. Before he could even think about a retort, Daphne interrupted him. Look, I know what you're going to say. It's your responsibility. Dumbledore is going after you. But think about it for a second. Ever since you've been in this school, you've stopped so many disasters. But after each one, there was always another one coming. You've been jumping from one crisis to another that you never even thought about what it all meant, you never even considered taking a break. It's not my fault things like this just keep happening to me. Are you sure about that? Did these crises keep occurring to you, or have you just kept chasing them? You are amazing at everything you do, so much so that it's intimidating. But I realize now that you are not doing it because you crave success, but because you are terrified of failure, terrified of not mattering. Harry froze at his friend's words. Daphne had just cut through every front he had and reached his core. It's what's made me a great wizard. I'm not sure it has. I think in all the mayhem, all your fear of losing, that you forgot something very critical. Which is? He couldn't help but ask. Not everything has to do with you, Harry. I know you keep trying to involve yourself in situations that should have never involved you. You did it with Riddle. You did it with Hogsmeade. And you have been doing it in this tournament. For some reason, you crave the conflict, the challenges, like they're making you matter somehow. I do not, Harry protested. Then why didn't you change schools? The blonde simply answered. You could have asked Arcturus to send you to another school easily. Your French is good enough for Beauxbatons, and Ilvermorny has probably surpassed Hogwarts in terms of magical education. The only advantages here are the library and the room of requirements. You could have easily made do with the Ilvermorny library and just come to visit the castle for your research, and you have made no effort to really raid the room of hidden things. So, after humiliating Dumbledore and dragging out his dead sister to the media, you made no moves to leave what is effectively his castle. I didn't want to leave you. Daphne snorted. I would have followed you anywhere, Harry. I don't know about Tracy and Blaise, but I wouldn't have minded switching schools with you. Face the truth, Harry, you have spent years distracting yourself with challenges no student should be able to face, building an identity around them. Maybe you're right, Merlin knows just how often you are and something is coming. But that doesn't mean that you have to be involved in any way. You need to use whatever time before the third task to take a break and make a decision that you would stick with it. And whatever you choose, I want you to know that I will be by your side, supporting you. Good night, Harry. Good night, Harry murmured back at her. The blonde left the room as quietly as she entered, leaving a pensive boy behind, and a silence that he felt was too stifling.
Thanks for listening.